bulk of healing coming out from the Baptiste here. I think that the Ana's more spot healing, and then those anti-dates are going to be so important.
Yeah, the only problem is they don't have speed, which is really important for the disengage. All Night Taco sticking without Lucio's Newberry roll out on a Ryan Zarya comp of their own. Nice shot from Latrick to start things off. And the bulk of the healing gone from Newberry's offense. They're just gonna have to sit back and wait for that Baptiste to find their way back into battle.
Yep, and it's all about right now for Kong is just managing the DM, really staying out of the LOS, and you can pretty much get free real estate right here, right now. The Presses bring out their own little combo. They're looking for the Grab Dragon combo, obviously. Oh! That is huge, and taking down a massive damage dealer like Nemo. That could come to bite them back in the butt.
All initiated by a great sleep from Bezra, but Newberry have rotated onto the point. They're still going to try to fight this out with only J-Man to put the hurt down. Move it, and they're claiming a little bit of the point, but they lose Omni again. Arcadia Knight's doing a good job of focusing out the back line, trying to just cut out the sustain from this composition. Latrick picks up another great kill as well.
Bluto getting absolutely annihilated there. There's a little bit of a parting blow there coming out for Chong, losing the mech, but we'll see them already lose all that high charge. I would have kited back and try to get myself back into the fight on their next gather round, but I think right now, if we're talking about burst healing right now, I think the Arcadia Knights have the better of it.
Oh, there's definitely a lot more healing on the board for them with that on, and they have that nano boost to work with here in this next fight. Bubbles used, Bland's in trouble. Mortality field forced out early. Give me an Ant Matrix, though, and the Fire Strike through it takes Nemo out in an instant. And a quick 2 kills as the Shatter comes out in the backline, trying to find the supports. And manages to get one, can't get both. And now with that shield gone, it's a free Shatter the other way.
Wait, you nanoed the Baptiste there. A little bit weird coming out from them there. Jeff, coming into the next fight for them, they're going to have Grab Dragons available to them and a defensive ult.
Stop the payload.
Yeah, that Grab Dragon combo is huge. Bland going on over to the Winston. So temporary double bubble. I imagine Depressus will probably go back over to the Diva once the grab is used. Okay, maybe not. With Omni moving over to an Ana, they may stick with this double bubble composition. Let's see if they can execute on this huge wombo combo as this fight's gonna break out in close quarters. Pluto immediately goes down as the grab comes out. Dragon's over the top of it, and that takes Nemo down as well. Beautiful play from Newberry, and they're gonna keep this truck rolling.
Yep, that was a very weird engage coming out from Arcada. A small, closed space. You knew that they had to have grab online, and now they're just pushing up into point B's final 4 there, and nothing much to stop them right now. I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of these healers. I mean, I'm feeling like they need to, I don't know, maybe come together as a full 6 and maybe, try to get some kind of CC going into here. Nemo hasn't really been effective.
Nemo going up to the high ground with that Deadeye in their pockets. Could be just the ticket. Pulls the trigger on it. As one skull, nope. Every time Newberry's just gonna hide behind the battering ram as it inches its way towards the big castle doors. Moving in low, self-destruct out. Pluto follows that and 2 kills as a result. And Arcadia Knights, the wraparound seems to have worked for them, but they're starting to fall apart as this fight drags on. Newberry clawing their way back into it. They still have some barrier to work with. They're coming up on tank ults as well. Oh, they're not going to see Grav this fight, but it's going to be the Primal Rage to close things out. Plan looking to batter this door down themselves.
I mean, look at how much work that Land is getting done on this Winston. Tank, a little bit of a tank difference. Now we see Chong. Look at this tank line coming out from Arcadia Knights. It's the halt, or it's the hammer and the hook, and gets slept for their pressure.
Grab online, ready to go from Depressus. Could be a blessing in disguise they weren't able to use that last fight. The Nano Winston going in for the engage. Might open up some room for Depressus to move in. Shatter comes through with a nano boosted Pluto, finds Blam, but the sound barrier perfect. All Night Taco hits all 6, and now the Dragon's in response. Huge grab as well. Bland cleans up on the back of that. A lot of ults thrown in, but I don't think there's time for a recontest. No, they're going to drift this battering ram right to the throne. A great time bank for Newberry on their attack.
Oh, Jeff, that was disgusting. The late grab with the nanoed Winston. I mean, that's a high-powered Tesla cannon tickling you to death, literally.
Initiating match.
You got a 3K through that grab, so, I mean, great ultimate rotation coming out from Newberry and Arcadian Knights. I still think it's a DPS issue. We saw Latrick swap over to the Soldier momentarily, and then they got caught with the grab, and it was all she wrote. I'm not sure what exactly they can really do right now. Maybe go to the sky. I think maybe bring a Farah out might be the way to go, especially since the press has showed us the Zarya here. Might be a way for them to change out and look at the Arcadian Knights. Look at this tank line. If they do stay this way, maybe Pluto going over to a separate main tank, maybe running a double main tank or going to the off tank. I'm not exactly sure. But Newberry bringing out pretty much the same composition as they ran it through there. The press has really impressed me on that Zarya for their attack phase.
Yeah, fantastic job. Had high charge, good grabs, can't ask for much more. Kept Bland with the advantage in the main tank battle. Allowing the Winston to dive in and get a lot of work done. So now with Bland on the Reinhardt, those bubbles are going to be that much more important, Billy.
Well, I mean, they've got speed this time, and they've got anti-nades, so, I mean, they could really get on top of them. They've just got to get past the shielding of Pluto.
Yep, Arcadian Knights, where are you going? You're going to go up Main Street? Arcadian Knights just going to give it right up the gut. Loop around left side of tower from their POV. The press is pushing up a self bubble, just kind of get in their face a little bit, corner check them, build some ult charge. But Nemo had an angle on the outside, but it's J-Man who opens things up. Nemo is able to get involved into this fight and find the main tank. But without the speed and without Cassidy, I don't think Arcadian Knights are going to be able to push this.
Yeah, agreed. And I mean, this has to be some kind of a tactical retreat. But no, they're just going to hold in the corner here. Pluto goes down. That is it for that push.
Yeah, nice volley of storm arrows from J-Man, finished off by Depressus. Both of them grabbing more ult charge towards that big wombo combo they made such great use of on point B on their attack.
One shining light here, you do have Nano. So, I mean, you can go in there and either let Nemo get crazy and go work towards the Death Blossom, or you throw it on Reinhardt, let him be a little bit more sturdy, let him swing, and just see what he can get out of it.
You ready? Falling back. They're going to throw it on the Ant Matrix. While Arcadian Knight tries to push around the left-hand side of tower once again. Nemo waiting, knowing Depressus wants to get aggressive. Bland tries to push in with the bubble, and they're holding Arcadian Knights in this small room. Perfect spot for the Dragons. They're split up. Crusher can't escape. Cut off by the ultimate from J-Man. But the counterattack's starting to come through. Latrick picks up one. Nemo finds one as well. And this is Arcadian Knights with a wonderful second engage. Moving on to the objective despite the lack of speed. They should be able to take this, though they've suffered some casualties along the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely winnable for them. They should be able to get the payload moving and out the garden gate. Or guarding gate. Not garden. It's not a garden. You're in the streets of Germany. But, I mean, you've got a bevy of ultimates ready to go for Arcadian Knight. You know, answering from Newberry, you've got the grab as well.
And do indeed. But J-Man used those dragons earlier, so we're not going to see the combo with it. Perhaps the Deadeye from Peach could be a nice way to follow up on that Graviton Surge. Nice opening pick from J-Man, and Newberry just content to sit on this high ground and rain down damage. Graviton Surge coming out from Arcadian Knights to start things off. Pluto up top has been able to find one, but Chong went around the other way, got themselves in trouble. Pluto charging through, picks up J-Man, and it's a battle for the all-important high ground here in the middle of Eichenwalde. With Bland falling, I think Arcadian Knights have the edge, particularly with Omni taking a nap, not able to top everybody off. Russ is still trying to fight this thing out. This is whittled down. This is a very broken fight we've seen now. Quite devolved here, Billy.
Oh, indeed. I mean, still, they only used the one ultimate in that fight, so good ultimate discipline coming out from Arcadian Knights.
They have plenty to work with. Everything but the Graviton Surge online for Arcadia going into this next fight. Bland has swapped over to a Winston and just doesn't have the staying power to go toe-to-toe with Pluto and just gets burned down even with the bubbles from Depressus. And Arcadia Knights slowly escorting this battering ram along. Those are in a lot of trouble. Nemo in even more. Gets hunted down by both DPS, and Peach is going to drop that Deadeye from on high. That finds two. And Newberry they have time to contest. They've got somebody back there contesting. A good boop will send Peach off the side. Arcadia Knights trying to brawl this thing out, but I think Newberry will hold the line.
That was very close to being C9'd out as well. Pluto was holding the cart solo and then gets cut out for their pressure. So look at this. Presence now swapping over to a Diva. This is in direct counter to Chong swapping over to their own Diva. So they're looking for damage mitigation. It's just not there. They're looking for the staying power to help them land up as well.
Oh, Big Dragon's going in. Crusher falls immediately. No chance of dropping that sound barrier down. Pluto had taken way too much of our hurt, and that fight is won off of a great ult from J-Man.
It is absolutely massive, my friend, and that's exactly what you want to see. And now, sub 2 minutes here. They've got high ground control, and they've got both support ultimates ready to go.
Oh, yeah, with Arcadia Knights, though, also have a pair of support ults of their own. Gold pretty much still everything else. I expect them to try to loop up to this high ground, try to dislodge Newberry. Newberry are falling back to try to prevent them from coming out of the small entrance. Arcadia Knights look to just be rotating up to the top. Shatter goes into a bubble. Bland nanoed up. He's going to just charge into the pack. But Pluto has one of their own, but the damage mitigation not enough to stop Pluto from falling at the hands of Peach. Ryan trying to dive in, drops that Primal Rage. And Arcadia Knights just kind of falling apart at the seams without Pluto to lead the charge.
Yeah, and they're running this Reaper Cowboy combo once again. I'm a little. I mean, you're holding the shield up while you have a bubble. Take some of that damage, get Chong some of that charge.
I mean, it's a good opportunity to throw down a Fire Strike. Throw an extra swing in there, perhaps. I mean, you can still get charges as Zarya through the Reinhardt shield. But yeah, why not take that opportunity and build up some more ult charge of your own?
Deadeye ready for Newberry, though. This is going to be a great engager.
Up on the high ground, finds Chong immediately. Restus moving in from the high ground, trying to disrupt Nano onto Bland once again. Omni is building these up every single fight. Who dives on to Patrick with that. Self-destruct out, and Nemo gets caught out with no fade. Nothing to protect them from the massive nuclear explosion coming across the bridge. Dragon sent out as well. Pluto and Crusher doing their darndest to try to hold on here, but Pluto's not going to last. Gets booped, flashbang, arrow to the face. Reinhardt not there for the dwindling seconds. Chong managed to get the touch in. Overtime Wick will initiate. Newberry take Ike and Valda, and they will take the series, though we do still play map.
Yep, and I mean, it was just compositionally different for Newberry. They knew their win condition. They were understanding when they needed to be able to swap out and bring different heroes into the fray. This was just such a play coming in from Depressant. This was absolute beauty.
Yeah, a monstrous grab. And what great follow-up. Like, the Dragons didn't even make it there in time before Bland had already smashed him. And Goomba stomped half the team before the Dragons even arrived. So that was a big star and a mushroom power-up going over to Bland on that Winston. Good plays all around. Cue the Mario theme music, Billy.
Okay, anyways. Yeah, I had to. But, I mean, seriously.
Well done. Well played.
Thank you. But, I mean, it was... Look, it was just a difference of compositions. I mean, the double bubble worked for a while. We saw, then going back into the zombie comp a little bit-ish. You still had the Hanzos there instead of the Sombra. So, I mean, you got the long-range poke. The Deadeyes were just absolutely fantastic from both teams. But I think that, honestly, having that Winston there, getting that primal up, that's an extra CC ability that you just can't deal with if you're a Reinhardt. You can charge the Winston if you're lucky and you don't catch him between the pause, between the break, or between the jumps. So, man, off-tank play right now, main tank play, something that I'm going to be looking forward to as we head into our last map. But, yeah, it's still to play for. Still, they need to get a map point. Newberry, they're 2-0 right here in the series, but still, Arcadia Knights can keep themselves in the playoff hunt if they get a map win here.
Yeah, reminder, Arcadia Knights in 9th place, just barely in the red, missing out on playoffs. So every map super important to try to get in. I mean, this is week 6. You've only got 2 more games after this week. So we'll see if they can steal that map point away. We're going to head to Rialto after a short intermission. We'll see you in a moment.
I've got my ticket for the long way round. 2 bottle whiskey for the way. And I sure would like some sweet company. And I'm leaving tomorrow, what do you say? When I'm gone, when I'm gone, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me by my hair. You're gonna miss me everywhere. Oh, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. When I'm gone, miss me, miss me, gone, oh, you're gone. You're gonna miss me when I'm gone, miss me, miss me, gone, oh, you're gone. You're gonna miss me when I'm gone, miss me, miss me, gone, oh, you're gone. You're gonna miss me when I'm gone, miss me, miss me, gone, oh, you're gone. You're gonna miss me. I've got my ticket for the long way round, the one with the biggest of views. It's got mountains, it's got rivers, it's got sights to give you shiver, but it sure would be prettier with you. When I'm gone, when I'm gone, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me by my walk, you're gonna miss me by my talk. Oh, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. When I'm gone, miss me, miss me, gone, oh, you're gone. You're gonna miss me when I'm gone, miss me, miss me, gone, oh, you're gone. You're gonna miss me when I'm gone, miss me, miss me, gone, oh, you're gone. You're gonna miss me when I'm gone, miss me, miss me, gone, oh, you're gone. You're gonna miss me when I'm gone.
All right, it's time for map number 3. We are headed to beautiful Rialto, and we are just not going to waste any time. We're just going to get right into this thing, Billy. Newberry looking to complete the 3-0 sweep, but I will say, traditionally, Escort, I think, has been Arcadia Knight's best map type.
Well, we'll see if that rings true again today. And Rialto, I mean, it has its own set of challenges here. It depends on what you want to run out the gate, especially defensively. If you can hold first corner, it can turn into a full hold. However, if you're not getting the accuracy, if you're not getting the entry frags, if you're not stopping the space taking, especially with Bland running this Winston, you're going to have the dual level threat, high ground, low ground. We'll see how they run it out, though, Jeff. I'm really interested to see what they bring to the table here.
Yeah, very different geometry on Rialto than either of the two maps we've seen earlier in the day. Double shield, very viable here. Long range hit scan, very viable here. Could be difficult for a Winston to close the gap as efficiently as we have seen so far for Bland. But, I mean, a fantastic Winston player, so I wouldn't put it past him to bring it out again. Though I don't expect to see six-man, aka Zombie Comp, come out on this map. We'll see what else these teams have in their wheelhouse.
I wish I could see an Echo come out. That would be fantastic. I think a Far, of course, point A is very good with the Far play. Yeah, and there we see it. Ask and I shall receive. Looks like McFlurry comp coming out from Newberry, and they're going to be on the defense here. So
we need a new nickname for that. Sorry to there's no longer a Mick. It's like a Cassiflurry comp. Or anyway, all right. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead. Cold Coal? How about Cold Coal? That's my all right. All right.
Wait, Ice Coal.
Ice Coal?
There we go.
Brilliant.
Ice Coal.
Brilliant.
There we go. Okay, anyways, yeah. Looking at the spawn press here as well, Jeff. So this is going to be interesting to see how Arcadia get out of this.
Yeah, just a close hole from Newberry, pulling out the Rhine Diva as well. I mean, it's traditional for the Ice Coal comp. I like that. I like that a lot. Latrick did end up sticking with this Far really good for breaking this initial close hold. But they need to press out, find some room to work, really turn the heads, because right now it's Beach lighting it up. Nemo answering right back with DPS, going pound for pound so far in this opening engagement. With the respawn advantage, it should be enough for Arcadia Knights to get the car rolling.
Well, you say that, Dresses is still holding strong. They finally lose the mech.
I mean, that was just the respawn advantage is going to take over eventually from that, and it's going to be a 6v1, which is what eventually happened. Great start for Nemo. Look at this ult charge. Leading the server right now.
Ludo not far behind, swapping over to the Sigma, though, so we're going with a little bit of the Celtic Pride line here in the Reinhardt and the Sigma. I think that the experimental barrier is going to be what's really I'm looking at. See how he manages his cooldowns. J-Man opting for the Soldier now. Instant healing available to them.
Yep, and already we see that come out in the back, trying to top off their fellow DPS. Newberry holding, but the barrage over the top finds 3 there for Latrick. Oh, that's about as good as you can ask for. Res even available. Beautiful attack to start things off for the Knights.
The Presses has decided they are not done holding this point yet.
It's just the 2 tanks left. Like, that's... I don't know if I agree with that. Lucio has managed to escort both DPS back into this fight, but there's nothing to block the Shatter coming down. All 3 of them find themselves on their backs. J-Man still shooting for the heavens, and Peach takes Chong out of the fight, who's gone over to that main tank role. And, well, Newberry defies all odds. Arcadia Knights not able to finish the fight fast enough. And Newberry stopped this cart. I mean, what a great retake. I did not see that happening.
Hello, Nemo.
Nemo.
Nemo, hello?
Oh, my goodness.
Somebody check him PC.
Now has the dragons ready to go. Shatter gets blocked by Chong. And Ant Matrix are now up for Nebo to fire those giant tree trunks through. In fact, he's going to launch the dragons through, but Depresses gobbles that up. Feeling a bit hungry. No dragons going through that doorway. Huge eat. So it's going to be the Deadeye in response. And another barrage! Latrick this time picks up 2. Chong's able to find another. So a big player advantage for Arcadia Knights now. And this should be enough with the DMEC on the Depresses. Bland at 1 health. Art finds its way through the point A arch.
It does. I mean, still a decent hold there coming out of Newberry.
Not too shabby.
They spent a little bit going through it, but now the full press is on as you get split staggered spawns there. All depends on if they can get out or not.
And J-Man, going over to the legs 76 here to try to counter Latrick, but so far has not really been able to lock down the Pharah. Now coming up on Attack Visor could be just the ticket to take the Pharmacy Duel out of the sky.
Yeah, I like this change. I like it a lot, and I really want to see them get aggressive with it. Yeah. Also, Attack Visor could absolutely take the Pharmacy combo out of the sky as well.
Yeah, and I think the press has landed on the wrong side of the tracks over there. And did indeed. Has to drop the self-destruct. Tried to save it. They actually managed to kill Latrick with the Buddy Blaster. Dueling chatters going back and forth. That's not going to find anything. But Newberry continued to press this attack. And Bland swinging for the fences.
They got a lot of cart push, though, Jeff. I mean, a ton of it. And all dealing with, the aggressiveness that we saw Newberry try to hold point A there. So, man, I mean, they're starting to reap some of those rewards. 2.5 minutes here. Dragons available to Arcadia Knights.
Yeah, but it's the corner of death. And Newberry have the high ground position that makes these two corners so difficult for attackers to get around. And you can see them all moving up here now. Lessons coming out early to prevent Arcadia Knights from breaking through, just keeping the team topped off. Keeping an eye on Latrick, though. This could be good position for a barrage. Good one for Dragons as well. J-Man's gonna fall. A lot of low health bars. Peach doesn't get topped off in time. Nemo coming up with 2 great picks.
That is a fantastic way to claim point B. There might be enough time for All Night Taco to get a last-second touch, especially with legs off there as well. I just don't know. Barrage again. Oh no.
Yes. A barrage. A barrage. Yes, the barrage. Oh, it makes me happy. Latrick read that one coming from a mile away. A beautiful recon arrow from Nemo. Latrick knew exactly where they were going to be.
And Bezra pulls out the Glock. What was Shatter?
Oh, that was nasty, Bland. I mean, you didn't have any follow-up, but hey, it looked good.
I mean, we talked about it, Jeff. This might be Arcadia Knights a play here. Is their favorite map type.
And Depressus, looks like we're on a bit of a time constraint here from Newberry. They played this map. There was discussion prior to, and I think they thought they could full hold and just shut this map down quickly. But unfortunately, they are running out of time, running into some constraints. There's some musicians on this team, which I highly admire, and they've got a concert to perform for their school. So it looks like it will end up in a forfeit win going to Arcadia. I mean, I like that we're still going to try to finish out this attack. It looks like, I mean, it was a good flush from Pluto and a lot of kills coming through for Arcadia Knights.
Yep, and we'll just see how this actually turns out here. I mean, they're going to finish this map with quite a fantastic amount of time. Yeah, there it is. So it will end up, I believe, 2-1 in favor of Newberry. Yeah. So we'll see what they can. I mean, that's an unfortunate way to end it out here, but still, I mean, Latrick and company were winning that map on paper. So, I mean, it would have been fantastic to see what the defensive side would have been. But 2-1 winners. Newberry already had the series in hand. So, kind of a deflating way for it to end.
But I mean, what a push. I mean, we told y'all, Arcadia Knights good at escort. Like, I'm putting a big star asterisk in my notes on Arcadia Knights next to that right now. They beat the #1 seed on escort. They beat the #3 seed on escort now. And, well, yes, apologies that I'm like in 240p at the moment. I apologize for that, friends. But, hey, the point is, like, it is full 4K attack coming through from Arcadia Knights on that map type. And I think it'll serve them well as we get into the last final couple weeks of the regular season.
Yep. And I mean, we'll see if Arcadia can get themselves out of the red and back into the clear, into the playoff picture. They've got 2 more weeks to do it, and they get a map win, so they do get that. So that might hold them in good stead come week 8.
Oh, it looks like my camera's looking nice and crisp, and for the most part, it was Newberry looking very crispy here today. They move up to 5-1, excuse me, on the season. So, I mean, pretty much solidifying their spot into the postseason. Top 8 will make it through. Oh, I can't wait for playoffs, Billy. I can't wait.
Same. I'm ready. I'm ready for it already. It's starting to smell that time of year. It's starting to smell like championships out there. I love this time of the year. I love this time of year, getting the long sleeves, getting, the nice cozy feel. Starting to see the lot of frags, starting to see these teams really congeal and coalesce together. So we'll see what week 7 and week 8 will bring to Overwatch, but we're not done yet.
No, we're just getting started here with week 6. I mean, it's getting chilly outside, but it is heating up in the NECC. When we come back, who we got? We got CCE Blue, the #1 team, taking on Mount Union. We're going to have Waffles for Sid coming in to take over my spot, but you'll get to enjoy Billy's handsome face over there for one more match. But stick around. We got more Overwatch coming at you after a short intermission. right, friends, we have returned for our second match of the day in week 6 of the NECC Overwatch Fall Tournament. My name's Jeff, alongside LaFon this time, as we're going back to the Challengers Yellow Division, facing, we got CCE Blue, the #1 team, going up against Mount Union, the #8 seed.
Yeah, this is it's a tough place to be, right? In terms of a position here for Mount Union, in the sense that you're looking for potentials here rather than wins necessarily. Obviously, for CCE Blue, it's business as usual. You don't want to drop anything here, as you want to keep yourself warmed up, so to speak.
Yeah, and it's the wins that Mount Union have been against some of the lower teams. They won against Arcadia Knights, who's right beneath them, and against Johnson and Wales Blue, who is currently the 11th seed. So both of their wins have come against teams that are currently seated underneath them. So this is gonna be a tall ask. Definitely their toughest opponent they've faced yet going in through the fall tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, from us here in the casting booth, we can kind of set up the narrative alongside. I mean, when you look at a team that's this disparate in terms of standings, you kind of have to hint at the fact that there is a favorite here. That being obviously the team in first place. I think the way we can kind of phrase it, though, is that for our team in #1, again, this is a keep the engine running kind of game for them, right? You don't want to be struggling in this particular match. On the other side of things, Mount Union, if you can come out swinging and really put CCE Blue on the back foot, you can put a little bit of a question mark in that #1 seed's play style. So I think that's going to be an interesting thing to keep an eye out on. We are going to start off on control. It is going to be Ilios. Ruins is our playground. Our gates are unlocked, and we are underway here in map #1.
I think another thing to keep in mind as we get into this opening map is Mount Union currently sitting in the bottom seed that'll make it into playoffs. So even just one map win of the 3 can help keep them in the green and in the prospects for that postseason. We are going to see Mount Union coming out on the Rhine Zarya. A little wrecking ball dive action to start things off, and Sparrow pile drives himself right off the side to start us off here on Ilios. Mount Union taking advantage of that misstep, and they're just going to charge forward and pick up the rest of the kills.
And not quite the dive that you want to have in that particular one. I will say, though, there was no splash. The judges did give it a 10, and I love to see that coming in. But it is going to be Mount Union taking that first control point. And, both one of the things that we have here is the fact that this composition is really designed around Brawl. The dive has to get into the backline, and there isn't really a bunch of great hack targets. So Mount Union, if they play their cards correctly in tight, can really get value.
And they're charging forward. They know their win condition, getting aggressive, and immediately just butcher the supports of CCE Blue. It's no sustain, no discord. Makes it so difficult for Blue to do anything right now.
Yeah, it's a good read. It's just a compositional understanding, knowing what your win condition is, as you highlighted, Jeff. And that's going to be now the reset coming in. We're going to see a switch over to Cassidy here by Martis. So a rush composition in return. And all of a sudden, CCE Blue has the advantage. They're going to have a positional gap, although the nano boost applied to the Reinhardt here.
And just charging forward with that. Gets rid of the immortality. Ooh, Pulse sticks the wall, and Rickbig able to find the headshot with the Baptiste. So advantage to Blue as they continue to press forward on their newly swapped composition. One that Billy and I dubbed Ice Cold. Since there was a name change, you can't call it McFlurry anymore. That Kenobi had coined it. Anyway, points aside, it's CCE Blue continuing to press forward. But now there's a Death Blossom out. Defense Matrix gobbles up some of it, but not enough to save Jerry Berry and Martis. And Mount Union have managed to equalize while on the retreat. That kill onto the Chief, though, might just be the nail in the coffin for this engagement.
That is going to be likely the turning point here. And all about stall at this point in time. There's no more members returning. The wall is going to prevent anyone from recontesting from CCE Blue. That being said, that is a 78% objective gained, rather, for Mount Union, I should say. And looking back in, there is the Graviton Surge and Sound Barrier available, so aggression is going to be the name of the game for Mount Union. They need to dodge this Earth Shatter from Sparrow coming in this fight.
Jim patiently wait for the team to get set up as Chief looks to drop that big old Graviton Surge, looping around from the left-hand side from their point of view, chasing him back. Shatter comes out, but it's Sparrow going down mid-Shatter. They don't avoid it, they just plow right through it, take it off the table with a huge frag to open up the fight, and they swarm over the rest of the objective. A couple kills come through the other way, and Herbie invests that self-destruct, buying a little bit more percentage, but the inevitable flip will come through.
The important thing here is how many ultimates do the defense have to, or does Mount Union have to use to kind of clean this fight up? Because as the stagger comes back in, this is going to be more and more deadly. They're going to use the Pulse Bomb and the Graviton Surge in cleanup, but it sticks to shield, so this is quickly turning expensive for Mount Union.
becoming less inevitable. They even have to invest the sound barrier to clean up this fight, throwing everything at the kitchen sink to make sure they can. And Martis throws in the Deadeye, picking up 2 with Cole Cassidy. And I don't believe my eye. What a hold from CCE Blue.
There's that experience from CCE Blue coming into play. They don't give up the objective at any point in that fight, and that means they can continue to stagger. Mount Union's focus fire not close and not clean enough, not on the same targets, allows CCE Blue to reset as a squad, and then it's efficiency with resources, where the Graviton Surge got nothing, the Deadeye got multiple, and this is going to be a reset, or re-attack, rather, from CCE Blue.
Oh, they run right into a massive shatter. The later sound barrier from Jerry Berry, Blizzard, Amp Matrix, the whole kit and caboodle invested into that fight at the 95% mark. No chance for a recontest. No Lucio on the battlefield. A clean finish for CCE Blue to take a round of ruins.
And yeah, once the point flipped back in their favor, they never gave it up, and that's going to be the round over to Mount Union. That being said, we have to consider the fact that Mount Union is close in these fights. These aren't runaway, it wasn't a runaway round for CCE Blue. And that just spells, I think, a really important thing for the rest of this series, in that there is still a very good chance here for the upset potential, in this map.
They got to beat this May Cassidy comp, though. That's something they were unable to do. They won the match against the Dive comp, and that's where they found all their engagement victories. Not once were they able to beat CCE Blue once they made the swaps.
It's all about focus fire, though, because that was that one fight where they nearly had the turnover, but they just couldn't quite get those last 2 members right. A little bit more efficiency, especially with those combo plays. The Graviton Surge Pulse Bomb, we saw get 0 value, so we need to see a little bit cleaner from Mount Union here in round number 2.
And they're going to go over to a May alongside the Reaper. Bringing out the Edgelord with those dual Hellfire Shotgun, trying to burn down the front line. Give the edge to AJ Mann in the Reinhardt duel as they go shield to shield, hammer to hammer. Ice walls up, and it's a bit of tiny Overwatch on the battlefield. CCE Blue going to try to kite around the center tower, and they do so successfully. Getting AJ Mann as they try to pursue, overstepping the bounds. Reinhardt now off the battlefield for Mount Union. They're still trying to press the issue. Polar looking to get in, see if they can equalize, but they got a Wraith form out of there. And CCE Blue, they don't budge. They back off just enough. Beautiful disengage, beautiful kiting, and they put in the hurt while they're doing it.
Excellently done there. It's the right order of operations, if you will, in this composition. Focus out the main tank. Once that's done, you can get the cleanup crew in play. So, CCE Blue remain unconvinced at Mount Union's efficacy on this rush composition, May notwithstanding. And it's back to the drawing board for Mount Union, as CCE Blue will tick up early. And speaking of ticking up early, it is the ultimates for the tank line that is coming in play here from our squad in the blue. And Mount Union really has to walk, a careful line here as they try and apply this amplification matrix.
Yeah, OCD is happy with Team Blue and the color blue. And look at the lead that Sparrow had, but that shattered. Last gets blocked. Chief going to respond with the Graviton Surge, but the Amp Matrix is there on the other side. They managed to work through it. Double damage did allow CCE Blue to pick up a couple of kills of their own, but very important frags from Mount Union, and they got the edge. They just need to get a cleanup on the back of this fight. There's no Lucio, there's no Reinhardt on the other side.
It is still taking over, and this is going to be a long stall for CCE Blue's Self-Destruct is available here to just keep it running.
And if Martis, is going to get the Deadeye off, there's bubbles and shields all in the way. Nothing getting through there. Blizzard comes out from Phrase to try to close it out, but Sparrow has returned, and CCE Blue continue. That self-destruct you talked about, it managed to get one. Duncan's going to follow up with another, and Blue continue to be incredibly difficult to dislodge off the objective.
And it's a little unfortunate for Mount Union, as the Chief OW almost had a second Graviton Surge in the boundary of that fight. Unfortunately, be taken out by the self-destruct as at the end of that skirmish. So now CCE Blue are in last fight territory, and they had the Blizzard to shut it all down. And of course, the amplification matrix is a really tough site to be walking into.
And no Diva from Mount Union. I mean, this could pretty much be a free Blizzard over the top. Only the Immortality field to try to keep him alive through it. If Duncan lands a big one, of course, Mount Union want to stay grouped up. The barrage right there on the balcony. That is a dangerous place to sit as it's raining rockets from above. Triple kill picked up by Polar to open the fight. It's exactly what Mount Union needs.
A little bit of a tough exit, though, as players go down. So Mount Union are not going to be back to full fighting force. In the immediacy of CCE Blue returning, the Resurrect does come in. You know, you have to kind of say that CCE Blue only have to win one fight, and Mount Union has to be clean with the execution on these resources. This is the turning point of this fight. If the Graviton Surge can get value, if the Shatter can get value as well.
Shatter gets nothing. Graviton Surge finds a couple, but Jerryberry, it was the Matrix coming out on the other side. I thought I heard something coming through, but alas, my ears deceive me, and Mount Union are able to clean up in the back of the fight. Great Graviton Surge.
Still very expensive, though, right? That's 3 ultimates that you have to commit, and CCE Blue didn't have to use anything. So this is a case of just fighting all your resources to, you know, bring to one ultimate fight to close out the map. That headshot's going to slow things down, though. The Mount Union, off the back of Phrase, are going to find a small window of breathing room, allowing Polar to actually get up to this barrage as well. Both DPS ultimates online for Mount Union. They need to use it to put pressure and not allow CCE Blue in for free.
You could see Polar waiting, stalking, has them all barrage over the top again. The balcony is just too dangerous for Blue to touch. That's a quad now. 7 kills picked up for Polar with 2 barrages. Oh, beautifully done. It's exactly what they needed.
That's perfect. That is exactly, as you said, the play that needed to happen. The most efficient play that comes in from that ultimate is a fight win off the back of the barrage. Now CCE Blue are in an awkward position where they have to pass through a choke point that can easily be shut down by the Dragon Strike. And CCE Blue are in the unenviable position of losing members on the entry. This is disastrous.
Duncan's been holding and has not had an opportunity to throw that at all, trying to take it into Overwatch 2 with them, and it's been a lot on the back of Polar and some just great picks coming out from Polar and Phrase. Unfortunately, Phrase is off the battlefield now. Never mind, there's the res. Get the bow and arrow, get the archer right back into this fight, while Polar picks up a pair. The DPS duo from Mount Union continue to do work.
This has been a clinic in terms of clean up, and that's going to be Jerryberry taken out. The Blizzard finally activated, but no one around to find value with it. And all
by the time it comes out, yeah, there's only 2 players left. Overtime is what's going to burn. We're headed to round 3. We're headed to the well, Lafon.
We said that this needed to be the composition that Mount Union had to respond to. Not only do they respond to it, they do it in style. Polar coming in with some clutch pickups on the barrage. And I mean, this is a case where this composition revolves around your win condition being fighting over the objective. CCE Blue never get there. And so your win condition is removed rather masterfully, I must say, by Mount Union. We do head to well, and it is going to be a return to the dive composition, which did not find much success in round number 1. Mount Union trying to prevent it from happening again.
To be fair, there's a lot more room for a dive comp to work on the well than there is on Ruins. A lot more avenues to pounce on, a lot more ways to set up with the surrounding high ground. As you can see from here, you got the high ground at the bottom right of your screen, that high ground surrounding the windmill itself. I'm curious to see how they choose to set up and if they can work around these manual hacks coming out of Duncan. You can see Sparrow already getting really aggressive, just hiding, waiting in the wings. Comes out to pounce, but speaking of wings, Polar and Kyoba just take to the sky. Able to avoid the wrecking ball for now. And they're going to send Sparrow back, and with 71 health left, Sparrow manages to get out alive, just barely the fun.
Yeah, I will say that this composition here does not really have a target to kind of focus down, right? Look at all the damage that's coming through from the Pharah as Duncan WE already at 1 HP, basically taken out of the fight.
And immediately, first cap goes over to Mount Union, and Sparrow's in trouble. Duncan sitting at 1 health. I mean, you've only got, some cookies and heal orb to work with. And it's just not enough to top off everybody in time. They have to fall back and wait. Now, Sparrow does manage to get 1 pick, and the res off the table immediately prior. Sparrow finds another. All right, so coming back in, the Wrecking Ball giving some signs of life to CCE Blue. First time we've seen on this comp. Fortunately, Sparrow doesn't last long. We've got a little bit of room for Blue to move into Cage and try to find somebody to hack down and focus down, but like you mentioned, just so difficult. They're not really finding the targets they need.
You'd like to see CCE Blue go for a play with this Transcendence. As I say it, they do so, but they're losing members fast.
They're lucky that Concussion Blast didn't send 2 into the well. Here comes the barrage again, and Polar once again finds 3 kills with it. I'm keeping track. That's 10 so far this map with barrage.
That is going to be the reset coming in for CCE Blue. Critically, it has been Mount Union, sort of a reverse of point 1, keeping control of the objective while these skirmishes go down. And CCE Blue are not finding value with these resources. Duncan, one of the players on the, one of the players on a hero that requires a fast build, the ultimate only up to 82%. And you need this to be a little bit quicker because it is a win condition in and of itself.
And then at 82%, they throw it away. Duncan goes over to the Soldier 76 to try to counter the Pharmacy in the Sky. I don't know that I agree with that. We'll see if it works out. I mean, you get that hit scan advantage. Sparrow coming in with a big slam, and Herbie's able to gobble up Fraze's dragons. But Fraze doesn't need him to find kills, just drops an arrow right between the eyes of Duncan, follows up with another one on a Martist as well. Fraze takes out both DPS single-handedly, no ult needed.
Yeah, that was the combo denied, and the kill still there. So definitely, in all sense, this has been a reverse of that first objective. That is a pick off onto Fraze as Self-Destruct tries to find value, and actually going for the Resurrect gets denied there. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I mean, AJ Man and a tier 3 sub, almost screwed that one up, still managed to stay in this fight. I say that, the Baptiste goes down. Rigpig doing work on this Zenyatta, now dropping a Transcendence just to keep this overtime wick burning. Has been the hopes and dreams of CCE Blue on this opening map. Martis finds one, but Fraze equally immediately responds, rather. And this is quite the broken fight. Finally, reinforcements showing up for CCE Blue. Big props to Rigpig for keeping this one alive.
That is all off the back of the flex support there for sure. Gets a couple eliminations, then uses the Transcendence to stabilize as well. And that is enough, barely though, for CCE Blue to get back on the objective. That being said, Man Union at that last fight territory, and they have those resources. Rigpig being forced to, all else being equal, this Graviton Surge should be the win, right? If the Transcendence not being built fast enough, of course, you got both DPS ultimates to clean up if needed.
The Pulse isn't going to do it, although it does some good damage to Chief. Nice immortality, and the follow-up is there. So that one gets shut down real quick. Very prompt response. Blue just quick on the trigger. I'm still looking at Polar. Polar has been monstrous with these barrages. That alone might be the fight winner for Mount Union once they regroup.
And they take down Sparrow as well, right? So this is not out of the woods yet. You can see, looking for this aggressive play, Zarya just walking in has to force forces the front line back.
And managing to build closer and closer to that Graviton Surge, which would be a perfect coupling for the barrage. For the Dragons, once Fraze gets back into this fight. Sparrow trying to put the pressure on the Reinhardt. Oh no! Chief goes down with the barrage. That's not going to be the one to do it. Great shots from Duncan. Although it's still going the other way. Barrage finds a measly one kill this time, LaFon. But there's the directs right in on top of the Graviton Surge. Mines were out and prevented some follow-up. This has gone down to, what is a 2v1 on this objective right now?
Oh, and now Mount Union has put themselves in a very precarious position. They used resources in a fight they thought they could win, lost, and now are headed into last fight territory with not much left available. CCE Blue have control of the objective. They have the Dragon Strike again for that choke point, and if necessary, they're going to use it early, just prevent anyone from walking into this main area.
It's good touches there from AJ Man getting onto the point, and Dragons come out from Mount Union as well, buying a little bit of space for the reinforcements to back up their main tank. Self-destruct on the point. They're going to be in trouble. AJ Man's going to go down. They turn around and immediately get shot in the back. Rez does come through. That was risky, and Kyelby eventually goes down after the initial damage. Oh no, it started off so good for Mount Union, but they're just not able to close it out in the very end. They had a 99-0 lead. Your number 1 seed, CCE Blue, bring it all the way back to take map 1.
And in the 2 rounds that CCE Blue have won, they did it in a comeback fashion. It was, of course, on Ruins, where they took 78% to flip the point over. And then again here on the 3rd point, there was a 99% that they flipped over in their favor. We have a match in our hands nonetheless, as this went all the way. The distance was met, so we get to see what the difference will be in map number 2, Jeff, because here, I mean, this is the difference of a team in the clutch, really. In those closeout moments where you need your team to perform, CCE Blue was there. I think Rigpig specifically comes to mind in a big way, saving out that fight almost single-handedly that kept them in this map.
It had 20,000 healing to boot, as you saw on the card there. Rigpig, right now, his name written down, big old star next to him, because that's my front runner for player of the match. I know it's early. We still got 2 more maps to go. Speaking of, our next map will be Eichenwalde. We're getting a little intermission. Get that set up. We'll see you back here for map 2 in just a moment. Well, CCE Blue ended up taking map 1, but a heck of a showing from Mount Union on the other side. We talked about at the top of the broadcast, they've only been able to beat teams that are beneath them. Man, that was a great performance against the number 1s.
And, this now has to ask the question, even if they don't take the series, taking a map here suddenly becomes a lot more realistic, and more critically, if they can take a map off the number 1 seed, it starts to put you in a little bit of a better conversation for that playoffs, threshold, because again, it's really map differential that's keeping Mount Union in the hunt right now.
Only by 2 at that. 2 map wins separate them from the red. And Arcadia Knights, the team directly beneath them, did lose their match earlier today, the one we just saw prior to this, but they were able to take a map win. So I think it is important, and like you say, becoming a lot more of a real possibility as we head into map 2, which will be Eichenwalde. We're headed to Germany for our hybrid map on the day. It's a fixed map pool all day long.
Yeah, this is indeed going to be an interesting, case study in how the adaptation from Control to other map types kind of comes into play, though, right? Because we talk about the fact that this becomes a possibility, but it must be said that it's a much more linear style of play on Control in terms of how you approach the objective. So I'm looking for those lessons learned in map number 1 to try and be applied to map number 2 and beyond. Specifically, playing around the objective, we saw a little bit of loss of control, pun intended, as there was no control gained on the sort of the objective points in Ilios. So for Mount Union, who have now shifted over to the side in blue, we do have to see, is that going to be a little bit of a recovery from their initial showing on map 1?
And bringing out the double main tank composition. But I think importantly, they're keeping the pharmacies. You see the rockets just pummeling the spawn doors right out of the gate, looking to build up some 12% to that vein.
Yeah, pretty decent. It's about 2 rockets hit, so not a bad difference. Actually, that's just going to be a straight-up brawl opening, and Polar 55 at this point.
God, that is a wicked fast build. Nowhere else in the lobby is even close. 87 picks up a kill on a Martis along the way, and Polar has been outstanding with these barrages. Now it's online and ready to go. A mere 28 seconds into our match. +2 over to Mount Union right now on their defense. Increase it to 3.
And you're doing something absolutely right, not just when you build it quickly, but when you build it ahead of everyone in the lobby, including the main supports, as Wolf Raider did not get the amplification matrix online until after Polar. So that is a big margin for the DPS. And I don't know that that CCE Blue has clogged with the barrages available.
It looks like Polar's right above. There it is again. That's 4 for Polar. Holy cow. Oh, Polar making a great what's what I'm looking for? A great case. Excuse me. My brain just froze for a second. For player of the week, even off of a losing team right now.
That is pretty spectacular, actually, from in play. So we do actually have a substitute to be highlighted as well. Wolf Raider comes in instead of Brigpig. So that is another player to keep an eye on in this particular instance. Aside from that, Mount Union still putting so much pressure, 50% on the barrage. It was just used like seconds ago.
Oh my goodness. And there's no sign of slowing down at all. Right over the top of CCE Blues, they try to path their way onto the objective. They do make their way onto the point, and now it's up to Mount Union to dislodge them. Shatter comes through from Sparrow, opening up the kills, but Dragon's out, and the second barrage hits the battlefield this time. For the first time, it gets shut down. The DM there, Martis, right there with the shots, and the point gets picked up. The tanks don't step onto the objective, LaFawn. That hurts my soul.
It really does, and that's a fight that, Mount Union won, right? But again, the name of the game is not winning fights, it's about containing the objective, and Mount Union does not do that, so they need to turn tail and dodge here. As if they can stay alive, there is still recontest available at the gates, but they need to stay standing, and so far they've done a pretty decent job of escaping from pressure. CCE Blue, they're going to have both support ultimates. It's all about pressure here. Mount Union have the high ground and an amplification matrix.
Irby's going to go try to steal that high ground back. Immediately gets the kill on a phrase, and now is within striking distance of Polar with that extra boost. Can't deny res, though. Kyoba just sneaks up there and gets Phrase battle, while CCE Blue trying to sneak in from underneath. They're pushing up. Phrase is putting a lot of damage down, but drops right in the line of fire. Somehow, Phrase doesn't get burned and just tucks tail and runs for their life. It's a bit of a smash going on up there. Everybody just slamming into each other into that high ground. With dust settles, it's Mount Union coming out on top.
And in all that chaos, I have to say that, we talked about the double main tank being kind of the situation. I don't think that's accurate. I think we have a single main tank in the Orisa, and then AJ Man is playing just Pin Simulator 2021, because that was pretty funny to see the castle, the Reinhardt running through castle with the lockdown onto Cassidy. So CCE Blue back to the drawing board again. They're trying to force that issue, but Mount Union not really giving them a ton of space here.
No, and I like this a little bit closer hold that they're putting up. Moving around to the left-hand side, CCE Blue make their way back up to the high ground once again. Jerryberry gets caught in that dragon. Ow! You just stepped into the tail of the dragons, Jerryberry. Got anxious. Sound barrier was used somewhere in that and may have gotten interrupted because I didn't see any shields pop up. And Polar's barrage, far more successful this time. It's another 3K Polar. All I'm reading in the kill feed right now.
And I have to be a little bit apologetic on behalf of Martis, right? The Cassidy is a single person tried to play up against the pocketed Pharah. A 2v1 for all intents and purposes. So this hit scan has not had the easiest time shutting down, this projectile threat. And again, you need to kind of put a little bit more pressure onto Polar and slow the game down a lot more. Mount Union are getting away with literally everything they want to at this point.
Oh, beautiful haul. A lot of damage coming through, and the rocket's on it to boot. And it's Polar opening up again with another double kill. Almost has barrage online yet again. We'll be looking at the fourth barrage of this map.
Sparrow?
Oh my goodness.
That was a shatter by Sparrow in close with half the team taken out. So,
oh no.
This has got to be a change, I'm guessing. Yep. In fact, it's going to be going over to the Winston. So, hoping for an elimination, a lucky elimination. Not finding it. It's going to be the dive composition here from CCE Blue. Trying to play up quickly. This makes a lot of sense because time is running out. This is basically the last moment you do get to switch. And so for CCE Blue, they're going to have to get a clean engage again, though. Polar, barrage online.
And this time finds two. Oh my goodness. There's the third. Does that count under yourself? Is that? I don't think I'm gonna make a takedown.
At a certain point, when you're not getting noticed, it must, right?
By my count, we're at 19 barrage kills coming out of Polar on the day. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, and this is a stat line that just Pharahs in general will be proud of. Not to mention one in a coordinated environment such as this. So. Impressive stuff. Supercharger available as well, and that's going to mean that a double damage throughput here for Polar in this later fight. Okay, well, that's one way to get rid of them.
Yeah, just throw a nuke up in the air. Kirby finds both. The before CCE Blue managed to make their way up into the small room, but that's still a Reinhardt and a Orisa you have to take down in this tiny corridor. Success a little bit as Martis takes down AJ Man, and the rest start to fall on the back of that initial pick. Well, initial pick when it was in the 6v4.
I feel for Wolf Raider here. This has been a very aggressive front line, and apparently limits have not been found as Polar gets a DMEC as well. Paying dividends for the reset, and they get the Primal Rage on top of that. Mount Union are really happy with how this tail end of this fight is turning out.
There's a lot of stuff invested in.
Dragon Strike. Oh, actually, Phrase plays this carefully. You can get the kill up the Tracer. Yep, there
done.
It is.
Done. What a call, Afon. Looking into that crystal orb and reading that one beautifully. Now the supercharger out. Now you needed a good spot, but oh no, Chief is not. It's Duncan coming through big, pushing this thing home, battering down the door in the overtime.
That might be just the most amusing sequence of events I've seen in quite some time. The Dragon Strike to take down the Tracer. Then the duplicate to charge 3 people off the objective, including Duncan QWE. So, you take him where you can get him, and that's going to be point 2 gained. But, I mean, Mount Union still have worked a ton of time off this clock. 1:08 left as CCE Blue try to work third.
Not a lot of time. It's going to be so difficult to get around this corner. Hey, look at that Polar with yet another barrage. See if they can find the same success. Tracer in the back gets flashbang, has to recall out. Looking for somewhere to drop this pulse. Has eyes on Cassidy. Another pulse bomb lands the stick. Nice long distance, but an even better immortality field. And Polar has time to drop the barrage. Taken out 2 if you include the DMEC. 3 if you include themselves. Should be enough for them to stabilize.
That is going to be in 38 seconds left. Now you're in that last fight, and CCE Blue have kind of run out of resources. They're only going to have the Primal Rage to work with here. Not a ultimate to kind of sneeze at, but again, Focus Fire can take that 1,000 HP pretty quickly. So Mount Union are going to try play, slow it down, get this Amplification Matrix to defend. CCE Blue, though, don't have a lot of time left.
No, they do not. They're going to go ahead and drop the Primal early. It's a nice anti and immortality field out. AJ Man still can't survive. Steps outside of the ramp. Rez does come through, but it costs them their life. And the nice self-destruct in the back does the rest of the work. AJ Man will buy a little bit of time, perhaps get some reinforcements back. I don't know if it's going to be enough for them to get a contest in this final moment.
Yeah, we're going to have to, it's going to be Polar who's going to get back. They get
Nice.
the touch.
The Mercy immediately gets burned down. Supercharger is out. And AJ Man has a shatter to come back with. Bubble already used. Oh, no, Chief can't stay alive long enough for AJ to make it into the fight.
I believe that CCE Blue may have taken the term script a little too close to heart, because they're leaving these to the last moment, the theatrics in play. It is the last fight in every single scenario that they get their objective unlocked. So, win condition established, perhaps, as Mount Union has to complete the map. That is all that is required to get back to extra innings, so to speak. That is going to be a difficult task, though, because CCE Blue, when it comes to slowing the game down, has done a rather masterful job, I think, in doing so. Their all-out aggression, perhaps a little wanting, but in terms of slowing the game down and playing to their strengths, has really been the difference in point 2 and 3.
Ready for battle.
That can be so tough to do, even just to recognize, like, hey, this tempo is not suiting our style. And look at this, coming out with the May, with the Cassidy, this is going to slow it down even more.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
The speaking of that tempo, to go back to that point for a second, I think the kind of turning point of this map was when they switched that 1 minute 34 on the clock, right? It takes a tough place to say we have ultimates change, right? But CCE Blue recognizing that their win condition was no longer finding value, gets over to the dive composition. So I just want to highlight that calmness under pressure, tough thing for a team to do, and so CCE Blue finding that utility in time.
And that cool collective response. I mean, that's why this team is 5-0 right now. This is why this is your #1 seed in the Challengers Yellow Division. Is that excellent discipline and that cool under pressure.
Raze takes a ton of damage there. The Tracer has to be a little bit more cautious, but is going to be able to stabilize here as Mount Union walks up.
Maywall is up. It looks like the supports are blocked. Lucio's trying to get over, but they can't get to AJ in time to get him out, to get him healed. None of the above. AJ caught on the wrong side of the tracks, and this attack's just going to fall apart.
Yeah, it's really the case here is that Mount Union tries to go for a pinch play, right? They have the main line, the main group of their team play through the right-hand side, and then have kind of the flankers play up the left. Unfortunately, CCE Blue walls off that main entry point and just says no entry here, and focuses on the members that got to the point first. So, strong response from CCE Blue, heralds a change for Mount Union. It is going to be the Orisa back in play, as well as the Far Mercy, but look at this. This rush composition playing in close. Scattered out by Fraze, but may not be enough.
Well, the speed is activated and charging forward. CCE Blue now have double damage to work with. And Wolf Raider putting that to great effect. Beautiful assault. Nice blitzkrieg move from Blue.
That's an excellent APM2 on the Baptiste player specifically, right? The heal and damage throughput at simultaneously. Love to see it there from Wolf Raider. So, CCE Blue back to the reset, and that was a 1-ult win. It buys them the Earthshatter again, and I mean, there's a lot of shields online, but they are pretty static in the sense of the Orisa not being able to move them forward. So, Pharaoh really just has to walk forward and take them out.
Oh, another great Maywall, and AJ's in trouble. Frazy's not faring much better. It's a flashbang and a headshot. And it's don't even need an ultimate to win that fight. CCE Blue now pursuing the aggression, finding exit picks.
What I'd like to see here from Mount Union is actually slow this down even further. If they wanted to hit and choke, teams will get impatient, right? They will say, oh, we need to go for a play. In fact, here they are. Just try and isolate this member. That's out, so no pin available. Gotta read the shadows online, though, here from Mount Union.
That was a good scout, because otherwise Sparrow would just have had the backs. Barrage blocked by the wall, and Herbie's able to get a little bit of DM on that as well. Polar does still manage to find one pick after the barrage, but the Shatter's there. The self-destruct in the back takes down a tier 3 sub, and Wolf Raider with yet another Ant Matrix closes the door on this attack.
A bit of a tragedy as well for Fraze, as I believe there was a stick coming in, but the Immortality Field blocked the damage. And instead, it was Fraze who was taken out by their own pulse bomb. So, good read by Wolf Raider. Tragedy striking for the DPS player for Mount Union. As Fraze will switch over to Cassidy. What a nice name Cassidy is, you know?
I like that. I think it's a great choice.
Really
I think it's a
name.
wonderful choice. Yeah. What, you did like Dave Overwatch?
Yeah, it's fun to say, you know? Cole Cassidy.
Cole Cassie, oh, it's a great aim. It's a great aim. Oh, look at this little do-si-dos, both Reinhardt's circle clockwise. Sparrow finally gets back. With the sound barrier drop to try to keep them all alive, as desperately low as they were. Shatter comes down, and that's 5. Laid out flat. Barrage over the top to Hope. Clean up the kills. Great play from AJ, and in the dwindling seconds, Mount Union finally cap pointing. I also want to recognize the fact that AJ lands at Shatter despite being booped back by Jerry Berry. So in the air, found some hang time. Still lands the hammer down to get that Shatter to completion. And CCE Blue thought they had the hold on point A. Mount Union begs to differ as we are now headed to the second phase. So just coming in as CCE Blue goes over the dive here, Jeff. But you can see Polar, this is their playground as the rockets continue to rain from afar and put pressure on this backline. I mean, CCE Blue were trying to get up there and just had to hold off and wait. Now still muscling through despite the just plethora of rockets being poured down. The salvo of Justice now ready to go once again, but AJ Man has fallen. So I'd like to see Polar just kind of fall back. Might be looking for it with Herbie getting in their face, and now the Blizzard out down low. Barrage still comes out. Oh, he might with that one back, Polar. Yeah, that's going to be... I mean, it's 1, so we can add it to the counter. It's not going to be much percentage gained, but hey, in terms of Justice kills found, +1. Marked, noted. CC Blue, though, I mean, that was fairly cheap, just the Blizzard. I think Duncan's actually going to switch over now, too, as they went off the map. Yeah, it's going to be the Echo. So all-out dive here, just playing pressure as their team engages and finds Kayoba. Oh, what an important opening pick. Polar now does not have their best friend, Buddy. But a lot of space given up here. Mount Union happy to take it. They're going to go ahead and just try to hold the corner of the bridge. Have a Deadeye to work with it. That's a nanoed Sparrow in the face of your backline. It's Tier 3 subs in a lot of trouble. Is able to leap out of there? Nope. Sparrow can jump too. Gets up to that high ground. Balls it up with a kill onto AJ Man as well. Beautiful Primal Rage coming out of Sparrow. Picks up 3 before it's all said and done. And yeah, I mean, it gives up a little bit of space, sure, on the cart, but it actually makes it a little bit more difficult for Mount Union to walk back in. Because now you can see the... Sparrow. Oh, no. Oh, no! Oh, no! I guess from bad to worse for Sparrow. Oh, but hey, Herbie may be able to bail out this fight with a well-played self-destruct. We'll find too, but you still have to deal with Polar. Polar is able to pick up a pair of their own. And without Sparrow, CCE Blue kind of hunting for answers right now. They do have a Pulse Bomb here if Martis tries to play aggressively, right? But still a difficult ask without your engaged potential of the Winston and Duncan taking so much spam here, especially as Phrase walks in uncontested. Ooh! Oh, one more might do it. Jerry Berry's able to make it up. Barrage comes out. Martis goes down. Phrase just takes down the Tether instead. Fine, can't kill the Echo. Kill the Mercy. Turn your attention onto the Winston. Take them out too. Why not? And I think Duncan's trying to go for the Mega Health Pack in the castle. We'll find it, but time is sort of dwindling here as I don't believe anyone can even contest, so it'll be point 3 unlocked. And very similar time banks here on this third phase for our two squads as a minute 20 and Phrase picks it up early with an elimination as Duncan was trying to get back to the team. I was thinking, I was feeling a little deja vu here. As they bust down the doors, 2 quick kills, and the Shatter down with the Reinhardt off the battlefield. Even the quick little time it took to res was enough time for AJ Man to find the opening they needed to throw down the hammer. I think critically here, in terms of the closeout, is that there's a minute left, so this is going to be the last fight. But Mount Union has the Supercharger and the Deadeye, right? This can put a lot of pressure, and if these picks get taken down, then, I mean, CC or Blue are fighting at a disadvantage here as the Amplification Matrix is applied on the card. Oh, the Pulse Bomb's gonna interrupt Deadeye! Phrase turns just in time to see their assassin before getting blown to smithereens. You still have Polar up here with that extra 50% from the war drums of the Chief Overwatch, and the barrage is unleashed! This one picking up 2 after taking out the Immortality Field, and Mount Union looking real good to take this hang home. They will find the throne on Eichenwald. Little flash kill to finish things off. Mount Union, they got a 20-second advantage here, LaFon. That is impressive as both teams count up an extra minute. You got CCE Blue to a minute flat. And again, that ultimate advantage was so critical in that third phase, right? You just have so many resources. And CCE Blue never got a true fight going, so it's a staggered recontest. And I mean, we know how
efficient Supercharger is, right, in those mid fights. So consider that when you already have a person advantage, it's even more deadly in those straights.
And just a reminder, if you're just joining us, Mount Union are your 8th seed. CCE Blue undefeated, 5-0. And right now, they're the ones who have to go on the attack first because it took them till overtime to finish this map.
Yep. We're going to see a little change here as Phrase goes over to the Bastion. So, I mean, you get past Polar, who really ran riot with the rockets in the first round. You still have to deal with the steady but consistent damage of Phrase, and behind the shield of an Orisa nonetheless is the Chief OW. Is sitting in the backline. Man, that is such a ridiculous name. I love it.
Just a little note. A Ant Matrix with a Bastion shooting through it. That's 900 DPS. Not counting a Supercharger. Not counting a damage boost from the Mercy.
Well, I suppose we could discount Mercy because it'll be on Polar, so...
Fair. I was just throwing out all the damage possibilities, but you're right. That one's not practical.
It's
You're
not
100% correct.
It's arguably worse because you have to pay attention to a different angle while the boosted Bastion is putting damage in play, right?
True.
This reminds me of Shades of 2018 with the Bastion on the high ground, but Polar taken out early. Resurrect has to be committed.
Indeed does get that off despite Sparrow in the back trying to disrupt it. And Phrase, there it is. By the way, there's a Bastion on the battlefield. Duncan just found that out, staring on the business end of this Gatling gun. Now Jerry Berry sticks their nose out into a dangerous spot. And CC Blue are struggling to find an opening here. Irby was looking for a way to get up there, but Blue are doing a great job. Sparrow does find the opening needed, as does Wolf Raider. There's no more tanks. There's no more shielding left.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty big. Polar still continue to put pressure in the back line, and the Resurrect will be applied to the Chief here. So, last second of play as the overtime will be contested.
Discord order on to Phrase. They're trying to pressure it down, but Phrase is having none of it. Takes care of the Monk, takes care of the Archer. Now follows it up with a kill onto Grandma as well. All the nicknames coming out, and Phrase is just taking names. There goes Hammond. Now an A-Matrix up. There's that 900 DPS I was talking about. Does get the damage boost from the Mercy, ironically enough. And that's a full hold. No ticks given. Mount Union will get at least a draw out of this map.
And, I mean, considering how we have to talk about how their attack just put pressure in those early, in the moments where they won, it was all off the back of the Pharah. I do not foresee Mount Union going over to that rush composition with Polar starting off on the Reaper. It did not find value, right? CCE Blue were able to slow it down with the Mei in those stages where the rush kind of was trying to play mirror. So with Polar, I would assume starting off on the far early, you got to say that the first fight Polar was on this character, that was immediately where Mount Union started to find success.
Blue now going on the defense. They are going to stick with that Mei composition, try to keep things slow. Polar looks to be sticking with the Far. I wouldn't expect that to change. There's still time to change their mind, but this composition has worked really well, and Mountain Union seem to have figured that out.
And I think more critically is that CCE Blue hasn't found a response to it, right? This has not been a composition that has really... The fights that CCE Blue win are not because they're dealing with Polar. It's more along the lines of Polar just not getting to the team fast enough to help with the cleanup, right? So that's where CCE Blue has sort of won fights. And I think, with that fact being the case, Mount Union are suddenly in a position where taking a map off the #1 seed seems almost inevitable.
Well, they've only got, maybe 2 attacks to make it happen? Maybe 1.5 if it's as slow as CCE Blue hopes it is. You stick with the... what we'll call the main tank plus the pin simulator. I liked that one a lot. Although it is AJ Man leading the charge here from the front. Nice dodge of the wall. And they get an early DMAC. Phrase finds the kill on Artist as well. Polar picks up 1. And make that 3 for Polar. An outstanding performance. And we are going to be tied up heading into map 3. Mount Union have managed to take a map off of the #1 seed. Now an opportunity to take the series.
And this would be an upset in every sense of the word. We do have a play of the game from Polar as this will be our highlight. There's no surprise here.
No.
I think at this point, Polar has kind of cemented themselves, regardless of the outcome of the series, as the player of this match. Just completely not only not dealt with by the opposition, but continue to take space and aggression 43%.
God.
That squad, that combo, the Farm Mercy, was worth just under half of all damage and eliminations of their squad. That is unbelievable.
30,000 damage. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to let y'all soak in that number while we head to intermission. Polar, outstanding performance. Oh my God, 30,000 damage. We'll see you back here in a minute. What a turnaround from Mount Union. They've come back up and tied the series against the number 1 seed after another phenomenal performance from Polar as well as the rest of the squad. We're headed to the deciding map 3. It's going to be Rialto.
Yeah. We do have 2 subs stepping in for CCE Blue as well. So Rick coming back in on the support line. Spackle's making their first appearance in the DPS slot here. So 2 substitute players coming in. I feel like this is this composition that we have to talk about. We have to reference it. It's Farah. We're headed to Rialto, map number 3. There's a lot of aerial cover here. So Farah has made a name for, this map has had a lot of Farah play in the past, even when it was considered ill-advised to run a Farah. So you have to consider that Polar is quite happy with this map 3rd.
And, no changes coming through from Mount Union. No substitutions whatsoever. They found something that worked. They are sticking with it. Wouldn't surprise me to see that same exact composition come out with the Orisa and the Reinhardt. It served them well. And another great home on Rialto this is great for Orisa.
I will say that it is already looking immediately, though, that CCE Blue has understood where the pressure point lies for Mount Union. And it's tried to apply pressure to said area, as it's double hit scan with a pocket right in the initial phase of setup. And I doubt there's good. Sometimes we talk about, worrying about the attacker spawn, their selections. I have a strong suspicion that nothing's going to change as they walk out the door.
No, this seems built to deal with Polar in every aspect. Every single one of these players can have an impact on taking out that Farah. We'll see if Polar can fare as well. As the gates are open, map 3 is underway. Big potential for an upset here if Mount Union can take this 3rd and final map.
In all honesty, I would actually like to see Brick Pick go over to the Zen, because that's another pressure point that you can worry about. And this front line does not actually need that much healing. But with that being said, that's 2 off the map early. CCE Blue, picking up where they left off in the sense that they're just losing members.
And I just want to point out the tier 3 sub. Getting the dominant kill over Rig Pig, who is going to go ahead and swap over to that Zenyatta.
Yeah, it's a better pick here, right? The front line should not need to be healed that much, so you actually need the Discord Orb here for the small moments when Polar is in view. We're going to see another switch to his Martis goes over to the Tracer as well. So No Cassidy left. And this is a little bit more interesting a look, and I don't necessarily think it has much in terms of resolution for Polar.
Ooh, no, they're trying to just avoid Polar, but with great halts like that coming out of Chief, even Sparrow on the Wrecking Ball eats a ton of damage, and Polar's already 2/3 to their first barrage. Sparrow trying to go around to the back to open things up alongside Martist, but so far, Mount Union have been able to weather the storm. They are going to go and drop off the high ground, hold corner, drop some dragons down, and try to chase out the supports. AJ Man picks up that kill on the Spackles along the way. Does have a Discord, needs some damage, has to shield up and kind of retreat back to the corner. The defense is happy to do so.
This is a, sort of a war of attrition. Who's going to lose the members fastest? And right now, CCE Blue's on the back foot in that regard. However, I mean, Mount Union are slowly giving up space into the open area.
And that's exactly when their comp is going to look less powerful, as Blue will have a lot of room to work once we get into this courtyard area. Now, I will say there's some resources online ready to go. You can see them start to pour onto the battlefield. The Matrix to start. The Justice comes out, but, Polar gets a 1-for-1 trade along with the Mech Verbi.
Oh, the fire strike through the window! Oh, the Matrix is there. It's too much.
Oh, nasty. Nasty. Martist still hurling pulse bombs into this. That was a yeet and a half on that pulse bomb. No way you're bringing that back.
It was definitely ambitious.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. There is, it is going to be about Union again. I mean, they've got Earthshatter. You would expect this to be applied to the backline, actually, most particularly Rigpig and Spackles. And, of course, the Supercharger, which is going to put Polar in such a threatening position. Minefield, not actually doing too much in terms of the front line.
A really good leap from a tier 3 sub, but they're not out of hot water just yet. Muscle forward to stay in the LOS or the of the immortality field, but eventually Kyoba's going to run into those mines. Now that shatter does come through, trying to bring this back. There was no shields to block it, but Polar taken out of the sky by Rigpig, who follows up with another great kill. Rigpig coming in and making an impact already.
My apologies to Sparrow. I called that minefield a little too early. It sections off the front line, and they isolate a tier 3 sub in their basically solo, which means there was no healing for the front line, and CCE Blue came in for the cleanup. So in essence, it was an excellent play from the main tank there to unlock that first objective now for CCE Blue, as Mount Union have arguably the best part of the map now for their composition if they can return to the high ground.
Yeah, they're just going to press the issue up onto the bridge. Polar's able to pick up one, but a nice stick from Martist, and Fraze gets caught in the crossfire. Polar finds another while Martist moves around to the top. And so far, Polar seems to be winning the war of attrition here so far, but it has not been clean. It has not been pretty. Barrage coming out, hoping to close out this fight. With adding in 2 more ticks into that column, they will.
This has become, this is a case of the fight, lose the fight, win the war. Technically, CCE Blue lost this fight, but because of the way the spawn room is, because of the the distance that the respawns have to walk back in for Mount Union, it is actually going to be Mount Union who are forced to retreat first, and the car will continue. The car will continue to move forward. Pardon me, even with these eliminations coming through.
And they still just stubbornly refuse to get on the high ground, which I find a little baffling. Mine's out again, and AJ Man is on the wrong side of him. That's going to be Dragons through an Amp Matrix. That's kind of nasty, but there's a Transcendence there from Rigpig. Once again, the savior of CCE Blue, is they managed to muscle their way around one of the most difficult corners in the entire game. Nice double kill from Martist to close it out.
Yeah, and it's starting to fall apart now for Mount Union, as despite getting a couple of eliminations, it's not enough. Sparrow continue to run right in the back line here is going to mean that Mount Union will have to reset, giving up the strongest point on this map for their composition. Now they have to recede to the second strongest, position for their composition, which is that last part of the third objective. However, I mean, again, this Supercharger can get so much value if you can set it up and have your team, sort of coalesce alongside it.
Good news for Blue is this point isn't nearly as strong for the Pharah, and Martist immediately finds that pick. Out the skies to worry about. Everybody else is bunched up. Now, Fraze does manage to find that kill. 5v5 down, hits the back line. Kyoba in trouble. Has to Valk to get out of there, and it's AJ Man who ends up falling. Fraze answers back.
Yeah, it's a good hold. And I mean,
Yeah.
this is arguably the best thing that Mount Union could have done. Just ignore kind of the front line through. Martis gets a little over aggressive on the Tracer, runs into the Cassidy, into the flashbang of that target, and finally high ground contested by Mount Union means there's so much spam for CCE Blue to walk back in. They're going to shift over to a mirror to Risa. Still, I mean, not having high ground control is going to make it a lot more difficult to just get that free entry damage.
And Martis walks into Phrase once again, who succeeds in landing the flash and the headshot after. Polar now waiting on the other side of the choke with the barrage in hand, ready to go. Now, Red Pig does have this Transcendence, already one monstrous Transcendence to allow Blue to push through the fight. See if they can pick up another one here. Polar waiting for it, just waiting for the call out, waiting for the right time. Oh, and it's Hermie moves up. It's like, nope, sat around too long. Gets scouted out. Transcendence comes in, and Blue's gonna push forward. They're gonna Valk on the back of it as well. Double support ults out, and they're finding value with it. Look at all the assists on that kill from Spackles, who now has a Bob ready to go to take this Cathedral when it's time.
And this is going to be actually really disastrous because Mount Union was retreating as they were losing that fight. They're going to have the unenviable task of walking back in the last moment, and they're just running out of players.
Yeah, Bob ensuring that. I mean, it was a 7v2 on this point. And CCE Blue managed to complete Rialto after a rocky start. Man, once they got that cart running, there was no slowing it down.
I mean, the highlight of this map, really, no matter the flashy play that comes through, was that minefield from Sparrow on that first point. As you said, getting the cart rolling and never really allowing Mount Union to set up any, defense in the end. Sure, it's 57 seconds on the clock, but with how difficult Rialto is to capture, that may as well be, all the time in the world. And now CCE Blue have stabilized their position in terms of taking this series back in their control.
And Mount Union have a tough task ahead of them. I would venture so far as to say the FAR not nearly as good on the offense as on the defense. And so far, indeed, Polar is flashing something a little bit different, something we haven't seen today, though plenty of chances, plenty of seconds for them to change their mind. Let's look at the defense here. We're going to get that double hit scan once again. Rick Pick going back over to the Baptiste.
In the defensive end, I actually prefer the Baptiste to the to the Zen, because this is where you don't set the tempo, you don't set the pressure, right? It's a lot harder on the defensive end of things to kind of play, in the face of the opposition. So the superior heal throughput plus the immortality field can really hide a lot of imperfections or mistakes that your team may have. And so in this particular instance is the correct selection for my mind.
Although I will say the Transcendence might be better against the Genji Blade that will inevitably come out. Immortality Field still does buy you some time to take the Genji down. We'll see if Polar can build up these blades as fast as they build up barrages.
Well, I mean, as of right now, 8%, big ante onto the front line here. Not going to be able to dive in onto this, will Polar be, but it is some pressure given as CCE Blue are forced to retreat just a little bit.
Yeah, still hold on to that high ground. So Mount Union down low. They take down Martis as the Cassidy who dropped down.
Oh,
and here
nice.
comes Polar! Oh man, dashing through three. Just finds a lot of members of CCE Blue caught in that tiny quarter. Sleep onto the back, and Rig Pig is going to have a rude awakening as that's two pulse pistols in the face in the name of an alarm clock.
It was really a moment, though, of waking up just a second before your alarm clock. In this case, that is actually a good thing. As Rig Pig is able to escape for a moment. Herbie gets demacked, and this is a really shoddy recontest. Scrappy, I suppose is the word I'm looking for here from CCE Blue.
Very scrappy indeed. And that's... see a lot of low health bars over there right now. They're even investing the amp into this. Too many casualties there, Rig Pig. That was not the time. Not going to find any value with that one. Blue's still trying to stall it out for as long as they can, of course, buying precious seconds, but not Union cap with a significant bank.
Yeah, this is not only is this they're going to get a significant bank, there's a full reset here because CCE Blue had a couple of members respawn before the objective was unlocked. So they are going to have to back up here. You can see Ray's trying to hunt down that front line, but it is going to be a small reset on CCE Blue's side. They control the high ground this time. Nano Blade available at the ready as Polar hunting for that opportunity.
Takes a lot of damage early, but here comes the Nano. Out comes the Katana. Spackles cuts down immediately. Looking for the Diva. Will get that mech. A beautiful blade, equally as apt with the katana as they are with the rocket launcher. Polar opens up point B.
And that is just a really good combination. That's really swift gameplay from Mount Union, as they're likely to get the second objective without being contested. Sparrow will try and roll through, but a tall order here for this Wrecking Ball.
As difficult as that corner is to take for the offense, I think this is one of the toughest spots to retake as the defense on the back end of this. Minefield used in that vein, but the Supercharger is out from the other side, and 2 kills already lit up, make it 3 as Phrase picks up their second of the engagement. Sparrow eats a big anti-nade and can't stall this one out.
Something along the lines of, there's a PvE objective happening while your team in a PvP setting is getting taken out. That was reminiscent of just that Supercharger. I'd taken that Supercharger down, damn it, and Sparrow's like, not much more value gained, but they will switch over to the Orisa. And I mean, we talk about a minute being, a remarkable time bank. What about 5? Mount Union looking down and saying, this is a pretty decent time bank here for the squad in blue.
They are staring down the barrel of a couple of ults. Cherry Berry's going to go ahead and make a swap over to the Brig and try to stop the 2 dive DPS. Kyoba, the same swap, is the first one to find the kill, but with a tier 3 sub, fall into that self-destruct, it's a lot of the healing gone. That stick is going to get just brushed off by an immortality field coming out of Rig Pig. Raze isn't done, still trying to get in there while Chief manages to bully their way through the front door, and Mount Union are starting to collapse on this defense. Despite the loss of tier 3 sub early in the fight, they are not dissuaded, they just muscle forward with absolute confidence.
This has become from bad to worse now for Mount Union, or for CCE Blue. Spackles will finally end Phrase's reign of terror, but I do not think that's enough.
The Matrix is up and is at least buying a little bit of time. 3 players here for Mount Union with a Supercharger at their back. Make it 4. Polar is in here, and Polar has the katana out once again. Gets the nanos. Tier 3 returns to the fight. And that's Rig Pig gone. No immortality field left. The sustain notably absent from the defense of CCE Blue.
That is going to be the cart rolling in to the final stages. Recall forced here, barring an absolute miracle. There is no contest, and Mount Union, what a statement. 3 minutes, 41 seconds on the clock.
What a gorgeous push. And this just is an insane upset we are witnessing right now, LaFawn. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I can't believe Mount Union are 2-2 with game plan like this.
I would like to call a tack pause here, very calmly stated in the chat. CCE Blue, I mean, they need a solution here.
Yes. There we go.
There it is. Yeah. A solution needs to be found, because this is, at the top of this map, we talked about the fire being sort of the win condition for Mount Union. Suffice to say, I don't think Farah was the issue in that particular regard. Yes, it was a very strong part of the compositional setup that Mount Union brought to the table, no question. But as a squad, there has been a serious reimagining of how they want their composition to work, and it's finding a lot of value.
I'm thoroughly impressed personally, just with the amount of value they're getting. A lot of good presence. I mean, some tier 3 sub and Kyoba doing a great job of enabling AJ Man and Chief to do what they need to do on the front. And the moment you take your eyes off of the DPS line, I mean, it's just so much room to work. Phrase and Polar looked outstanding on the dive DPS, despite not really having a dive comp around them. They're able to work those flanks nicely. Blue are suddenly the ones with the work cut out for them. I never thought I'd be saying that before.
Certainly the case. I want to highlight specifically AJ Man and the Chief of W, though, because this is unconventional tanking at the core of this composition, right? We're sort of conditioned to think that when a Reinhardt's in the field of play, that they're the main tank, kind of the focus point of the squad to kind of rally behind. But in all actuality, AJ Man is not playing a main tank here. It is very much an off-tank brawl sort of character, right? They're kind of on I don't want to say an island, but they're playing out ahead of the squad and doing enough damage that kind of has to be focused down, right? While the DPS continue to put the sort of the threat in the back line, AJ Man's kind of that rogue member who's you have to really pay attention to, but it's not given enough time. And all of that means that the stability of the Orisa on the cart has really put Mount Union in a winning position.
That's such a good point. That's a really great point, because with Chief, the anchor, AJ Man can kind of just run free. you don't have to worry about shielding up your supports behind you. You don't have to worry about push and pull that runs through a Reinhardt's brain. It is all push for AJ, man, and can fearlessly walk forward and hammer building up ult, and not to mention down 85 DPS with each swing of that massive thing.
Yeah, and I think even more critical is that with Kyoba, when the fire compositors play, there isn't a lot of healing for the rest of the squad, right? So there's a combination of just good mechanics from a tier 3 sub, but also an element of the rest of the team not actually taking that much in terms of returned aggression, right? The positioning is good. The strafe game, sort of the in-moment mechanics is good. So across the board, Mount Union, I think, has leveled up tremendously from map number 1 and is, in my mind at least, when we talk about the standings, we absolutely have to when you have a team that was first versus 8th. We said that you expect a team to be in favor in one side. The fact that this game has been as close and in certain senses one-sided on certain rounds as Mount Union has made it look, I think asks some very interesting questions for when we cement our top 8.
Agreed. I mean, the script has been absolutely flipped, if not just shredded and thrown out the window right now. Looking at it on paper, I thought Blue had this in the bag. They hadn't been hardly challenged at all. They barely lost any maps. They lost 2 maps in 5 weeks coming into this. And Mount Union are looking to double that right here, right now. I mean, they have almost quadruple the time.
Ooh, this is interesting.
Close hold Bastion?
Ooh, okay.
All right.
It's bold. They do have the teleporter. Yep.
I like bold. This is Guile, LaFawn. I like Guile.
And they all teleport away. Oh, if they don't scout this teleporter out, they may expect...
This is nasty.
Okay, they're going to recognize the teleporter. So I don't think anyone's going to teleport through. But there is a chance for everyone to teleport behind the target and then just rain down damage. Yep, there it is.
Go! Oh, and Herbie's in trouble. Oh, no. Herbie gets debacked immediately. They get 1 kill. Looking for 2. Don't stick around too long. Teleporter gets destroyed. So that's Polar just kind of stuck in place right now. A little bit of fire to worry about, but, Bastion's made of metal. Just kind of brushes that off. The teleporter gets built back up before any damage comes through.
Kyoba doesn't make it through. That's unfortunate. But, I mean, you've bought... It's the last 15 seconds, and the Bastion's still putting a threat.
And it's going to be double the threat with this Ant Matrix that's about to come out from a tier 3 sub. Not much even close from CCE Blue. Still a little bit away from the DPS ult. Ant Matrix is there. 900 DPS pouring down that small hallway. And a fire strike. Double damage fire strike coming through. Rig Pig eventually able to take the Gatling gun Almec off the battlefield. And it trades back and forth. Res through. You only thought you were done with Polar. Now it's time for second Bastion. Polar is looping around to the high ground. I see that. Yeah, it looks like Polar's heading up to the high ground. Now I'm going to go ahead and drop that tank configuration ult. Lay mortar shells all over the objective. This cart's not even going to make it around the first corner, LaFawn.
Martis has been playing. Martis has been making a little bit of fancy footwork, but that is not enough to stabilize, and that will be the DMAC onto Herbie. The elimination there, 4, and the round 3 complete, 43.13 meters in 3 minutes 41 seconds. One has to say that Mount Union has a colossal amount of time to work this distance.
I mean, they're only 19 seconds shy of the time they walked out with in the first place. And they were able to turn that into 3 points with plenty left. First time they completed point A with, 2 minutes and 30 seconds was still left in the bank when they absolutely completed the objective. This is done and dusted. I mean, it's the way it looks. But hey, you can't count CCE Blue out just yet. We talked about how they're calm, they're collected, they're number 1 seed for a reason. They have to really pull themselves up by their bootstraps now.
Play the realist for a second, though. This would have to be the hold that we've seen that would outdo all other holds we've seen before at NECC. So,
fair enough.
The CCE Blue have it in them. 3 minutes 41, 25 seconds to prepare. There's a lot at stake here.
Oh, you can see them creeping up across the bridge right now, trying to make that full hold. I don't know if I agree with this, LaFawn, because I don't think you have time for a second defense.
You don't. This is for it all. You win this fight, you take a minute off the clock. If you lose it, the map's done.
Oh, what a dangerous spot. You give up such advantageous position as far as just geometrically on the map to try to get this surprise blitzkrieg attack.
They recognize it. They know they're there.
immediately. Took no time at all. They have to charge forward, trying to play fast with a May and a Cassidy. They pick up one, but every kill is so important for Mount Union, and they find Martis right out of the gate. Sure, they suffer a few casualties, but they're going to be back in this fight lickety-split.
Yep. And the cart has actually moved forward while that was happening, so this is going to have to be CC Blue playing the corner now. It has to be perfect from here on out. Only 30 seconds they get off the clock as AJ Man returns to the fray.
And Martis goes to a Tracer just to try to make it back in time. Polar already 55%. You have Sparrow with a Shatter. Could be the thing to slow this back down. Shatter comes in. That's going to find 3, but no! Oh, man. Sparrow gets slept still. The follow-up is there. The Ant Matrix is out. And CCE can take one more breath.
Slowly, the shifts come through. We're going to see some switches coming in. Rig Pick was taken out in that particular instance, right? So has to walk back. Phrase has the Pulse Bomb available, and it could undo everything the defense has worked here if it lands a stick.
For it. What are you going to go for? Got a Tracer there. Wants a support. Looking for that Lucio. Found the Baptiste, but just in that moment, Martis is able to turn around and recognize it. Polar has the blade, though, on the other side. Enhanced by the nano boost, is able to pick up one. Stick comes through. That's going to find another one. Rays in the back, looking for the Baptiste. Ton of damage going down while the Shatter comes through from AJ, man. Landed flat. Mount Union have climbed the impossible hill and take the victory over the #1 seed. CCE Blue no longer undefeated. This is your #8 seed, just really in the victory right now.
We're going to see the highlight here from Martis, but you know, the thing we have to say here is we said that it had to be a map taken by Mount Union to keep themselves in the hunt for that 8th, keep them in the hunt of just staying in the green, right? But in this particular instance, they say, forget the map, we're taking the series as they take the 2-1 victory. Fully masterclass here on Rialto from Mount Union, just absolutely in control of the entire map, really, both offense and defense, to give themselves the eventual victory here and continue to stay in the hunt for that sort of playoffs berth that they're looking for.
Oh yeah, this is a strong case to make it into the postseason. And what a beautiful upset! This is what I'm talking about. This is what collegiate Overwatch is all about. Just being able to turn that around, and with that win, this will at least push them up a little bit. Now we'll have to wait to see the results of Clark University and Purdue Silver as well to see if they have actually moved up out of 8th place. But holy cow, what a statement! What a confidence booster to take down that #1 seed. The standings have now just completely shaken up.
Yeah, and any sort of conversation we could have about which teams to kind of keep an eye out for have to be adjusted as a result as well. And I want to take a moment to focus in on one player specifically because we've sort of upped them the entire match. And I think for good reason. Polar, a striking force, not just in the Pharah, right? There's always that threat when someone plays Pharah so excellently that they are somewhat underserved by some of their other heroes. But the Genji looked excellent as well. It was a big part of Rialto, sort of on the attacking side of things. I think Polar just had a fantastic match here today.
The count ended at 25 barrage kills, by the way, for Polar in 2.5 maps. Only played far on the defense there for Rialto. So, not too shabby, LaFawn, not too shabby.
And I think at the start of the map we have to talk about Ilios. To harken back to there for a moment, because I was a little concerned with how Mount Union was playing in the sense that they weren't able to contest the objective. They never really gained control of the objective, and when it was sort of the cleanup crew time, they lost control fairly easily as well. I asked a question at the end of Ilios. When you step away from a map from a map type that's as linear as control, how does that translate? And I think the answer here has resoundingly been extremely well. They reacted to the mistakes that they were making, reestablished their position on the objective to regain control, and remarkably look, I think, a much stronger team in the later stages of the series.
I think everybody in the Challengers Yellow Division are going to be taking them a lot more seriously here as we come into the waning weeks of our regular season. What an amazing game. I'm just breathless. Polar, absolutely your player of the match. My personal vote for player of the week already. Just throw that one in. I'm signed, delivered. That is my vote for your player of the week. Just my humble caster point of view. There's still 3 more matches coming up today, so plenty of opportunity for somebody else to step up and really shine But that's going to do it for your second match. I'm breathless, LaFon. I cannot believe what we just witnessed. Amazing stuff. What do we got coming up next? Here, let's take a look at our schedule. What do we have for game number 3? Your match number 3 is going to be GV Vikings Black taking on BSC Bobcats VA. Take a short intermission. We're going to get game 3 set up for you, but y'all stick around for more NECC Collegiate Overwatch.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the NECC Overwatch stream here on this fine Thursday. I'm Berkeley Stevens, joined by my good buddy LaFon for this one, who has found a new home in Greece, getting ready for the first map, which is going to be Ilios. Teams competing: Grandview Vikings versus Bryant and Stratton. And they actually just came off the win of the NECC Hometown Series LAN. So, LaFon, this is a Legends Division matchup where one of these teams is a heavy hitter trying to get a very high seed in playoffs. And Grandview Vikings, they're coming in with no real wins to their name so far this season, so it's going to be tough and definitely a proving ground.
Yeah, for for a team that's currently sitting at 0-4, it's a spoiler game, right? You want to play spoiler when you're in this position. You perhaps the chance of making it to that postseason berth is a little lacking. But you can make it really difficult for other teams in sort of the hunt as well. And for BSC, there is still an element of needing to win. They are currently sitting, 3-2. So wins here are still very important. And I think as we get set for Ilios, as you said, I made my home here for the moment. Grandview, it's definitely a case of come out of the gate swinging and just be as annoying as you can be to take this map away from Bryant and Stratton.
You just came off casting an awesome game where it was a big upset for Mount Union over the best team in Challengers Yellow. So this is one of those spoiler games where Grandview could come out swinging. They could have adapted midway through the season and started to find their stride. And this is exactly the same kind of game we pretty much just witnessed. So Grandview is looking to do the exact same thing that Mount Union succeeded at. Mount Union, though, they were carried by their DPS player. Polar popped off for another week. It seems like this guy's always letting up the kill feed. It's going to be someone's tall task on this Grandview team to just do a lot of the grunt work here, probably ending up as one of these DPS players. But in this Legends division, so hard to find space. But right now we do see Cyber just playing very calm, cool, and collected. As Bryant and Stratton just posture for this first dive, they are just going to be hunting the backline of Grandview Black here as they rotate toward the right side of this well. The stun comes out. Jerryman has to roll back and get out of the way there. Cole Caskey just trying to find some safe ground to play on. And right now, Bryant and Stratton just completely zoning out this point, playing this dive so slowly, but still the frontline presence is just so much to overcome. And Everlong opens up this fight with the first pick there, but OBJ has been desuited. It doesn't look like it matters, though, as BSC coming out on top of this first fight.
It was a first fight amplification matrix, but the damage had already been done as BSC come in with a cleanup, and that's an ult-free win, right? Despite the fact that Grandview commits a couple of resources, it's Bryant Stratton who come in with the actual win. And now there's an established win condition here as Slater will have the EMP, the setup and clean through already done. 5 people hacked.
5 people hacked. A massive EMP to open things up there, and Darkrai going down again first in this fight. And the Blossom comes in, but the stun is there, as is the Immortality Field. But still, all this damage just being done so fast as Cyber comes in with the Primal Rage to just capitalize on this deep dive that they've got going for him, all the way pushed up into the Grandview Black spawn.
That was a really clean Primal Rage from Cyber. If there is one complaint I have with how cleanly that fight was won, is that there was a lot of resources committed to that 3 ultimates in a fight that was won off the back of the EMP. That said, there's still the Coalescence here as Grandview tries to return, and I have to say, Guardian's going to have a really hard time finding engage tools with this Sombra online. The hack is such a deadly threat.
Hack is such a deadly threat indeed. Shatter coming through. That is going to put 2 on their backs, and the pin connects to take care of Set. Still, though, it's going to be so tricky to get into this well area, and the Diva Bomb flying in zones everyone on Grandview Black just completely back out of the way. It looks like they were finally starting to mount an attack there, LaFon, but it just got squandered by ultimate after ultimate.
They are going to get the DMAC and the elimination onto Everlong there, as the Deadeye from Jerryman is in play. And Darkrai with a great one clip there to take out OBL in the pilot form means there is an opening for Grandview Black to walk back in. Brian and Stratton have to reset and give some space, but this is last fight territory now for Brian and Stratton.
Brian Stratton already has this beat drop 2 for the final fight, totally prepped in case anything gets awry, and that fully stabilizes all the health bars. The EMP coming in as well, just another over-the-top punch, and they've gotten 3 picks so far as the Diva goes down. Overtime ticks away, and it is 1-0 so far. BSC as they open up so strong here on Well.
That is 3 EMPs in a round. That was 100-0 by Slater. From BSC. So that is a very strong positioning from the Sombra player. Sure, the eliminations weren't, racking up by this particular target, but Slater doing continuous damage, just being a threat in terms of the ultimate battle. Shuts down any amplification matrix at the end, right? The EMP dismisses that ultimate, and so what was an advantage turns into thin air. And BSC take round 1 rather convincingly. Excellent timing to step back, wait for the respawns to come in and reset. No changes as a result for their composition. Grandview Black, making a change up. They're going to run a different off-tank here, the Sigma coming into play, and then a pocketed double hit scan as Cassidy and Widowmaker are on the field.
I like the 2 stuns. I like the 2 shields. This is a great new look for Grandview Black. Guardian was just having such a tough time going around on that Roadhog, being an all battery for Slater the entire round. Speed running through 3 EMPs. OBL already leads off this fight with an opening pick, diving straight into the backline and taking care of the Cassidy Jerryman. And already this team is going to unlock the point and get right back in the face of Grandview Black, all the way going up to spawn. This team just likes to keep the throttle down.
Feel Slater heard my critique of them in terms of the damage throughput and said, all right, I didn't get any final blows. Here they are for. He gets 3 in a row there to unlock it all. So Brian's trying to across the board, very even ultimates, and they're just going to play up aggressively as a squad here. Just prevent Grandview Black from walking back in. Good start here as Cyber gets taken out, so it's a little bit of room to walk in for Grandview Black.
A great opening pick there with the damage boost to help out with the headshot. Taking down the main tank, and already this team doesn't back up too far. They know they've got such a mobile comp that can play so well spread out, and that is how we see this just collapse onto the backline, taking care of the Mercy and the Widowmaker. That is the biggest threat on Grandview Black, and now it's no longer in the fight. The tanks have no other option but to back out, LaFon.
This has just been control in both the space and tempo of the game here. Injustice walking in the backline, sure. Set goes down, so there is a small opening, and the Coalescence committed. They're going to walk it back. BSC bought off a little bit more than they can chew. And GVB going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, BSC, I mean, they do lose a couple in this fight. It should be a take for Grandview Black, but this is a BSC team that can come back in a fight so fast. It's going to be up to Darkrai to just do as much as he possibly can on this Widowmaker. Finding 3 picks so far in this fight, but BSC just come back in with the Lucio comp. They've got the Coalescence. They've got so many ults to burn. As this dive comp nears the end game here, 70% taken. Injustice with some little parkour moves to get up to Darkrai, taking them off the high ground. This team just always keeps their foot on the gas.
Yeah, I think the most impressive part about that fight is that it's the correct order of operations in terms of the resources. Everyone was there to follow up when it was required, and the EMP gets a lot of value. Opia actually getting caught out all by themselves. This is a tragedy for this Reinhardt. Oh, this is sad.
Oh, man. Somebody help this man. Somebody help this man. Taken care of along the right side coast. And BSC already up toward 99%. They've got so many ults to burn. No touch comes in for Grandview Black. And we open things up here at 1-0 on Ilios.
A quick highlight here of this game, a very quick game at that, as that was map 1 already done. 200-0 on this. We barely got to see Ilios before we were sent away. Look at this. Like, I mean, everyone hacked up, self-destruct to deny the shields, and then just the Hellfire shotguns in close. Dodges the hook for extra measure. Just a beautiful play there from our team there. I got to see Ilios for but a moment. I have to say goodbye to it behind me here, as we will be headed into map 2 in a moment. But I mean, that was Berkeley. That was a particularly quick match there.
Yeah, particularly quick is a pretty light way of putting it. I think what BSC did so well in that map was just playing that dive comp in such a split way where if Grandview was able to find 1 or 2 picks leading into a fight, since BSC was holding so far up in that spawn, wouldn't you agree that they just have the mobile comp to back all the way up and get their teammates back by the time any reasonable contest comes through? Even when picks happen, it seems like it was always just a 6 versus 6 fight as BSC just able to hobble out of spawn so fast.
Yeah, no, BSC, one thing that they do an excellent job of is just controlling space, right? They know when to retreat, and then they buy enough space for the respawns to come back in and then return to the aggressive side of the map. And so, yeah, across the board, just understanding how much space you have left and a good read back in, on the play, on the field of play, I suppose, for BSC.
And before we get into a little bit of a break here and go into Eichenwald, LaFon, I just wanted to hear what you have to say as someone who does a lot of coaching and a lot of analysis. How do you go up against a mobile comp like this when you're running a brawl, when you're looking at the next map being Eichenwald? What are going to be some keys to winning map number 2?
Well, one of the things you kind of have to do is continue to play targets that make sense, right? A lot of what happens there is that Slater's able to get a lot of damage on the EMP. If you have a fight win condition every other fight or so, you need to take that out of the question first. And so I think limiting Slater's ability to charge up, the damage that they've been able to bring forward is going to be the first key to victory, I think, for Grandview in map number 2.
Well, we'll see if they're able to do it. Eichenwald in just a few minutes. Chat, don't go anywhere. And we're back. LaFon's got himself a new home. He made the quick jump over to Germany there from Greece, and he is ready to rumble here on Eichenwald as BSC has just jumped out in front on Ilios. They won the map 2-0, 200% to 0. Grandview right now, they haven't won a map all season. They're just looking to find themselves as a team. Both of these teams, though, LaFon, very young teams. We were talking about it in the break. Both of these teams, over 2/3 freshmen. So you're coming into a fall semester. You're rebuilding a team completely. If you're Grandview, you do have a junior and a senior on the team, but it's tough sometimes to find that stride. And even though we're only in the fall going into the spring, this team has a lot to learn. And sometimes that's an exciting thing in college esports.
Yeah, that's I think something to kind of take heart in. When you're rebuilding a team, right? There is an element of how much do we have to work with beforehand, right? Because coming in, it's not just about like the players that are on the roster. It's about what was the program like from before. So with that in play, you take some of these moments as sort of educational moments. Haha, get it? Because collegiate teams. But you know, bad jokes aside, it really is that, right? In the case of Grandview Black, sure, you're not sitting at 0-4 and saying, "Oh, this is great." But you could take, you know, your elements from how you've played the season and move forward and try and find elements to improve for future, you know, seasons and semesters and so forth. So, you know, it's an element of recognizing, sure, things went wrong, but trying to fix them in the future. And I think for Grandview Black, as they start off on the attack here, definitely where they have to kind of take solace in despite their scoreline being what it is.
Oh, Everlong already opening up with a pick onto Shrike. That is the momentum for this Grandview Black team. When Lucio goes down and you're running this double shield comp that isn't so mobile, you just got to head for the hills, especially up against a Pharah comp. They do manage to get in this first building very quickly, but already the kills just spill onto the floor. And LaFon, to your point that you were making there, Grandview Black, for one reason or another, they do find themselves in the highest skill division of the NECC. So every time they go into a VOD review, they are looking at some of the most phenomenal collegiate teams in the country that they can learn from.
Yeah, it is a case of like, there is always something to learn, right? Win or lose. And recognizing what those are is going to be an important part of this. That's a good start. I mean, Set being caught out of position by Opia, they're going to take down 2. This has become a Grandview Black opening up the objective almost by themselves.
Yeah, and the res does come through onto the Pharah. Everlong, if you look up on the top of your screen, does have the barrage online, so ESC could make the flip here, but it looks like they've already won the fight outright. Grandview just struggling to keep their momentum going in the fights where they do open up with a pick. Right now, we do see they're a little bit split up, but they are managing to live here, and they can go at this next fight with a couple of angles, but Everlong just spoils the attack already, coming in with that ultimate. Knew that they were the only player in the lobby that really had an impactful ultimate at the time, and easily taking care of Grandview Black's next attack.
There's going to be a reset here. I think there's enough members returning from ESC that this is going to end up being the hold. And yeah, Slater going to dodge the self-destruct. I have to say, Grandview Black, it's getting a little bit, you know, ahead of the, putting the cart ahead of the horse there as they're working objectives 2 before objective 1's even unlocked. Starting to find a little bit more progress though. This has become a staggered fight, and BSC has kind of lost control of the objective here.
They do just have a great thing going for them in this fight. I mean, it's been tough. It's been picks so far spread out, and BSC has been able to get back from spawn a couple of times. Injustice getting picked off by Lion. The Baptiste flashing the hit scan finesse there, able to take down the other support on the opposite side. And Grandview Black running to mount a good effort here on the point. Almost 2 ticks capped, but just shoved along by OBL, the Diva player for BSC, doing all in their power to keep Grandview Black at bay. Somehow has not gone down yet, still just clinging to 60 HP, sends the bomb in, and it's enough to find Lion. Oh, this Grandview Black team, they're sent back again, and Brian Stratton just looking so good, this tanking presence, almost controlling that entire fight.
It is 1.5 parts of the objective game though, so Grandview Black do make some progress on the map. Good start there, Slater's taken out. Darkrai staying in the back line there as Cyber continues to run, you know, interference. Another minefield in back-to-back fights here.
I think what I was seeing a lot in the last game that you casted, LaFon, was a huge DPS prowess in that game, but this BSC team, the tank players for this team right now are doing so much in the front line, healing for their back line. They're running Set on the Zenyatta. He is so hard to keep alive in these fights where it doesn't really get that much feel. Sorry, Cyber and OBL just have to react so quickly, and they've been doing it fight after fight, but it looks like at 97%, Grandview Black might just be able to capture the first point here.
They are going to force out the sound barrier as well, so, you know, it is a fight that is won by Grandview Black, yes, but it is very expensive as it took both support ultimates in tandem to open that one up. BSC continue to put pressure, and there is a element here now of sort of the trade of resources, which we haven't gotten a chance to talk about yet in this series. There is the Gravitic Flux on a line for Guardian, and you expect Set to kind of respond in kind with the Transcendence. Eyes on Everlong here, who's really been a threat as they switch over to the Tracer. Pulse Bomb in the back pocket.
Going right in, landing the stick onto the soldier, and that finds a pair. Everlong coming in with a fire in his belly to open up this fight, and that is a clean wipe here for BSC. And LaFon, if you're talking about DPS ultimates in particular, Grandview Black has some good weapons to attack this second point of Eichenwald. How important is it for them to get to the top of that castle as fast as possible?
The rotation needs to be very clean and collected, right? Because the Gravitic Flux is easily shut down if you're playing it from the low ground, right? So being able to get up on the high ground through the castle is going to be instrumental, especially if they can dodge this minefield. Brian and Stratton has really created a lot of pressure. I suppose that's one way to avenge your Widowmaker. The bomb over the top.
I was not expecting that bomb to get a kill. I don't quite know how Darkrai got caught unawares. They're probably going for that grapple over to take that piece of high ground. Now Cyber rolls in, dropping the Wrecking Ball minefield, and that's just going to zone Grandview off the point for a little while longer. Slater now onto the Doomfist, posturing for his first dive, gets in and out very quickly, doing a number of damage on the Guardian, but not quite finding the kill. Still though, this PSC team in full control. They've got the castle. They keep on collapsing with their DPS in the back line, and the Solo Flux will definitely take care of Slater this time. Now they just have to deal with Everlong, who goes in on his next flank.
Slater has had a tough map, all things considered, as it really has been Darkrai who's taken the advantage in those duels. So, Everlong try to put pressure in. I mean, Grandview Black have continued to buy space. Jerryman, you know, with this Tactical Visor can really start to put pressure and worry about footwork rather than aim, as OBL nearly demeched here.
They're finding pick after pick here too in this fight. Just holding this advantage a little while longer, but struggling to get these hits again on top of the castle and getting them the best sightlines for this fight. Now the visor does get popped, but the Transcendence is going to respond from set, and this should keep BSC alive in the castle for now, but Grandview Black slowly pushing the payload to its destination on second point, but this is the toughest part coming up. This bridge phase, so tricky, especially when a team like BSC just postures so hard every single fight. Now we see the DPS coming in. 2 flank kills secured for them. The Discord on point. Nailing the Widowmaker, nailing the other target that was brought down, and now OBL sends the bomb in. High fly ball, deep center field. This one only able to find 1 kill, but the Resuit also able to find Shrike. And LaFon, we've got 7 seconds left here. I don't believe there's going to be much of a touch here for Grandview Black, as Cyber just makes this point not anywhere you want to be.
Darkrai just waving hello as the mines are surrounding the objective. No recall available, so no contest in play. A little fun on the field there as Grandview Black make progress, though, it has to be said. And, I mean, BSC, they weren't able to get the full shutout on this map, and so when they get to their attack run, they have to get about halfway through second objective to complete the 2-0 and take the victory before heading to map number 3. I will say, I mean, Grandview Black has improved tremendously. I think their pressure has been really remarkable in this map. It's really a difference of speed of play from our team in red, and you know, putting it together now is the next kind of part, because I think the only thing that's really kind of lacking in this particular instance is kind of the focus fire. In a couple of these fights, they're, you know, sort of focused all over. They're not really focused in any specific area. It's kind of spread out across the entirety of the map. So if they can get that online, I think Grandview Black are not far away from being, you know, competitive in these maps. And so, you know, yes, they're looking for sort of the first map to their victory, but I think with a couple of adaptations, it's there for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, this Grandview team does have a lot of talent on their roster as well, but BSC, I think what you were starting to get to when you were speaking about their speed is anytime that BSC knows that the frontline presence for Grandview Black is actually making a significant impact, that's when BSC will send in their flankers and just completely change the tempo of a fight almost instantly, and that's where Grandview is having trouble focusing these targets. When those flankers come in, do you keep your attention focused on what's in front of you, or do you have to peel for your backline? It's just so tricky to make it through these fights when BSC is executing on such a mobile comp that comes at all these different angles. And then Grandview, on the other hand, they're running the Sigma, they're running the Mei, so they're a very linear kind of comp, but they did a great job there on second point. Eichenwald improving on their game, making it halfway through street space there, almost to the end of the bridge. Now we're going to see how they're able to defend.
Already into the duel here as BSC has basically surrounded all of Grandview Black. Oh, the lion's share of damage is actually going to Brian Strandon here.
And I like what Everlong's doing, just getting in the back line immediately, but Jerryman just holding down the fort here. This is important to just keep on playing this tavern as your retreat. You have to bunker up in here as a defense if ever things go awry. That pulse bomb gets thrown in, and it is able to find at least one target. Darkrai not done making this stand for Grandview Black. percentage now chipped away as BSC starts to mount a little bit of a presence here on a point, but with that amplification matrix down, you would like to have that ultimate back, as we do have BSC just overwhelming Grandview in this fight. And honestly, the observers, me, and all of Grandview Black, we were having a little bit of a difficulty there trying to figure out on what to focus on, because Brian Stratton, they are everywhere all at once, it seems.
Yeah, it is a case of just playing one-on-ones basically everywhere. Early rally here from BSC as they're just continue to chase down Grandview Black, not giving them any space to reconsider. Slater, though, a little too far forward and taken out, and all of a sudden, Grandview Black have slowed down BSC a little bit.
And this is how a well-coached team will always go after the map after they take that first point. When you have gotten away on Ilios with just going full throttle, even though Slater goes down right there, this is a team that is just pushing every single advantage they can. They know those spawn doors are such narrow chokeways for Grandview to get out, and they know how important it is for the defense to be able to mount something here on this castle. So BSC just coming in right at the spawn again, like we've seen them do so much, and just deny the path to the opportune high ground is something that this team just really excels at, controlling the map.
For a fight that was handily lost, Brian Stratton actually use basically everything, and haven't really found an elimination yet. So GV Black doing a great job here of just slowing down the map. They need to touch the cart. Ah!
That was close. That was pretty close. Grandview Black fully investing in this fight here. They've got to make something happen on this defense, and Justice does batter down the Genji Darkrai. Now we've got the Flux coming through. Guardian doing all in her power to just keep this map alive for Grandview Black as they start to control a little bit, but still the picks coming through, and Justice just putting on that pressure with the Brigitte, just going full throttle again after again. This team is just unrelenting in their frontline presence and their flanks. BSC take Eichenwald. Now, I mean, they've taken the game. No win for Grandview Black. They are playing spoilers. It doesn't actually happen for them today. Set with a beautiful play of the game here, I'm sure. But Grandview Black, they've got one map left, Rialto, and I think the story of this game is this team is playing better map after map. So on Rialto here, a payload map, I think it's going to suit them even more now that they won't have that objective to unlock right away. That was kind of the tricky part for them on this one. LaFon, what do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely a tough order for Grandview Black. They made it look, certainly competitive at points. So as I said, as they completed, as they headed to their defense, there is, elements for them to kind of learn from here for sure. And I think for Grandview Black, right, this is not the end of the road. We have to say though, as with the win coming in for BSC here, that they've found just sort of their footing in these particular instances. And I want to highlight specifically Cyber, because I think Cyber's been a real threat. The Wrecking Ball has not slowed down in any sense of the word. Constantly putting pressure on the back line, just being an irritant in certain aspects, a real threat in others. And that's kind of what you need when you're playing that Wrecking Ball as a main tank, is to just be as disruptive as possible. And Cyber really doing that there for Brian Stratton here.
Yeah, and Cyber pairs up so well with Everlong too on the Tracer. Just that is what completes this backline presence. The flanks that are coming in every single fight and working for this BSE team. We'll see how they attack Rialto coming up in just a few minutes. A very linear map. We'll see if they switch on to a different comp. We'll just have to wait until then. Chat, again, don't go anywhere. Map number 3, game number 3 coming up in just a few. All right, welcome back. We've got map number 3. It's going to be Rialto between these two teams, Grandview Vikings and the BSC Bobcats. LaFon, I think the story has already been said and written here, but BSC looking very good. What this means for them with 2 games left is that they are fighting for a top 3 playoff seed. That is clutch going into the playoffs. Having this game on your schedule, being able to just help yourselves even more with this huge win, it's going to just give them a massive advantage going into this playoff where they will end up playing a lower seed. Grandview, on the other hand, I mean, we've already kind of mentioned it on Eichenwald, where they're looking at this as a learning season, gearing up for the spring, and hopefully just getting the best kind of coaching they can against these amazing teams that they're going up against. LaFon, here on Rialto, again, as a coach, I want your take. This is a map that is so much different than Eichenwald. There's way less high grounds. It's way more linear. What would be your strategy going into here?
It's all about playing to your strengths here. And something we saw from Grandview Black in map number 2 was that they were able to get those early pickoffs. I think Darkrai did a great job on the hit scan player, on the Widowmaker, right? They were able to continuously just make life pretty difficult for Slater, right? Slater, who had been a threat on map number 1 on the Sombra, was much less effective in map number 2, mostly because of Darkrai. I think for Grandview Black, if you can play off those pickoffs and defend your backline so that the dive from Cyber isn't as much of a threat, then there's a real chance here for Grandview Black to take map control. I think that has to be the adaptation here from GVB, is that, you know, get Darkrai into position to succeed and then defend them on the back of that. So if that can come into play, then I think there is an element of space being able to be gained here. BSC, it's business as usual, right? Just continue to put pressure on the back line, continue to just find space off the back of Cyber, providing disruption.
Yeah, BSC is in such a great spot here going up against this Ryan Zarya comp where they have just leaped into the backline and for the most part ignored what the tanks on Grandview have been doing. So that's exactly what we hope to see going into this fight. But Jerryman finding a pick, and it looks like Grandview already up 2 in this fight. Shrike, you can't swim there, pal. I don't know if you forgot, but you've never been able to in the 5 years of Overwatch. The Lucio takes a dip, gets sent back to spawn, and just like that, BSC, it's gonna be a little bit easier work for them.
Yeah, Set rolls back in, and that's gonna be sort of the objectives now as the members return for Ryan Sand. Slater going over to the Widowmaker. If this didn't work out well in map number 2, we'll see if there's a redemption arc here. Set's turn to go off the map as the Lucios take turns in the drink. But
Both of the
Brian
Lucio
Strand,
players-
they buy the defense here.
Both the Lucio players must have brought their swim trunks to this map, just hoping for a chance to just end up hopping in the water on a nice day. But oh, that was a very nice shot there. The concussion blast from Everlong just alley-ooping to himself. That was a great little play to finish offline. And now we do see Grandview Black just struggling again to attack here, but I do like what they've got going. Darkrai playing his best hero, like you said, picking to the comfort picks. He's done very well on the Widowmaker so far, and I think going up against Afar, you've really got no choice but to put your hit scan on their best hit scan hero. So I am very impressed with what I've seen from Darkrai. This BSC team, I think they're just such a deep team where it doesn't matter what kind of threat Grandview has, BSC is always going to have someone in the fight that is able to take care of it.
Yep. Minefield in from Cybers. They kind of get value. Oh, Darkrai. Now all of Brian Strand is hunting down the Widowmaker. They really do see Darkrai as a threat, I think. And they're trying to eliminate them as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they absolutely have to see him as a threat at this point. There's been so many headshots to open up fights. Slater with a nice one there to take down Shrike. And another thing I wanted to say about BSC is we've gotten to spectate Set a couple of times here in this game so far. Set seems to be one of the best Lucios in terms of movement and just going in for picks, just dueling DPS players. You don't see that a lot from support players, especially on the Lucio. Usually it's BAP or the Zen, but Set is a fragger.
Yeah, I mean, Darkrai actually, just to flip that on a point for a second, Darkrai has opened up this point a little bit for Grandview Black. It's 3 eliminations under pressure. And you can see Cyber immediately turns attention to the Widowmaker to get them off the field.
Everlong coming in with the barrage over top. Not enough to take care of the Mei who has the cryo freeze on cooldown, but shortly after coming out of it, Everlong does finish off that kill, and Grandview Black, they are having a little bit of an attack here. They've almost finished up the first point, but 3 picks down. Slater has this fantastic sightline all the way in the back, and missing a few shots there on Shrike, but honestly, that could help him out in terms of the time bank.
Yeah. Cyber makes sure to set everyone back to the spawn room. Like, nope, no escape for you. Slater playing the corner here, just trying to find the headshot. Will actually take it off Guardian, though the tank has enough HP to stay alive. And just give a little bit more ult charge over to the support line. I mean, if you could land this Blizzard here for Jerryman, there is an opportunity to enter Cyber another minefield to section off the team. Here, GB Black, the front line, separated from the back line yet again.
Cyber does that so well. These minefields coming in at awkward times and funny parts of the map that you wouldn't normally see, but it does just stall out Grandview's attack so much, and now the pressure is just on. PSC coming in on top of this minefield. They're taking the fight exactly where they would like to in the map. Slater's got this fantastic sightline, and of course Everlong is using these rooftops to just control the map again on par. That is just the name of the game for this team, is just take full advantage of the ground that the map gives you, and they've got 3 picks to close out this last fight. Slater back up in the crow's nest. Everlong off in the barrage from high up in the sky in overtime. Ticks down, and that is a full hold for BSC.
Yeah, Brian Strand looking to close this one out here. Really, I think it's a tough place to be. It really, really is. Grandview Black, I mean, Darkrai has been performing excellently on the hit scan. Even under pressure from 3 or 4 members, often takes out one with them. And that makes it certainly, you know, an element of a player that you have to keep an eye on. It's tough, though, because you don't even get the objective, and BSC have, realistically, the map closeout available to them here, as they just have to capture point A, and it's a lot harder for the Widowmaker to kind of open things up on the defense. Yes, the sightlines are better, no question about it. You can get more value, but Cyber, who has been a real threat all series long, has more potential to kind of disappear into the backline. And once Darkrai's out, it has to be said that Grandview Black is running out of members that can really deal with the remaining members of Brian and Strand. And so here, I mean, for BSC, it's continuing to just put, you know, harassment on that backline, make life so difficult for the DPS of Grandview Black, and then you kind of continue from there. That being said, I mean, there is still potential. We're gonna see a switch coming over, at least for the moment, as Everlong it goes over the Hanzo. A little bit of a different look this way, but other than that, I mean, Brian Strand have really got the series under lock and key.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they did a great job this map in particular of just identifying that Darkrai is the biggest threat, like you were saying on the last point of this map. He is the biggest threat on this Grandview Black team, and it's really not close. A battle with a Widowmaker. They do it with a Wrecking Ball, they do it with a Lucio, and while you're looking at them, that's when they come in. Slater hitting the shot, taking down members of this Grandview Black team. So this is a team that just, they make the fights so tricky. I don't even want to harp on Grandview Black for not focusing the right thing, because BSC is, again, playing a composition where it's so tough to figure out what to look at. You've got a Bastion, you've got a Widow that can one-click you. OBL is on a boat right now. If you've ever seen that off angle from a Winston, he actually puts on the swim trunks himself there. And this team just looking as lethal as ever to close out this game.
Yeah, it's now just a case of just staggered fight or staggered pickoffs here. You can see all of BSC playing up super aggressively here. Just continue to take pot shots at whoever is unlucky enough to enter into the line of fire. Guardian this time taken out. She is going to have to reset. Darkrai, I mean, not making it free as they take one in return, but it's slowly inching its way forward to this golden box of victory here for BSC. Cart will roll in with the Bastion at the end, and Brian Strand will take the 3-0 in a rather coherent fashion, dominant fashion for sure, and continue their march forward to sort of the postseason here.
I'm glad Darkrai gets this play of the game too.
Honestly, such a
Honestly,
clean play.
It really was, and on such a crazy angle too. There's really no sight line here. Not afraid to take the duel against the Widowmaker. That's 2 headshots, and obviously finishing off Everlong there too. But still, the full hold comes in for BSC. They were just such a strong team here. They know the position they're in the NECC with 2 weeks to go here. They want as high of a seed in the playoffs as they can get, and tonight was just another step in that direction.
Yeah, I want to highlight 2 players specifically. Cyber, of course, for Brian Strandon, because I think was instrumental in sort of the style that they were choosing to play, right? They continue to just put damage throughput after damage throughput on just a continuous nuisance in the back line. Exactly what you want from your tank player. And on Grandview Black side, I mean, Darkrai has been really, I think, a standout performer on the hit scan on the Widowmaker. Map 2 and 3, yes, they weren't particularly close, but I mean, there were some excellent mechanical plays from Darkrai, and that's, I think, something to laud for sure, especially when you're under as much pressure as they were in those fights.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Cyber and Darkrai being the players of this game. Darkrai really never quitting in this game one moment, despite it being a little bit of a mismatch here, as we all saw, and then Cyber was the key to this BSC team running this composition effectively, using that spacing on these mobile tanks, the Winston, the Wrecking Ball, activating the flanks, going into the back line. Once Grandview starts to move forward with their tanks, I mean, he really did put on a clinic of how to just make your timing so succinct and sound from that main tank position.
Yeah, excellently said. And I think, now it's all about growth. For BSC, trying to just take small moments learned, right, where you kind of, I will say this, as dominant as a showing as that was from BSC, they let a couple of points get away from them that were a result of them playing a little haphazardly. So, as they move forward, there's still elements to kind of work on, and not to fall complacent, I think, is BSC's biggest challenge here. For Grandview Black, I mean, the elements of improvement are very apparent, like in terms of what you can kind of do to step up and be a team to contest. Play that spoiler in later matches, I think, is certainly something that is available to them. Should they elect to do so in the last 2 weeks of play here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Grandview kind of transforms their team going into the spring semester as this fall season does wrap up. LaFon, it's been a pleasure casting with you. Up next for match number 4 is actually a very fun game. It's Concordia University versus Concordia University. Wisconsin versus Nebraska. It's going to be a battle for some bragging rights. And honestly, chat, you got to stick around and watch it. LaFon, until next time, my friend. Chat, see you around.
In love. In love. In love. In love. In love. been a minute since I seen the daylight. Can't get out of bed and it ain't right. Demons in my head, I don't wanna fight, don't know what to do. Anything is better than a Sunday night. Wake up on a Monday and I hate my life. Going through the motions and I'm trying to survive on my own, my own, my own, my own. She said I was crazy and I thought we were friends. I was just the ending when I barely began. Now everyone is leaving, so I guess that I am on my own, my own, my own, my own.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NECC. Tonight, more Overwatch action for you. Coming up, Concordia University, Wisconsin versus Concordia University, Nebraska. The battle of the Concordias, the clash of the Concordias, dare I say it. I'm Corbeck. Just add some more C's to your repertoire there, and alongside me is Tropic Theory. And Tropic, this is an exciting matchup. There's some pride on the line, isn't there?
And there's already some beef that has been on Twitter already between the two Concordia universities, where one of them actually might be adding to their Twitter profile that they are the lesser Concordia. So emotions are already in it. And also these record board and the leaderboards are in it, Corbeck. You know, Concordia University Falcon has this high map differential right now. So they want to really keep that 7, hopefully add on to that to continue in that higher echelon, whereas Concordia University Nebraska is tied right now for map differential. So they definitely want to get some wins under their belt to go up the ranks because playoffs is just around the corner, Corbeck.
Yeah, it is. It's coming up faster than you would think here at NECC. And like you said, there's a lot on the line for both of these teams. Concordia University, Wisconsin, that's the Falcons there. We'll probably call them Falcons throughout just to help us differentiate in this situation. But the Falcons are sitting at a 4-1 record. So they've had quite a good season so far. And I'm sure they're going to want to keep that in line here for the Emergent. Is it Emergent Cayenne? Is that the division? Is that what we're in? Colors. Blackwatch Plaid. That should be a division. If anybody gets that reference, you are old. But anyway, no, it's a good opportunity for them to kind of carry on, put that to 5-1, and obviously it's an opportunity for Concordia University Nebraska to bring it up to the 3-3. So they're at least in a position right where they're at striking distance of the playoffs. They're not completely out of contention. So an important match for both these teams beyond having to change Twitter handles, or is it one of them is putting Lesser Concordia in the bio, and the other one is putting an L instead of, I want to say it's an L instead of the W, so it's UL, the Concordia University Losers, in their bio. So they're maintaining a good clip right there between the two of them.
Yeah, we're going to see as we head over to Ilios, the infamous booping map. So I'm looking forward. Oh, actually, we're going to go into Ruins. We have some Losers on the side of I am quite surprised right now. I know that we are still in this phase of picking characters, but CUW right now has a really major healing duo with Moira, which I'm a little surprised by, and they're going to be facing some pharmacy on the other side, Corbett, but thankfully they have 2 hit scans.
Yeah, the 2 hit scans are going to be critical here. The Cole Cassidy coming out right there and the Soldier 76. So a lot of power to both of them. And I think a relatively adequate combo for the Pharmacy here. They'll immediately push into the action. So Fresh leading the engagement right now. Pectus up at the front. It's almost a dive. If it weren't for those 2 hit scans, it would be more committed to that full idea, but they can't quite get it. They're running it more of a brawl, and that's probably the wiser way for them to do it. But can they out-brawl the Rhine Zarya on the front line? That's going to be the real question here as Kaneem goes up, drops into the back. Unfortunately, So Fresh is taken down early. He was doing a lot of damage. It wasn't enough. The Shatter coming online for as they do go back for the rotate. Still trying to find the first kill, but it's Skelly Wolfie who will go down, therefore breaking the streak there for Concordia University, Wisconsin. Add another one as Jomaro talks another kill up. The Immortality field forced out early as the Coalescence comes ripping down the plate from Duckinator. That'll drive him back slowly, and I think just maybe we'll end this fight.
Yep, that is where it's going to be at this point. And, you know, right now CUW has that advantage of having this mobile tank duo coming up. So, you know, you're seeing Atlas and Logan the Fry holding steady with the team right behind. But, you know, Pekkas and Keem are just jumping right behind that back line and really targeting Rick Dazzle. And that's definitely going to be a struggle for them right now.
Reactions trying to find some sort of purchase, but really can't. The Nano Monkey in their face right now. Kaneem going forward again, continuing with the Tickle Cannon here at brutal close range. Goes for the Primal as well. Gets absolutely melted in the Primal phase. Has to fall back to a little bit of cover. But again, Jomaro on the Cole just really raining those damage shots in. Mr. Popper, that's a good res.
Oh man, that's a great res right now, and we actually have for CU and E all these ultimates to really be proactive and get a leg up. We are at 50% right now, Corbeck, And CUW also has those ultimates in their back pocket right now to utilize them. Oh, but the grab comes out.
Good grab, the bubble there to block it, but the barrage dropping in. Most of it's eaten. They'll still get some kills off of it. They pop the tac visor into it as well. Echo's Bleach coming in, getting 2 off the top. Tries to go for 1 more. And the res coming in there on Atlas to reset the boards just a little bit, but they had to work for it dropping, didn't they? Already 72% on the clock.
And they utilize all their ultimates coming through. Although Atlas is close to a potential another shatter if he's able to get, some of those fire strikes in. CUW already has ultimates that they were able to really open up with. I'm looking for Pectus right now to really utilize that bomb to open up and hopefully get some folks to come into sight lines so fresh can utilize that attack visor.
Pectus has the Diva Bomb there. They'll send it sailing over the top. It will be a successful bombing run. It will! Mr. Papa Bear is down, as is Logan Logan the Fry. 2 big kills right there. Reactions taken out by the tac visor that they'll add onto the back of it. Almost an unnecessary stinger on the tail end.
CUW is really coming in strong, especially every time that they have initiated, they take out either Skelly Wolfie or Mr. Papa Bear, and having those healers down in that initial fight is really hard to continue to keep that defense up for CUNE. But they have one last chance. Atlas really needs to get that shatter to be able to potentially use it right now, Horbeck.
Jamaro now on the other cowboy character up on the top, and it's the Nano Monkey again. Kaneem just blocking the door, has the primal here as well. Should they choose to use it, they don't even need it. They'll clean up around the outside edge. Pectus getting 2 in there for So Fresh with kind of the final sting and the Scorpion's tail. And that will be a rather decisive stage number 1 here on Ilios.
Yeah, CUW is really coming in here aggressively, and they're really utilizing those ultimates in a proactive way to really keep ahead of the fight, and also being thoughtful about, if they're already losing that fight, to keep those ultimates for the next engage. Where CUNE, we had a little bit of a struggle fest where, it seemed like they almost got a little flustered in some of those fights where time was not in their favor, and they just needed to get on the point. So we do have a little bit of a different lineup for CUNE, so hopefully that'll help this time around.
That's right, the Nebraskans dropping any intimations of playing Pharah here, coming out instead with the Reaper. Reactions hoping to maybe chalk up some kills right there, but it'll be a straight Zarya Ryan brawl between the two of them. The Dynamite going out early from Jamaro, actually already causing some problems on the low ground, trying to pick that Mercy right out of the back line. Doesn't quite predict it right, gets awfully close though, but now it's a brawl. This is what you would expect, the 2 hammers wailing on one another. So Fresh securing the initial kill, but immediately following his victim to the grave, and then Jamaro, who continues to be the decisive factor here, kind of the X factor that's pushing him over the edge.
And, the difference in both of these lineups right now is that DPS right now, Corvic. We have these 2 hit scans coming in from the CUW side, and Jamaro's fire Dynamite is just so important with having that AoE damage. I mean, he's already almost close to Bob, whereas Reactions, we're really looking for that shield to be busted to get that utilization from that Reaper.
Well, Logan the Fry finally getting the charge levels I think they were looking for, hitting about 88 right there before we had to switch off to a different angle. Oh, comes the explosion there. Jamaro not able to make it away. Reactions there to finish the kill. Now Atlas pressing forward into the gap. A good fire strike onto Rick Dazzle. Kaneem down as well. It looks like the gates are broken here. They'll just move in for the cleanup. Beautiful kill by Logan the Fry there, using that right click to just beam him down. Absolute blast as they'll take it back.
As I like to say, Logan the Fry is a very shiny Zarya right now with that high charge. And, to really keep this going, they have these ultimates to be proactive about, but they have to be careful about So Fresh's Deadeye coming up. They're definitely going to be looking for those angles to potentially poke, and Skelly Wolfie is going to be that prime target coming through.
Jamaro continuing to play a very aggressive style of Ashe here. They have plenty of ults should they choose to use them. The Shatter coming in early, finds no one. The grab goes out the opposite direction, but it's the high noon from above. So Fresh with 2 there. The Deadeye finding some victims in the mix, but isn't enough to really seal the deal here. They add a Coalescence to the mix, and Atlas is forced to back up like their life depends on it, because it very much does, and that probably means that we will see that point flip.
Ooh, and that kill from Reactions going down. Definitely going to be another reset coming up as we're going to do this 50% area for both teams right now. And CUW has his grab with Heticus to really be able to keep this in their favor. And I like this change that we have coming in from Jamaro to be that tracer to really poke at Mr. Papa Bear.
Pectus does have the grab, essentially could grab for free at any point in time here. Jamaro coming out on the Tracer, by the way, so a little bit of a swap there. Good ults favoring the side of the Nebraskans if they have the wherewithal to use them. They're closing distance. There's the grab. I was talking about it just a second ago. It comes to fruition, but it works out against them. Oh, no reactions from the top rope there with the Death Blossom will secure 2 kills. The rest of the team coalescing around them, but they still have to touch the point, Tropic. They're not quite there yet.
Oh man, Corbett, you know, when I say proactive ultimates, reactions coming in with a huge save for the team, getting that Death Blossom coming through. And you know what? We are at 44%, and CUW has, if they're able to get any bodies on that point, you know, they are in that last fight territory. So right now, CUNE really needs to utilize these ultimates proactively. I'm looking at Echo Bleach to really get on that high ground and rain from above, basically.
Kaneem wants this shatter so badly, just playing a
yeah.
very cagey game around. There it is. It's a good shatter, but is the follow-up going to be there? The Valkyrie coming in on the other side. Echo's Bleach is down, so 1 kill was obtained. Pexus managing to make the work. Pectus gets another. Whoa, and it's just a flurry of ultimates on the point right there. A high noon coming out in addition to a pulse bomb. And Atlas, well, it was a valiant effort. He put the weight of his team on his shoulders, but it's just not enough. And I think that's probably done. I can't imagine him getting back here, Tropic.
You know, especially...
Oh! Oh, he's
so close! He tasted it, Corbett!
They get one in, though. They will manage to slip the Reaper on the backside. The sacrifice was not in vain. A good kill there under Rick Dazzle, but Kaneem and SoFresh combining here to just sweep the decks. Atlas now swinging in big. Is this going to be it? The grab coming out. I don't think they have a damage. They don't. Atlas just keeps swinging. He's still not down, and now Mr. Papa Bear is here to keep them all alive. The Mercy's still there. The unsung hero of all of this, Skelly Wolfie, who's just been healing like a madman. And they will manage to retake the point.
Oh man, and this is last fight territory still right now. Jamaro was trying to get on that payload, that point right now, but this, I'm not sure that CUW can even touch at this point, Corbeck.
It would take something very impressive for them to get in. They'll
Like
see the charge come through. And even though he dies immediately, he did manage to activate overtime, but it wasn't enough. SoFresh is down. And Jamaro was about to touch, but an amazing reversal there on Death's Door from University of Nebraska. Wow.
Oh man, and I have to say, Skelly Wolfie was that MVP for that fight alone. You know, they were able to really keep Atlas alive, just swinging and going, and to be able to get enough damage for Mr. Papa Bear to come back, and they really swapped off there. So kudos to Skelly Wolfie, but here it is, Corbeck. The infamous Boopy map, are well, and we are, actually only one of the teams has a Lucio, and as I say that, they swap right off, so it doesn't really look like we're gonna get a whole lot of boops here, Corbeck.
Oh. Boo. Deprive us of high-flying Lucio action. Instead, they're coming out on the side of Wisconsin. They're coming out with a weird one, Tropic. We don't see a lot of we don't see a lot of pig's feet, as I like to call it very often, but we will indeed be singing a Sigma on the Roadhog on the front line. And interesting enough, Jomar on the Genji as well, so really digging deep into the box of tricks right here. A good rotate coming around from Nebraska. They're pushing right up into the gut of the enemy team, trying to land a couple of bloody blows, and unfortunately Atlas having a little bit less than enjoyable time, doing some really good job managing that shield, but a lot of damage coming in right there. The split has happened. The two tanks are still playing together, though. They'll move around the outside edge. Here comes Kaneem. He's just looking for the hook. He can't quite find it, though. Still a cagey match around the outside edges of the point. The point has flipped in favor of Concordia University of Nebraska, so that is something to take into account here, as Kaneem is just getting absolutely battered this entire time in what is really an extended engagement.
And you know, CUNE already has the point coming through, so right now CUW is just really providing that ultimate charge. As Logan the Fry already has that ultimate to really keep this point and be proactive about this right now, Corbeck.
The Amplification Matrix couldn't have come at a better time right there. Just enables them to polish them off at the tail end. And honestly, Tropic, I'm a bit surprised. I think I thought for a while there it wasn't going to quite come through this way, but you see another Amplification Matrix coming down now as an almost immediate re-engage coming out from Concordia University, Wisconsin. They'll swing around the outside edge. The Falcons just trying to get some sort of advantage here as the Gravitic Flux comes up. They drop him back down. The Immortality Field was popped. A High Noon coming in addition to a Coalescence, but the shield there blocking it out. Ooh, be very careful. They're slipping onto the backside of the sightline of Cole Cassidy, but they will not find the kill. A Valkyrie used here as well just to keep the team up, but it will be Cole who goes down first. There goes Logan the Fry as well, and a flurry of death on both sides, and somehow it looks like, oh no, Jamaro with the blade to come back out on the other side and deny the comeback there and take the point for Wisconsin.
Wow, Corbic, we had two clutch moments coming through where Echo Bleach and Reactions almost had that single-handedly, but then we had Jamaro without even any sort of nano coming on him to be able to really capture that point. Once again, 67% on the CUNE side and 20% and counting up here, and we do have some ultimates to be able to play with. I'm looking at Mr. Papa Bear to really utilize this Amplification Matrix to engage for the team.
Kaneem trying to play cagily around this corner here, does have the shatter in pocket. The Amplification Matrix might be a little bit difficult, but it's a good shatter. There's not a lot of follow-up though from the rest of the team, and unfortunately to deliver it cost Kaneem his life. Reactions has that Death Blossom, was so effective last stage when he used it. Might be able to get another chance to do so again, but they're really forced into an awkward extended rotate through the basement of the lighthouse. Oh, Duckinator, they're running for the hills, saw their life flash before their eyes. Logan the Fry does go down, but the res comes back in. These two teams just biting and holding on one another's necks right now. No real advantage to either side. The Death Blossom, though, from Reactions, combined with the hammer of Atlas, is enough to shut down Wisconsin for good.
Oh, this teamwork coming in from the side of CUNE, you know, even utilizing Reactions as a distraction for Scully Wolfie to res Logan the Fry to really set up that play with that Graviton. Just great job on the CUNE side overall. But you know what, Corbic? We have the Dragon Blade coming up once again from Jamaro, as well as the, Pedicus to really combine that. But as we say that, time is ticking, so they really have to get this damage in to potentially set them up for these ultimates.
Atlas with the shatter now, just waiting for the opportunity. The shield getting beat up right there. The Zarya bubble was huge in that circumstance. Now in the other direction, the High Noon won't deliver. So Fresh gets the kill with the rockets. The underslung rocket launcher coming in big, but it's not enough. McCree res back into it. The shatter from the side, red like a book. They'll get no value out of it, but Jomaro's down. That clutch ult being denied right there. Pectus still has the grab to choose to use in this scenario. The point has flipped. So Fresh managing to get one in with the tack visor. Pectus now engaged in a duel with their opposite number, but they should have done enough to at least stave off the Hungry Hounds of CUNE for a moment. Good combination there. The Fire Strike with the Amplification Matrix. Neither of these two teams letting up, though. It's been the tenor of all of these fights, Tropic, that they just keep going no matter what. As Jamaro cleaning up with 3 on the Dragon Blade, and that might just have done it.
Oh man, I'm not sure if CUNE can even get back on the point with that, and CUW have these ultimates to really stop them. I'm looking at Pedicus right now to be able to, and you know what? Graviton was not even used, and great job CUNW for taking this Ilios map.
Woo! That was tight. That was good. That was exciting. I'll be honest with you. CUNE really surprised me right there with the amount of aggression that they came out with. That was a knockdown drag them out brawl on that last stage of Ilios. Real good fight. And I mean, obviously, talking about Lighthouse Tropic, the turnaround here that CUNE showed us was nothing short of spectacular.
You're exactly right. And you know, coming in from the CUNE side, the Wisconsin side, we had a really interesting matchup to begin with. This Roadhog Sigma wasn't working out, and really saw them really evolve into that, and to be able to get that point in the end and really collaborate with those ultimates, just coming back really strong. But oh man, Nebraska was really close, but it seems like right now Wisconsin really wants Nebraska to really add that bio in their Twitter.
Yes, well, the determination of who is the lesser Concordia, the jury's still out on that one. Don't go anywhere. Join us back here in the trial of proving right after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC. It's the clash of Concordia here. Concordia University, Wisconsin versus Concordia University, Nebraska. I am Corbeck, and alongside me is Tropic Theory, and we saw CUW taking the win there on Ilios. But moving on from that Koth map, it's all fair game. It was a close run thing. CUN was really putting up a fight.
Oh yeah, they were going at it back and forth, and coming up to this next match, we are actually headed to your place right now, Corbeck, to the Eichenwald.
That one? It's cold here. It's scary. There's wolves. It's hopefully not the Halloween variant, though. I will add that, though. That would certainly be entertaining. I don't think any teams would agree to that. But Eichenwald is one of my favorite maps in the game. Always has been. It offers so much variety between its different stages, Tropic, that I really hope we'll see some flexing from these teams. I think both of them showed a real willingness and propensity to change their team comps up as we were pushing there through Ilios, and I assume that's going to carry over to Eichenwald as well.
No, you're 100% right. I definitely think that we will probably see. Honestly, we saw a lot of variant from both teams, specifically CUW. I do think that we will probably keep on, this. Oh, I love this, Corbeck. We are seeing some pharmacy in the air right now with, some mercies coming out. I was curious if the teams would go against that because of how powerful these hit scans were to really shut down that initial pharmacy. But no, we're actually going to be seeing this farm. I really like pharmacy especially on this initial point, because you're really able to distract the team, come behind them, and really try to set this up. But I am looking at Echo Spleech right now because they will be a prime person on the CUNE side, defense side, to really discourage So Fresh from really poking over at their, at the back line coming in from CUNE.
Yeah, they really have no choice. They have to be in that position, but already the turret is down. It got sniped there by Jomaro on the Hanzo. Reactions on the Pharah now just trying to maintain some altitude here, but quickly losing ground in the face of So Fresh, who does at least momentarily have the height advantage before slipping back down in front of the computer score. Echo's Bleach actually just slipping around the backside here, trying to keep some firepower up. Needs to be careful, though. They are in a very vulnerable position when it comes to finding a Pharah. It's actually Mr. Papa Bear who will die first, though. That's a huge blow to the defense here. Reactions evens it out, though. The res coming in, and now Reactions going for another dip in the cooking jar, gets Kaneem down as well, and that's a really good start here for the defense. I can't imagine that they'll want to continue to stick this much harder on the attack. In fact, another target here falling under Reactions' guns. That'll be Pectus, who's down.
Oh, and on the side of CUNE right now, we have Echo Spleech to really help out with, Mr. Papa Bear in that back line with that turret. It provides almost, a friendly turret as well as that a little bit of a hit scan with Torb's gun. It really gives Reactions this opening to really poke at the Wisconsin's backline right now. There's a lot of pressure on Jomaro, but that Dragons could be exactly what they need to split this up. But, the barrage went through instead, Corbeck.
Reactions just slipping down, diving like a falcon out of the sky right there to get that barrage in on the back line, and they were not prepared to handle that at all, Tropic.
No, but we have a lot of ultimates on the side of CUW, and that ding to the head right now really takes Echo's flats, and this is really what they need right now to really push in. I'm looking at Wisconsin to really combine these ultimates coming up with this next fight.
No trace of Torbjorn remains on the point here as the push comes forward. Amplification Matrix in, grab is in. Atlas swinging away, the grab going the opposite direction. The kills coming out from the Dragon Ball combo. They will get one, and the res comes in as well. Jomaro trying to shut down the soldier. Can't quite do it. Continues the pursuit, but now he's got backup from Pectus on tank, and that might have been enough there to push them through. It was a close thing, though. It looked for a second there, Tropic, like they were going to lose it, but then they'll claw it right back with a well-placed grab.
Oh, and 4 minutes to spare. We have even ultimates to come up, and Echo's Bleach. I really like this change to the Soldier 76. It really provides a lot more help. Instead of this fair duel, we have Echo's Bleach to really help out on the Nebraska side. There's a lot of pressure right now with Jomaro, but we have ultimates on the CUW side as these doors open up.
You hear the chattering there on the pulse rifle, really just constant damage coming from the high ground. SoFresh moves up to challenge, but takes a lot of damage in doing so. SoFresh definitely wants to get up there and get mixed in, but every time they rise up, they kind of get slapped back down. Now an interesting bit of maneuver there. The barrage unleashed on the opposite. Farah, you don't see that every day. He will secure the kill, but at the cost of his own life. A true suicide ult right there. Still, the cart is continuing to move. Duckinator comes hurtling in to go for the res. Will find it onto SoFresh, but that will cost them their mercy. I don't know if that's a trade I would necessarily take, but your team is storming forward right now. The fight devolving onto the bridge, but Reactions is here, and Reactions does have another barrage. The high ground still not contested either. SoFresh finally getting up there to try and drive Echo's Bleach away, but plenty of ult stacking up on the other side.
Oh, yeah. Oh man, and this is exactly what they need right now. I'm looking at that Graviton along with Reactions Barrage to come through, but right now it is just a battle of the hammers, and Atlas wins it!
Atlas does win it. They'll follow it up. Echo's Bleach getting one more kill there. He picked up both of the DPS from CUW in that fight before picking off Rick Dazzle as well. So a very convincing performance. And oh my lord, Tropic, look at the ultimate advantage that is resting with CUNE.
And right now, I'm looking at them to really utilize this proactively. They are in the advantage with how far along the payload has gotten. It's in this awkward phase in this middle area, so they can really utilize... Oh, but another block comes through! Atlas is not having a good day.
Another block shatter coming in. The Grav thrown up the stairs. The Immortality Field buys them some extra seconds of life, but it's not enough. Kaneem comes rolling in, and that's Logan the Fry and Atlas both down, and the pain train will continue. Pactus dropping low, but surviving. Reactions is done and dusted. The barrage came in right there. Could have been the decisive factor, and now on the high ground, Echoes Bleach. Oh, he dies! He had the tactical visor for a good play from the back line, but he dies in the fight with Jamaro, wins the 1v1 critical win.
There's a potential that they could touch, but and they actually will touch Horbeck, and the fight just commences again. Oh!
Atlas tried to jump in there. Logan the Fry tried to come back in as well, but they just won't find any traction whatsoever. The Immortality Field buys Mr. Papa Bear a few extra seconds, but, well, that's the last few seconds he had right there. Not much left.
Yeah, a little bit more just trying to burn that time down. We have 22 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock coming through with CUN having these ultimates to really spare. I like this change to Reactions, especially in these close quarters, but again, another block comes through with a bubble, this said Horbeck.
No shatters allowed here as an amplification matrix into the tac visor right there. He's got to be a bit careful. He's dancing back and forth behind it, but he will manage to secure 2 kills. Both of the DPS down again. Echo's Bleach has been the bane of the opposition DPS throughout this matchup, and that, I think, should have been enough here to probably guarantee this pushback. That said, the res does come in on SoFresh, so they can bite and hold if they really want to, but they will choose to go back past the doors.
Oh man, CUW is probably looking for a little bit more of a dry push. Actually, we have ultimates coming through. Pedicus just really needs to get that grab, and the grab comes through, and then he shoots it. Oh no!
They're both grabbed there for a second, I think. No, Pectus waits a second and releases it. The Dragon Ball comes in, and Mr. Papa Bear will survive. Rick Dazzle, on the other hand, will get 2 in that fight. Mr. Papa Bear still backing up here. Echo's Bleach is down, and that's not good. Skelly Wolfie dropping as well, and the cart now cleared for entry. Will anyone be able to touch here at the last second? They will. Reactions dropping in. They've got some bodies, and it's Atlas once more swinging for the fences. Knocks down 2 with the hammer. Reactions getting in on the back of it as well. I think a shatter actually connected there from Kaneem. Got a couple of bodies. He'll drop. Mr. Papa Bear finally goes down in the midst of all of that. Kaneem now pushing forward. Has some heals here to back him up as he swings in the face of the opposing Zarya. Can't quite confirm the kill, but Echo's Bleach will go down around them as this is just turned into an all-out brawl, the kind of scrum that we've come to expect from these two teams. Atlas is shoved into a wall and shoved back to the spawn, and they still continue to fight. No one side really has the advantage. An amplification matrix is unleashed. Reactions pops the Death Blossom and gets 1, but the kills generally favoring CUW at the moment. And there's a fire strike across the board. It's not enough though, Tropic. They're still going.
Oh, and right now they just want to burn down time. If they're able to get that time to 0, that'll be so ideal for CUN. But the shatters are connecting this time for Vic, and it is all red in the kill feed. 16 minutes to spare. Wisconsin caps all 3 points. Wow. What a fight between both of those two teams coming through. I like the beginning area of Pharmacy coming in the end, but coming into that last fight, you know, it was really a shine for the Zaryas, I have to say. You know, it was between who would get who would manage those bubbles properly to really get that graviton and get that team fight, or that team kill almost, to coordinate with that DPS. There was a lot of good ultimates connecting with Pedicus and Jamaro connecting with that Dragon Blade, or that, excuse me, the Dragon coming through. And oh man, Korvik, what a fight for both teams. I'm a little speechless with how long each fight was lasting and how each team would just barely get on top of each other. And then CUW just comes in and takes the all 3 points.
Yeah, it's quite impressive, really, all things considered. It's really these two teams just fight. I mean, that was just a stereotypical kind of just absolute mess there on the last point of Eichenwald. I mean, you can always tell when disengaging, right, is an art form in Overwatch, and sometimes you have to know when to kind of fold them, right, and just back up. But neither of these two teams really like to do it. They try to just dig their heels in and just keep going.
Yeah, they really rely heavily on those healers, and so we're really seeing target prioritization really swap up, and once you get both of those healers down, that is when all the towers comes down. But Echo Bleach already eliminates So Fresh to begin with. The rest comes out.
Now the res will come in. So Fresh is back on the match, but ooh, that immortality field keeping Kaneem alive. He drops so low. So Fresh going down again. It is not particularly nice. Atlas trying to walk around the outside edge here and just get into hammer distance. Seems to be his favorite length to play, but he can't quite make it stick before he finally gets an opportunity to whack his opposite number like a croquet ball there for only about a second before he's forced back. 87% on the charge for the Zarya. Not bad. Good enough, but reactions to Atlas getting 2 big kills. It's the DPS dropping early again. Kaneem backpedaling as best he can to just give himself a little bit of room here as Duckinator goes down. The Shatter comes out, but the counter Shatter comes in and Kaneem is knocked down. Oh, the amplification matrix thrown there in desperation. Tropic, and they'll be wanting that one back.
And the victory emo coming in from Atlas too. It looks like as soon as I said shatters were connecting, all the shatters are coming down and the hammers are swinging. We have a lot of ultimates coming in from the Nebraska side to really keep this their advantage coming through. We have 5 minutes to spare, so Wisconsin really actually needs to utilize their ultimates to burn down this time. I'm looking at Jamaro to really get this ultimate, to be able to really get that combination between both, Perticus and himself.
Well, it's a tight fight now on the stairs of the castle. We often see a little bit of a hurly-burly up here on the top deck. Reactions, meanwhile, just skating along there on the card, easy as you please. Logan the Fry will pick up a kill. And again, the DPS for CUW seem to be on the receiving end of entirely too much damage. So Fresh is res back in. Reaction now has the barrage. And I think the temptation will overwhelm here. There must be the desire for the barrage in here. Oh, look at all those kills, though, just stacking up. They barely gave him a second's respite, and Reactions, I'm sure, is a little unhappy because there was a barrage to be had right there. Unfortunately, all he'll have is an opportunity to go back to the spawn room.
You know, Pedicus was probably incredibly happy as soon as they got onto that tight stairwell, and there they all lined up. Jamaro came through with that dragon, and oh, what a beautiful combination coming through. But see, Nebraska has their own pockets up their sleeve with their own Graviton plus Reactions ultimate. So I'm looking for them, but this is going to definitely be a little bit more tough because there's a lot more space coming through here.
Well, the Shatter is dropped. No real success on that, but Mr. Papa Bear is turned into Mr. Papa Splat on the tail end of that. Nothing you can really do about it. Not one of my best lines, Tropic, but I'll take it. Reactions is pinned right there at the end as well, or more likely shot, I should say. And Attack Visor coming in from So Fresh to try and just clean things up. And certainly it buys his team a lot of space. And I think, yeah, CUNE, no choice but to disengage.
Oh, and right now, Wisconsin is really coming in hard against Reactions and the Sky Force coming in. You know, this is a great... Ooh, that's a, this the fight is still commencing, Korvik, but Skelly Wolf goes down, so that's going to be rough.
No rest for the wicked here at NECC. They're admittedly back into the engagement. As you said, Skelly Wolfie getting pulled early, but now it's Echo's Bleach turn to ride the cart, and they will send it sailing on. The concussion missile coming out right there as Reactions is just beamed into nothingness. Rez does come out for Jamaro, so they've got bodies here as they begin to fight on the bridge, at least temporarily. Echo's Bleach still firing away, can't quite bring down the kill that they wanted to, but now dancing around the cart. The barrage still in the pocket here for Reactions, should they choose to use it. Now the grab comes out, the immortality field's thrown in, it dies but not before the grab ends, so they're not really fully able to take advantage of a very strongly positioned ult. They've also got Jamaro on the back end, the dragon comes sailing across, Jamaro gets 2, but Reactions gets 2 with the barrage, and then there's a charge at the tail end to put Skelly Wolfie down, and once more, CUW will win the fight.
And it looks like we do need to pause in here. We're going to give it a little bit of a pause as we let them regroup and whatnot. Hopefully, Discord issues. They're having a little bit of Discord issues. But, right now, poor Beck, Reactions is not having a good time. I was actually looking in that kill feed as soon as they, respawn to potentially switch, especially since that barrage was utilized, because we're really coming in from Wisconsin's side of really just hammering in at them. So I'm hoping that he swaps to maybe a Reaper to really help out with that front line and hopefully even help with those flanking, or with Jamaro that had a great dragon coming through to really be able to. He was flanking behind and hitting both of their shots, all of his shots.
Yeah, Jamaro on the Hanzo has, again, on this map, just like on Icon or on Ilio's, been a bit of a difference maker, but Echo's Bleach gets the ambush on him, nearly spoke his death into being right there. Somehow he manages to get out of that, slips what would have been an otherwise deadly net. Now Atlas pushing forward into just a bunch of enemy fire. He really can't sustain on the front line, but Echo's Bleach gets one with the tack visor, comes in, very brutal, close range tack visor, will secure the kill. Logan the Fry getting one as well. Skelly will pulls out the blaster and goes in on Jamaro and actually gets the kill, and I think they might be able to take this. The res coming in there, Atlas now swinging forward. The shatter is well placed indeed as Atlas gets 2, and that should have done it. No, the immortality field, it's Jamaro to save the day one more time. Oh, the Hanzo, I tell you what, the DPS, they die first a lot, Tropic, but when they don't die, they are absolute saviors.
And I have to comment, they had 5 minutes on the clock. We are now sub 1 minute coming through. CUNE seems like they're getting a little bit flustered. We finally have Reactions switching to Cole Cassidy. Hopefully going to be helping out with really taking down Keem's shield to really go in immediately. And they're looking to come the short route on these stairs here. Oh!
Amplification matrix point blank Reactions is melted. The immortality field dies almost instantaneously. Mr. Papa Bear has an amplification matrix of their own. They just want to get into position, but they have a grab to contend with here as well. Is it going to be a 57 charge on the Zarya? Can't quite get the grab in position. The amplification matrix does come out from Mr. Papa Bear, but they can't really take advantage of it. There's just simply no members of the enemy team here. And then Jamaro unleashes a pair of hungry dragons. Logan the Fry gets the grab out there. I think I heard a tack visor go off from So Fresh in the midst of all of that. The shatter comes sailing down, but it's not enough. And CUW will take map 2.
Oh man, I was really surprised that Nebraska tried to go in that tight corridor when they knew that Dragons was coming and they had that amplification matrix coming through. I totally understand that, typically you would want to go there quickly, but they still had time to potentially even split or go around or even drop from above. So quite unfortunate for Nebraska's side, but great job CUW for picking up another map in this series.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And you saw those numbers there at the end, I think, very briefly. 32% healing for Mr. Papa Bear on the other side of the ball. 56% kill participation for Rick Dazzle, the opposite number. So the support players coming in absolutely massive here in the Clash of Concordia. But it's not over yet. We do play all 3 maps. Don't go anywhere. We'll be with map number 3 in this exciting series right after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC here. Concordia University, Wisconsin, coming out 2-0 over their rivals at Concordia University, Nebraska. But it's been quite a fight for the folks from Concordia University, Nebraska. Still, unfortunately for them, they do technically lose. We will play all 3 maps, though. Map score, very important here, Tropic, and very important for both of these teams with playoffs coming up very fast on the road.
Very quickly on the road. Only 2 more weeks until we get into that playoff area. You know, both of these teams are already in that top 8, and top 8 will continue on to playoffs. So they definitely want to keep that. Map difference does matter, like my friend Korvik said. So we're hoping that Nebraska even takes another map to really help them, especially since right now they are in a tied position with ranks 6 through 8. They have all the same map differentials. So they definitely want to at least get that extra one to really bring them up in the leaderboards there. But as we go into Rialto here on our last and third map, we are going to have some substitutes coming in from the side of Wisconsin. Rick Dazzle will be, Artemis will be sub coming in instead of Rick Dazzle.
Okay, so one substitution being added there as we get prepared to go to the sunny canals of Rialto, which is always one of my favorite maps, actually, in the Overwatch pool. I really like it a lot. I know that I feel like a lot of people don't like it, but I like it. It's nice. There's a lot going on there. It's a very pretty map.
I mean, when I think of Rialto, I definitely think of some snipers potentially coming through. We might see Jamaro again on that Hanzo. Hanzo is a pretty nice pick because we have those abilities to get on that high ground and really, utilize those high grounds to your full potential. And one time I casted a game where somebody just hung out on the boat. So, I'm waiting for that to happen again. Has yet to happen, but, that was a fun one.
Gondola. You know what I think of when I think of Rialto, Tropic? It's that the water is not that clean in real life. I mean, obviously there's not like robot gondoliers either, but let me tell you, the water is dirty. That is nasty. I would not like to go into it. Let me put it to that. So
would not like to fall into the water. Duly noted.
In Venice, no.
I really like this tank lineup, Korvik. We have the Hogs, and we have, we have a Hammond coming through, and looks like we're just having a good old time on the payload here, emoting. This is great.
Well, there's a big party every year in Venice. It's a carnival, so it looks like we're getting a little taste of that early on there. The 2 Hogs dancing on the payload with the balls rotating around them, sort of in a joyous orbit. They're getting a photo, I think, for the team, and now they're going to start killing each other, as is tradition. And one team actually just whole resetting in the spawn right there to get the map started. You appreciate the Concordia University inter-school love right there, as such as it is. Now kind of stuck in their spawn doors, though, and it's not the best situation, I think, for them to start off with. Atlas forced to use the take a breather rather early here. Good hook, though, onto his opposite number. Won't secure him the kill, and the push coming forward from SoFresh, who is on that Echo, and is going to be an absolute menace here as Echo's Bleach goes down on the other side.
Ooh, and right now, it could have just been for the picture on the Nebraska side, but we are in low healings right now, and Artemis is even getting those heals. But as I say that, Mr. Papa there, I was waiting for the boops to come all day, and here it is. The boops are coming out, Korvik. Oh, but then he falls off.
No, and we caught it on camera as well. Oh, that's just cruel. Add that to the unhighlight reel. I don't know what the opposite of a highlight is. A blooper, I guess. Oh, he looked so confident, too. I don't want to talk about it too much, but it is always entertaining how confident he looked after he came out on the absolute screamer of an environmental kill that unfortunately just missed a jump right there. As a Lucio player by trade, I can sympathize greatly, but the fight continuing here. Atlas playing at a little bit of long range, waiting for the teams to come in. Good kill on SoFresh early on. Reactions on Cole Cassidy securing that early kill. Reaction now pushing forward here. Good flash in there as well, but can they follow it up? No, it's attack visor out of nowhere. Jamaro pulling it out of the pocket one more time, trying to secure a kill, but there's a dearth of targets right there. He can't actually really bring his focus onto any one. Echo's Bleach dancing around for half a second. This is a very disparate fight between these two teams, but again, very disparate comps. A good anti-nade coming over the top. Jomaro runs for a health pack. Surely it needs that stat, as Atlas does actually manage to secure a kill.
And I'm looking at Skelly Wolf right now and Artemis. Both of these nades are really coming in clutch, and those are the targets that everybody are, really targeting right now. But reactions with that Deadeye coming through, it's going to be really hard without your Brigitte to really come through with Duckinator being down.
Your Brigitte.
I know.
Good.
Oh, names are
It's
hard.
a good one. I like that. I like that pronunciation a lot. There's a lot of them, to be fair. That's one of my favorites. Anyway, Echo's Bleach manages to pick up a kill on Kaneem here. The turret dying almost immediately. A vengeance shot from downtown from Jamaro, but I think they've managed to secure the point, at least temporarily, as a nano-boosted ball goes sailing in, the minefield being unleashed there as well. And it might not look normal, but it is actually quite scary when he comes barreling down on you like that, and then ends his attack with a dip in the water. The rally coming out on the other side. A clone was used right there in the midst of all of that, but really no value was had out of it. Mr. Papa Bear brawling it out here, but again, it's attack visor in a decisive fashion here from Jamaro, who's flanking around on the outside, putting those shots down range, really forcing the enemy team back. A hook coming out there. Atlas falls back in with the whole hog and just retreats, or the take a breather and retreats, grabs the health back there for about a split second, and then continues the fight on the front line. As Sigma now making an appearance here as Jamaro racks up yet another kill. Logan, trying to be a nuisance in the back line, is brought down, and now Echo's Bleach coming out here on the Bastion.
Oh yeah, Bastion is making a statement right now, but it really looks like Wisconsin is going to take this right now, even though we're in overtime, and that was a big nade coming through. Oh yeah.
That was a chunky nade right there at point blank range. Now a Nano Hog is making an appearance. Logan the Fry nearly avoiding his dip into the water. He will end up there eventually, as Kaneem does get a very good hook there onto the ball, pulls him around the side, and Logan the Fry felt that was quite rude and arguably true. Echo's Bleach unfortunately can't really sustain themselves on Bastion. There's a reason he's getting reworked at Overwatch 2, Tropic.
Yeah, and that's why we're actually going to see Echo Bleach change to that Tracer coming through. Cole Cassidy getting that pick on the So Fresh, and Reaction will actually utilize that Deadeye and Nano behind.
Oh, the electric cowboy comes in from the back, but unfortunately the electricity does not spark there in the back line as Atlas unleashes a whole hog, getting absolutely pounded by damage, but somehow surviving through all of it. Gets a little bit of a shield block help there from Mr. Papa Bear, who now finds themselves in the unenviable position of getting gravitic flux. Will manage to survive. Now fighting on the front line, gets hit with an accretion dead to the face, somehow still sustaining through all of this before finally being brought down. And they will continue to push forward. Echo's Bleach now on the Tracer, just dip, duck, dodging, and diving on the backside as Reactions is met with a flurry of sticky bombs. And it does look like the push from CUW will succeed at taking the second point.
Ooh, Skelly Wolf was in a dangerous place right now, and Gonson is really coming in really aggressively here. And though we had a little bit of a fun start to begin with, they're really utilizing these ultimates to be proactive, and Jamaro, no ultimates at all, but coming through with the kills.
Jamaro continuing to be that decisive DPS player they need in so many situations, and that's not to take away at all from So Fresh, who adds 2 to their tally right there at the tail end. And it does look, for all intents and purposes, like the runway is clear here, Trovic, for them to just walk this one in.
Looks like that, but we are actually going to be seeing that whole hog to just really keep them in that spot. I'm not even sure if they're even going to be able to get out. Nebraska to be able to touch, and they are absolutely not. Oh, man.
Looking like something on a tiny Overwatch there at the end, all of them stacked up in that room. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's a custom game mode, but very much like that. You're all stacked up in a tiny room with just a lot of ults to use between the two teams. So giving me flashbacks right there, but very well done there by CUW. I mean, obviously, I think CUNE having a little bit of fun with it at various times, right? Bringing out a Bastion just to see what would happen. Unfortunately, didn't really work out.
And Skelly Wolf, she was getting so many good nades coming through. We saw Wisconsin very purple quite a few times, and so I'm hoping that next time around that we have a little bit more target focus on those purpled, those naded characters. But looks like Skelly Wolf isn't going to be even going that. We're actually might see a potential pirate ship. Echo's Bleach seems like he wants to stay on this Bastion potentially.
Why not? At this point in time, give it a go. Hey, get reactions in there on the far. It's worth actually pointing out that three of the players in the lobby tonight are female, which is a good number, all things considered. Skelly, Wolfie there, Artemis, and Duckinator. So the support lineup's really showing there. All power to them. And they've actually been super solid all through these matches as well. So they've just been spectacular. Credit where credit is due. Now I'm curious to see how this pirate ship works here, Tropic, because this to me, it's a risky strategy at best.
And it looks like we're just gonna say high five really quick. Another picture time. Are we gonna say cheese for the camera?
A mass suicide actually may be in
Going for a
order.
swim. They didn't actually hear your advice, actually, that they shouldn't go swimming.
The canals are really dirty.
Yeah, they were like, we're gonna try.
Joe Burrow hamming it up a little bit as well. It's not just Overwatch. It's Overwatch and a small play there for you in 3 acts here tonight, and a desire to report Skelly for not killing themselves. So the tail end.
She heard that the water was really gross and was like, no, thank you.
Well, look it up for yourselves, viewers. You'll see what I mean. Anyway, they're back at it again now. The momentary joviality forgotten in the face of unremitting violence and just a hail of lead, an absolute storm of fire here from the Bastion. Unfortunately, the storm of fire will not save him from one well-placed hook from Kaneem, who happily reels in his prey. Reactions now trying to secure a kill, but won't find it as Atlas is brought down on the front line, and rather unceremoniously, CUNE will beat a bit of a retreat. I say that, though, and they pick up 2 kills. And it's been the theme all night long. When one team looks like they're just about done, they always seem to find a little bit of life, but unfortunately, it is only a temporary resurrection. Logan the Fry will die, and I think force a reset.
And, I see what Nebraska's doing right now. We're trying to really utilize reactions above, putting pressure from above, where Echo's Bleach can really stay on that payload, be protected by the team, and just shoot however they like. But Kaneem right now getting these hooks to really displace him, and his idea does not seem to be working out so great.
No, it seems to be a little maybe not effective. Mr. Papa Bear, speaking of not effective, drops the amplification matrix and dies almost immediately. Logan Theory, trapped in a corner right there, gets absolutely blasted by Kaneem. And Kaneem now has some troubles of his own, but don't worry, the team is there to help and prevent that from getting too far out of hand.
I think Echo's Bleach also really wants to utilize that. He wants to be a tank. And hopefully potentially combine with Logan the Fry. So we'll see how that goes. It looks like we're still trying to push in, and CUW has these support ultimates. As I say that, there they are.
Well, the grab is in, but the follow-up is not there. The Immortality Field was used, as was the Amplification Matrix. They still have the option for the tank ultimate coming out of Echo's Bleach, who could maybe get some value out of it if he was able to perhaps get high ground positioning here and use it from there. Reactions with the Barrage as well, which is a scary threat. It should not be underestimated here, putting some serious damage onto Duckinator, who ducks behind that little bit of garden masonry before going the opposite direction. Still plenty of options here to play with in terms of ult, but Reaction is dead. The Gravitic Flux coming out early. The High Noon was used to kill Reactions right there. Bleach still not able to find what he wants. He gets accretioned and brought down. That's Pectus securing the kill on the Sigma, and gratification here denied even longer for the CUNE side, who just cannot seem to find their level and actually get some of these ults to work for them.
Oh man, Echo's Bleach still has that tank form coming through along with reactions. 30 seconds now and counting down on the clock for Nebraska to cap this first point potentially. But tomorrow, we've seen how powerful he has in his ultimates tonight, and he has that attack visor coming through.
Mr. Papa Bear has an amplification matrix reactions with 5! Oh my lord! We didn't get to see it, but you felt it echoing through your screens right there. Reactions had been looking for a barrage like that all night long, and finally finds it here with about 3 seconds left on the first stage of Rialto. Doesn't get much better than that for a Pharah player, I'll tell you what.
Oh man, but you know what? We still have the opportunity to potentially touch right now with where CUW or CUNE had, where was that? But you know what? Wisconsin will actually let them get that first point, backing up to this corner right here. And Echo's Bleach still has this tank form. I am waiting for him to utilize this. And maybe the time has come with Logan the Fry getting that Graviton once again. As I say that, tomorrow has an attack visor.
Jamaro trying to make the best out of a bad situation here with Attack Visor. Probably could have been a little bit more impactful, but still buying his team some valuable time here. They are trying to contest under the Bridge of Death here, but they haven't quite managed to find their footing just yet. They will get there eventually, though they are still in deep threat. Echo's Bleach continuing to hold on to the tank as you see the Gravitic come in alongside the Amplification Matrix. There was a grab thrown in there as well, because why wouldn't you throw in a grab? A couple of kills coming the backside there for CUNE, but it's not really enough for them. They'll backpedal just a little bit and I think go for the reset, and being ruthlessly hunted down in the process.
Ooh, I do love a good Battle Mercy coming through. And as I say that, Echo's Bleach actually pops off for that moment, allowing Mr. Papa Bear to be res from Skelly Wolf herself. And we have ultimates. We have ultimates on both sides, specifically Nebraska side, to really potentially come in, and Reaction's getting a little sneaky here, Korvik.
Oh, Atlas unfortunately missing a charge right there. We'll regret that almost immediately. Echo's Bleach in a gunfight. I don't think they can really win. The High Noon coming out there sends Skelly Wolfie into the canal. They tried to avoid it earlier. They won't avoid it that time. And a couple of kills to clean up right there as, Kaneem jumps into the canal as well, because that seems to be the theme of this evening's tail end entertainment.
We're all going swimming tonight on our journey to Rialto right now. And you know, less than 45 seconds on the clock for Nebraska to take this second point coming through. I'm still waiting for Echo's Bleach to utilize this tank form. I'm impatiently waiting at this point, and you know, So Fresh and Jamaro have their ultimates in preparation for even Reactions to try to get their ultimate off. Oh,
there it is, the barrage again from Reactions, just skipping over the rooftops to get two. Get a High Noon in the backside, somehow manages to get Mr. Papa Bear. You see Echo's Bleach up here on the high ground, putting a ton of damage into the shield, still holding that ult, perhaps waiting for Overwatch 2 when we know it will be more effective. Logan the Fry there cleaning up a kill at the tail end. Attack Visor coming out on the front side now. They've still got some ults to play with. Logan the Fry could grab at any time. There's the tank. He fires the howitzer shots in, but can he secure the kills? He cannot just yet. He will get one at the tail end. He goes for the grab, the Zarya, and she'll back right up.
Oh, and like each of our matches today, as soon as we think that fight's going one way, it goes the complete opposite way. Nebraska secures a second point as we have these support ultimates to really continue to be proactive in this. And Jamaro actually going a Widowmaker swapping off here. We're going to see if he's going to hit those heads.
It's an interesting pick for being this deep into the map, but all right. Any port in a storm, I guess, as they say, as Duckinator is sent back to the spawn room. An Amplification Matrix coming out from both sides. Change of fire strikes. I think it's Artemis who gets the worst of it, though. Will go down. A charge comes sailing across. Atlas is put into a corner and then put down by Vectus. The res will come in from Skelly Wolfie, though, so Atlas will get right back into the fight as Reactions gets a kill. The Shatter coming out, not successful there from Atlas, and Nano Reinhardt in the front line swinging away, but they don't really have the bodies to back their tank up. You see the Graviton Surge here in the pocket of Logan the Fry. They will use it. They'll get some kills and they'll complete.
Oh man, completing that third point. 1 minute to spare. We are in this. Both teams have enough time to really compete once again in this next point. And wow, you know, Korvik, so many picks, so many different picks. I'm curious if we will get another picture moment. We've been seeing different team bonding moments at the top of each fight. What will it be this time? is my question. Are they gonna all ride in the gondola? Maybe that's what they'll do next.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what they plan for here. I too look forward to our probably inevitable picture time as we do launch into overtime here, keeping us just a little bit longer in this Rialto map. Similar team compositions coming out. Jomaro, though, switching over to the Ash here, so a little bit of a change up in that regard, but otherwise relatively similar. I tell you what, Artemis and Duckinator there on the Moira and the Baptiste. That is an obscene amount of healing right there, Tromic. That is a lot of healing.
I mean, we saw Duckinator. We actually saw Wisconsin in general have this high healing output, and it just, I think what it really gives the tanks really this confidence to really go in aggressively, and we saw that really come successfully from the Wisconsin side, from both Kaneem and Etiquette.
No photo time. Nothing
No
but
photo
death
time.
here. They're done with photos. It's overtime. It's serious business now. There is only the gun left between these two teams, or rocket launcher, or hammer, or laser cannon, whatever. It's you get the idea. Jamaro here throwing that dynamite down range. There's yet another weapon in the arsenal, actually, and I don't think they'll get many targets with it, but Echo's Bleach has beautiful high ground positioning right here. What can they do with it? They'll get a kill. So Fresh is down, and one of the key hit scan counters here to reactions is taken out of the game, at least temporarily. Mr. Papa Bear there pumping heals in on the backside. They're just trying to get around blue corner here, but Echo's Bleach, he pays for his high ground positioning with his life. Reactions, though, continuing to pump in damage. Jomuro is down. Both the DPS are out. The amplification matrix comes in, and Atlas secures yet another fire strike kill. Artemis falling victim to that, and they'll get a couple on the backside as well, and they might just have punched their ticket through.
And Reaction's really taking these angles to be safe in his engage, coming through. And of course, Skelly Wolf in the support in the sky right now. So Fresh and Jamaro have a lot of pressure to really get the Sparrow in the sky from above to take away that pressure.
Pectus trying to get up, but it's a good shatter coming in. They'll follow it up with the barrage from Reactions. It does nothing. Jamaro securing 2 kills in the midst of it. And I believe that we won't see much more coming out of him. But just as I say that, Skelly Wolfie dives in for the res. It's unsuccessful. And that will be where the push ends. 94.58 meters.
Oh man, Pectus coming in with that clutch grab, you know, especially in that overtime instance, you know, you're really looking for that team kill, and Pectus had that grab to really secure that for them, even though Skelly Wolf was so close to that res and that potential take back with the reactions.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
It's
But, I mean, 2 minutes and 19 seconds to get this first point. And, you know, Wisconsin has come in each and every time with this just overall aggression. But as I say this, you know, we have a little bit of an interesting lineup coming through with Jamaro on the Widow. You know, I was hoping for a Widow, especially in this first instance. You know, the long sight lines, having that high ground to really take on. But neither team have really been playing on this corner or in each side.
That's true. I do want to take a moment to appreciate the camera work there. That nice, gentle cruise down the canal. Not to detract from the gameplay analysis, but it was lovely. Wasn't they said in Overwatch League once the robot gondoliers taking work from hardworking humans or something like that? I don't know. It was great. That was like 2 years ago, but it's still a really funny comment. Damn robots taking our jobs. Anyway, if a point can be taken here, because that's all it really takes from CUW to walk away with the win, and Jomaro on the Widowmaker isn't going to be impactful enough. Only 175 hit points to duel with this pharmacy. He just needs to land one good shot. That's all it takes. And it might be easier said than done. Instead, it's Pectus on the front line who gets Logan the Fry down. Jamaro is involved in a little bit of a personal battle right there as Echo the Bleach continues to play this very aggressive flanking soldier, just trying to find an opportunity. Gets stunned and killed instead. Cole Cassidy will not be messed with in 1v1 duels, especially when he hits the drop on you right there, as he did. And a good push coming forward here. Reactions just backing up as fast as they can to get back to their teammates, and then takes to the skies once more. The Widowmaker in their sights will be finished off there with a good little bit of splash damage. Still not enough. They're nearly there. They need some bodies on the point. Will they get anyone in? Reactions doing their level best to delay the inevitable here, and might just have done so.
Oh, we were talking about how vital Duckinator has been with that high healing output, and just having the confidence from Pectus and Kaneem to really go forward and be aggressive, and having that healer down really just forces another reset coming through, especially, and you know, but that makes for an ultimate fight with this last minute spare. So we're gonna see if Pectus's hammer does connect, because that is what they need to really combine with all these ultimates that they have.
Yes, Pectus must bring the hammer down in the most definitive of fashions here. Manages to get around blue corner, but it's lost track to the other. Reinhardt, the charge comes in. Atlas sees it too late. He's taken for a ride, but the barrage takes out Jomaro. Now Reactions is in on the backside. The Coalescence unleashed here as well. They have 2 ults to use in this scenario, both of which would be absolutely critical. Pectus drops the hammer. It's good. He's got a couple in it, but look at the kills that are coming out on the other side. Echo's Bleach, the savior, will almost guarantee them a map win there with that amazing tack visor.
Oh man, going down with so many ultimates, Corvic. You know, we have 3 in the spare, and oh, Roadhog was hiding in between.
There's time. There's time. The whole hog. Oh, no. Maybe there's not. They lose Kaneem. Is anybody going to be able to touch? I think that's done and dusted. Reactions comes over the top with the rocket launcher. There's a desperation play by Duckinator to get on. A desperate throw of the immortality field as well. Duckinator is escorted off in the most impressive of fashions. And that will end the overtime and end with a map win for CUNE.
Oh, what a clutch moment there coming in from Echo's Bleach. Just great job overall, especially in that last fight. It seemed like CUNE thought that they were gonna really take this with those ultimates that they built, but you know, justice came for the side of Nebraska, and reactions with that play that we did not see, but here we are. Whew.
The fat 5K right there from reactions. That was well done indeed. And hey, CUNE, they did really well tonight. They were cruising for a map win. It was only a matter of time, I think, and they managed to find one there on Rialto. Never really able to get one over on them. Where CUW, the Falcons just kind of couldn't take off on that Rialto map, especially in overtime.
And I really liked how Reactions played that Pharah in those latter sets. You know, he really utilized those angles, really stayed away from Echo's Bleach's, the DPS side, the Hitscan side for Wisconsin. And that is where we really saw him get so much, benefits coming in from the Nebraska side. And I mean, we witnessed it, that 5K just, whew, so hot.
It was great. Well, if you thought that was the end of the Overwatch action, you are incorrect. That match was exciting, but there's an even more exciting matchup coming up here in Challengers Cayenne Division. We'll be back with 2 5-0 teams. St. Ambrose University and UBCO Serpents Gold will be facing off. Don't go anywhere. More NECC Overwatch action coming your way. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Overwatch Night here at the NECC. An exciting match. Two 5-0 teams on the docket for tonight. It is St. Ambrose University versus the University of British Columbia, Okanagan, UBCO for short. Serpents Gold here facing off against one another. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is Tropic Theory. And Tropic, this promises to be probably one of the most intense matchups that we've seen so far in the NECC.
Oh, this is going to be a fierce one because not only are they tied right now, 1-2, UBCO has not lost a single map. And so, St. Ambrose, especially being in that second spot, being tied with that third competitor, they definitely want to not only take some maps off of UBCO just because they haven't lost one yet, but also to really get them above that and hopefully, get into that neck and neck spot right now. Maps matter, guys. And so their map differential right now is 13-0, whereas UBCO 15-1. Yeah.
Yeah, if they can get it off of them, I think they'll be theoretically tied, right? If they pick up at least two. So a lot of pressure here on St. Ambrose University. And I think it was, I believe I've been informed by a reliable source that St. Ambrose University was the host of the recent NECC LAN event. So they looked pretty good there, apparently. And I think that bodes well for them going into this matchup. But it's hard to say. I mean, it's pretty impressive to be 15-0 in terms of map score in any kind of Overwatch related tournament in this day and age. That is no mean feat.
No, not at all. We are this is our 6th week coming in. So 6 weeks of playing 3 maps each and every time. Oh man, that is not a easy feat, like you said yourself, Corbeck. So I'm looking for them to I'm looking for both teams right now to be very fierce coming in. I'm excited to see this aggression. I mean, last time we had this aggression coming in from both of our Concordia universities, and this is just going to be a whole other type of fierce aggression coming through. I'm looking for fire. I'm looking for the emotions. This is going to be pretty I'm gonna say this is gonna be really intense.
This is a true battle. This is legitimately a true battle for first place here in Challengers Cayenne. I mean, this is like as close as you're ever gonna get to it outside of the playoffs. These two teams facing off against each other with a very narrow margin between them in map score. It's obviously St. Ambrose is the one who has a lot to prove, right? They have to come out. They have to beat this kind of juggernaut squad. I think it's within their capability tonight. We're starting off on Ilios. It's going to be a bit wild. I discourage you from taking away just too much viewers from these Koth maps because they can be quite different than a lot of the other map types. But I don't know. We'll get a tenor for how this is going to be in these first couple of fights here, Tropic, I'm sure.
Yeah, these Koth maps are very fast paced, so you're really seeing you really have to see a lot of emphasis on these DPS, honestly. So Heinz in the sky with Odin to heal them up. A lot of pressure coming in from Delco, and as I say that, goes down immediately.
Delco gets decked right there at the start, and that is the hard counter for that Pharah done early on here. Not to be outdone, though. There'll be a kill right back on the other side. Kaio getting one in, and that'll shut down Sinfax here. They continue to get the res, though. Art does secure a kill, so that slows things down just a little bit. Neither of these teams really want to address the point just yet, truly. It will initially fall to St. Ambrose, and well, that'll send UBCO back. They are very mobile comps here, Tropic, so I wouldn't expect them necessarily to brawl in like the previous compositions we saw.
Yeah, this is a really interesting comp up right now. We have Delco in the sky trying to really duel this Pharah with Heinz, but no Mercy to save. But as I say that, Micah does swap to this Mercy, but even in that same regard, St. Ambrose has this really low healing output with Syntax on that Lucio, and Odin trying to focus in the sky with Heinz.
Delco does secure another kill. Poor Sinfax just can't seem to stay alive there on the Lucio. Will go down again. Heinz has the barrage here, looking for the opportunity to use it. I think they're trying to demech the Diva. Agent N7 has kind of focused on putting pressure onto the Pharah. Not always the best task necessarily for a Tracer. Now Heinz is getting electrocuted as well. As Agent does drop in with the pulse bomb. Heinz gets the kill onto Delco in the air, and the 2 DPS for St. Ambrose Ambrose doing big work here. That said, the tank line for UBCO Gold fighting it onto the point. They will not surrender it without a fight. Lamb Sauce is knocked eventually, though, just can't stay in the mix as the bomb drops. Unfortunately, no members of St. Ambrose will fall as Hines racks up the kill on the Baby Diva. Sinfax getting some overdue revenge there, taking out one of his opposite numbers in the support line as Micah is brought down. And now Odin sailing up to continue the support.
Oh, I would expect no less from both of these top two teams coming in really evenly matched right now. As I say that, we get that flip onto St. Ambrose. They have all the ultimates in the world to really utilize in this next point to really be proactive and keep this in their wheelhouse. But we have a Sombra coming in from the UBC side, thinking that they're really going to focus on Odin right now to really, as soon as they get that Mercy down, you know, most likely that bar will go right with them.
Agent MM7 sticking onto the backline like glue. A really good kill early on to NECC, but it's quickly answered back by 2 from the side of UBCO Gold. Delco adding one more to the pile right there as Robo Eagle gets involved in the mix. They get the res on NECC as well. This Primal just kind of invested here at the tail end, Tropic. I don't know how to feel about that, but it'll secure the cleanup, I guess.
You know, securing the cleanup, we have that 45% and counting in right now. Delco, you know, has his ultimate to really, again, I'm looking for them to be proactive because UBC doesn't really have a lot of ultimates besides this pharmacy ultimate, whereas we look at the St. Ambrose side and they have everything that they'd want to choose, but Delco goes down before they're able to use it.
Oh, the barrage coming in from Hines. Hines picks up one before the barrage and then picks up the second one right there. MM7 getting in and getting Lamb Sauce in here as well. Cendrillon getting involved, managing to find a kill. They continue to fight on point. You see the bomb going up. That'll secure a kill as well. Heck, it's just kills all over the place here for St. Ambrose, including that little bit of nastiness right there to just ensure Micah was dead.
Oh man, and you know, we had so many ultimates coming in from the St. Ambrose side, and now in this last fight territory, we really don't have a whole lot to really utilize. I'm really looking at Sinfax to really keep the team alive with that beat coming through, but the hack comes in from Caillou, you know, and we almost have an EMP in our hands.
Well, another good performance right there by the 2 DPS from the St. Ambrose sides. An EMP coming out on the other direction. Agent MM7 in trouble there, but Cendrillon and the rest of the tank line denying too much advantage to the side of UBCO Gold. A nasty bit of fighting right there as Kaio attempts a touch, but the Sombra just cannot survive in close quarters, surrounded by the enemy team. And St. Ambrose coming out with a bit of a statement right there.
You know, at that very beginning, I was doubting St. Ambrose's healing composition. You know, we have Odin in this guy really trying to keep, you know, Hines alive and giving them that boost. And Sinfax, you know, we have these very mobile characters coming in from the DPS and the tank side. So I wasn't sure with the low healing output of healing with Lucio and Mercy along with this mobile tank composition that the healing side would work, but they made it work, getting that point of this matchup coming to the St. Ambrose side, and here we are in Ruins, and it looks like we're going to be keeping on the same compositions, very mobile and very lots of pressure from the sky.
Yeah, they really do seem to both kind of favor these mobile compositions, but I don't know that it's worked too well for UBCO Gold. They seem to be struggling just a little bit to kind of leverage their aggression at the moment. Cendrillon getting the early kind of dive there, but is easily able to survive that on the Diva. Sinfax, who was on the unfortunate end of a couple of early kills in the round, will not be so this time. It is Lamb Sauce who goes first. That forces the res as Kaio is caught shortly thereafter. Cendrillon just seems to be sort of on tracking duty there for Kaio, making sure that the Sombra can't get too much value. Robo Ego loses their mech as well. NECC gets burned. Look at these kills coming in for St. Ambrose.
Oh man, this target focus coming in from St. Ambrose. They're really pushing in hard here. Caillou is going to try to make that last ditch point to try to contest this, but there's not a whole lot when you're a lone Sombra coming through. And with that push coming in, we have these ultimates really ready to spare here. Agent MM7 is already being a little sneaky in that back line, trying to get somebody off, you know, before they can even try to contest this or really regroup here.
Yeah, this has kind of been the MO for the Tracer player, and I mean, it's exactly what he's supposed to be doing here as Heinz gets yet another kill onto Lamb Sauce. And oh boy, UBCO Gold needs to find something quick here. They're about to drop their first map in the tournament so far. They gotta reach deep here, or their perfect record is going the way of the Dodo, much like Delco, who gets blasted out of midair and sent right back to the spawn.
And, you know, I'm really surprised that they're not seeing this low healing output right now. If you have both of those supports down, and as I say that, as soon as Odin goes down, you're seeing a lot more red in the feed to potentially get this, you know, point. Oh, but not quite. Agent Double M7 coming in hard in the back line. Jeez.
Agent Double M7, it just continues to be an absolute nuisance on this Tracer, really giving them no room to breathe whatsoever and keeping them very discombobulated there on the front line. They can't ever entirely guarantee that they're not being shot from behind. He gets another one. He just sneaks those kills in from nowhere, and Lamb Sauce is down, and we are running out of time here on the side of UBCO Gold. They have an EMP in the pocket. Kaio is just waiting to use it.
And exactly what I'm hoping that UBC Gold will do. St. Ambrose is really poking in. Whoa! Whoa! What happened there?
Uh-oh, Kaio. I want that one back as soon as he can get it. Robo Eagle dives in and finishes off Centralon, though, and gets another one. He gets Synfax in there as well for free. Kaio still has the ult, but dies again with the EMP at 97%. Oh, no. This is looking absolutely disastrous for UBCO Gold. They throw the bomb in there at the tail end. They're forced to use the barrage as well as Delco catches Heinz looking and brings him down. Micah just trying to keep the Pharah alive through all of this. Kaio coming back in with the EMP. Will they use it in this fight? They absolutely have to. The EMP goes out. It caught 3. It's not the best EMP ever, but it should do the job. Lamb Sauce gets 1 kill in here as Delco comes back to claim vengeance, grabs the Diva mech. Centralon going down shortly thereafter. Heinz now getting involved here as well. Both the Pharah is back in play, but the point did flip in favor of UBCO Gold.
Definitely a point flip coming through. We have ultimates coming on the side of UBC Gold, so I'm looking again for them to utilize these proactively because St. Ambrose has, as I was going to mention that, Agent Double M7 has that behind. He just goes down, Corvic.
The whole hog at point blank range attempts to disrupt Odin's resurrection. It fails, but it does manage to get Centralon off the edge of the map. However, Heinz is right there with the barrage to even things back up. Nikki is down. Kaio is down. Is this it for UBCO Gold? Is their perfect record about to be marred here on this Ilios map without so much as a whisper from their team? Lamb Sauce trying to fight it out will go down. The Diva Bomb thrown in utter desperation here as that minefield is just waiting for anyone who drops into contest. They are keeping it alive. Maiko comes in and gets the touch, but they need more bodies here desperately. It's 99% on the clock now into overtime. Can anybody make it? Delco goes for the run, but he can't quite get there, and that's it. St. Ambrose pick was just not up to tempo right there on some of those maps. You think about poor, was it on the front lines? Why is the name completely escaping me right now? But Lamb Sauce, that was it. The Winston just got bullied a couple of times right there by Heinz. The two kind of condiments coming at one another, and Heinz Ketchup emerging victorious there in the long run. They can't be affording losing their main tank that early on, especially in those dive compositions when Winston is the heart and soul of the whole thing.
And you know, it really seemed like they realized how much damage Heinz and Odin were doing, putting pressure in the sky, really trying to change up to Caillou on that Sombra, but it just wasn't enough damage coming through. We saw a couple EMPs coming here and there, but there was never a follow-up on those EMPs, except for once, on Ruins, there was that take back.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think that they're going to have to really deal with Heinz and Odin in the sky. And again, that target focus coming through each and every time. We saw St. Ambrose really target the supports coming in from UBC side, really opening up for the team to just be aggressive onto that. So if we go on the flip side, if UBCO really recognizes that low healing output coming through, maybe we'll see a little bit of reverse on our second map and after our break.
Well, St. Ambrose has dropped the bomb here to start things off. They've unsettled the unsettleable. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be an absolute heater here. 2 maps left to play in this matchup. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here. It's St. Ambrose University versus UBCO Serpents Gold, and St. Ambrose University delivering the first punch here, breaking the perfect record that UBCO has had in terms of map score. So they've already pulled one over on them here, Tropic. Can they pull over another one and take the win here to become an immaculate team in this particular division?
I mean, we are headed to Eichenwald next, and this is the King of the Hill maps are very fast paced. Where we saw when you get that aggression coming through, getting those targets focused, they can go really quickly. But so there'll be a lot more wiggle room, a lot more map diversity coming through as we enter Eichenwald. Nice and sunny, unlike how your background right now, where it's a little dark and dreary.
Not spooky Eichenwald, no. Nice sunny Eichenwald. Tourist friendly Eichenwald, I think is what we'll call that. And yeah, it's fascinating that St. Ambrose University, I think, really did come out there and just set the pitch from the start. I mean, they were just very aggressive, both those teams playing very disparate comps. But like I said at the start of that map, I don't want to peg just too much on it, Tropic, because sometimes those cost maps are very deceiving. Yeah. Right? One team is really good in that more chaotic style. They get over here to more structured maps with more linear pathing, and it's a little bit harder for them to come back. So a little bit of an opportunity here for UBCO Gold to sort of right the ship, as it were.
And I'm looking again for these fairs to come out. And as I say that, instead of that, we're going to get some Cole Cassidy's and our lovely Torbjorn coming through. And I really do like Torbjorn in this defense area, especially since, UBC Gold probably thinks that Hines and Odin will all here with the May, which, again, I really like to really split off, hopefully safely guide that team, safely guide their team around and really make their mark on point and fight there.
Yeah, that's going to be the goal here, I guess. A really aggressive early push coming out here. They're not wasting any time at all, just trying to get in. Arc going straight for the gut. They use the May wall there to extend their push around the tower. Already, Kaio has lost the turret as they begin to swing in tight. Arc taking a lot of damage right there. Agent MM7 having a little bit of an unfortunately unpleasant time in the front line, but will heal through most of it. Now it's Lamsauce's turn to back up and get a little bit of cover there as another desperation turret is thrown down by Kaio, but a desperation turret that pays dividends. Odin is caught looking, and now they're getting in tight to the fight here again. A very close range brawl. Both Lamsauce and Kaio will not stand in the midst of it, and this amplification matrix just making things worse here for the defenders. UBCO Gold getting absolutely rolled up. A bit of a block to try and turn it around. Unfortunately meets with nothing. A much better flash fan combo coming out right there from Agent MM7, who will secure the kill, and the supports go down, and that's it, Tropic.
Oh, Synfax with that speedy amplification matrix really making the statement and really getting that point, or really assisting getting that point for the team there, making a difference. And 5 minutes and 15 seconds to spare, and we are still seeing this aggression, and the wall comes out, getting a kill potentially.
Oh, the shatter following up, and they'll get right in on the back of it, getting those kills, and that was exactly what they needed in that scenario. UBCO Gold desperate for something to give them just a little bit of breathing room, and they find it there on the back of Lamsauce.
And it's really quite unfortunate that Hines utilized that blizzard in the mist where, well, everybody was already dead. That's such a vital ultimate to really use that way, unfortunately. And UBC Gold has all the ultimates to spare to really come through with this, and Micah really prepared to save the team with that trance. Oh!
The Molten Core comes sailing out. Bolts being thrown into this fight by UBCO Gold, but it was all worth it at the end because they will secure enough kills. And, well, Kaio maybe just consumed by bloodlust there at the end. I would say Tropic had to get one more.
That's quite a bit of ultimates to really utilize in that area, especially, Micah having that transcendence when we have these ultimates coming on the side of St. Ambrose here soon to potentially, that could have been potentially saved by that. Definitely looking at, I like where their thoughts are right now going on this high ground. Cindrillon is probably going to be utilizing that bomb to really space everybody here. Or Synfax utilize that amplification matrix.
Yeah, the amplification matrix used, I kind of think, forces them up. The high ground has been vacated by the defenders. The drop coming in over the top. The May wall thrown up there just to be disrupted. The immortality field had to go out. Amplification matrix now from the high ground, but he actually dies. Kaio snipes him right back there. Agent MM7 taken down in that as well. And again, a really good performance here by UBCO Gold. Once they found their footing here, they're looking relatively hard to shift.
Oh, you're exactly right coming through. We have these ultimates coming in to really keep this momentum coming through. Kaio really getting that, utilizing the multi-core last time around as that AoE damage, really taking the team off that point and has that multi-core once again to even potentially combine with Lamb Sauce's hammer if he's able to connect it.
Powerful ults on both sides. The hammer drops. They've got some follow-up, but Lamb Sauce is melted. Now comes the Molten Core here. That's going to actually force the sound barrier. The Blizzard coming out from Heinz right there, who had just enough time to get it out. Kaio will go down in the brawl. You lose Micah there too. Robo Eagle making sure it's not entirely going the way of St. Anne.
Odin to potentially shine here with these boops as we're passing this bridge here coming through.
Delco has the High Noon, or the Deadeye, in the pocket. The Amplification Matrix down, but they push right past it. Oh no! The boot does come in from Odin at the worst possible time. Nicky's escorted off the edge, but fortunately for UBCO Gold, the rest of the team is there, including Micah, who does some serious work right there, getting that final kick onto Heinz.
It looks like we're going to be swapping some things up here on the side of St. Ambrose here. We are actually going Skyforce once again. Same exact team that we saw in this control on our last COF maps coming through with this swap, even swapping out some of these ultimates to spare. I really like a team that really recognizes that maybe those ultimates aren't the best to keep, so we just might as well swap here. And they are just coming with a force now, Corvic.
Tons of pressure put on Delco now to be the hard counter as Heinz manages to find Kaio already, but Robo Eagle with the bomb goes hunting and finds both Centralon and Odin. Couldn't have asked for anything better from the D.Va player.
Oh man, really, again, I have to comment, we had over 5 minutes to spare for St. Ambrose to really push us to the second point, and here we are, just about to get shy of a minute here. UBC Gold is doing a great job, really, utilizing their ultimates proactively. We saw that there with Robo Eagle. I've really seen these Sky Forces, but now we have these openings for St. Ambrose to come through. Ooh, and really close to another barrage.
Yeah, they are indeed, and relying a lot on Centralon's bomb here as well to get them some value. Centralon in good position to use it, hurls it in. I don't think they have anything to counter it, so they run for cover. All that it cost them, though, is Kaio and Kaio's turret. The Immortality field goes down as well. Here comes the barrage from above. Micah is taken now, but Lamb Sauce plucks Heinz out of the air. Some well-due revenge there for the Reinhardt, who goes in and polishes off Odin as well.
Oh, we're definitely seeing another... just a side of aggression that we did not see from UBCO last time around. I think we saw them really... I'm lost on my words here, but we have ultimates right now. We will see if St. Ambrose could really even take this once again.
Molten Core does come out, just coach the point there. Torbjorn trying to deny any touch. Arc tries to get in there, immediately gets burned. They do lose Micah early on in this fight, but they have some tools to work with. They have the Deadeye, that will come out right away. Delco looking for a target, being dropped here by Arc. That might actually be enough to buy them room to go ahead and get this cart moving forward. Lamb Sauce is fighting very hard, though, on the front line. The shatter coming out there from Lamb Sauce is huge. A trend well, and that should do it. And yes, this is a much more composed, aggressive, I would almost say tactically sound UBCO Gold team that we're seeing on this map.
And what a beautiful trance in that ender, Corbic. We had that pretty massive hammer coming through for Lamb Sauce, and then Micah really aiding in that trance and just keeping the team alive while the team was able to really secure that kill and not even making it to that second point. All they need is that they need to cap that first point, get to that second one, and we're really seeing that though St. Ambrose saw success on the COF maps with that very mobile pharmacy-driven comp, we're seeing UBCO Gold really counter this right now.
Yeah, they really weren't giving them a lot of room to run, and I'm trying to figure out like what the difference is. I don't know if it's a matter of maybe just map and positioning, allowing them to maybe be in a little bit different spot. If it's the fact that they're not trying to run a dive back into it, I don't know if that contributes to a certain extent. Perhaps Lamb Sauce just sure why they're seeing such success.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing again that map terrain coming through. We saw where they were really utilizing those cover to not give Heinz as much space as we saw him get and as much damage, really utilizing those angles for cover where he's not getting that pressure we saw from last time. Really interesting though that we're seeing Agent MM7 on this Symmetra, probably going to try to just tally in and really fight on point potentially.
Yeah, Agent NN7, that's an interesting pick here on the Symmetra. Not an entirely useless one by any stretch of the word. You're about to see exactly why as soon as Lamsauce passes underneath there. Those turrets causing some significant issues on the initial push by the attackers. Definitely gives them something to think about and slows it down just a little bit. And of course, if MM7 can get into beam range, that's a lot of damage that will be coming in. And now Delco switching over to the Pharah, and Kaio will be taking up the McCree here as we get started on the second part of this attack. So playing very standoffish here, though. A couple of rockets coming in around the tower. They try and do a little bit of a boot, but they can't quite get where they want to be. They'll go in for the hard engage there. Kaio gets blocked off by the wall. Uh-oh. That could have been a very bad spot indeed. It is for Lamsauce, who will be brought down. And here's the rest of the aggression coming out from the St. Ambrose side. They uncoil like a spring and just shove UBC Gold back.
And I like UBC's Gold's thought process with bringing in this pharmacy. No hit scan coming in the side of St. Ambrose, but exactly what we saw with Heinz's wall, that exactly is what their intentions are, really trying to wall and kill, basically. So they're definitely going to have to bait that wall out, and they're going to have to be very careful with Heinz's Blizz coming through. The wall comes right out again.
Well, a lot of ults being used here. A Blizzard. You saw the amplification matrix thrown out, but it's completely useless in this context because once again, St. Ambrose just surges forward in a tidal wave of red and drives the members of UBC Gold back. And once more, they will return to the spawn and plot their revenge.
And we're definitely seeing again this organized aggression coming through from St. Ambrose, something similar that we saw in the KOF maps. And, we have these ultimates, though, from UBCO Gold to really be proactive this time around, and a lot of pressure is on Odin to keep him alive.
High Noon comes out, doesn't find a target. The sound barrier was thrown into this mix as well. They had no choice but to use it. Odin just wants to keep his team in the fight a little bit longer. Robo Eagle trying to get in the mix as well. They will see those kills coming in favor of St. Ambrose yet again, and they just cannot pick this lock, Tropic. They're not able to find a way in for the third or fourth time here.
Oh no, Heinz's walls are just consistently deadly. If he does not have a wall ready to spare and the team is about to back up, that Blizz is just on the round. This is our second time that we have another Blizz in preparation for this next fight. Delco hasn't even been able to utilize his barrage because of the amount of damage coming through.
Delco still looking for the right moment. Maybe finds it here, goes up and over. The barrage comes in. He gets two. Is it enough, though? Will that be the chink in the armor of this team? Lamsauce gets a good kill onto Arc, and I think they might just have done it. It took a lot of hard work, but they're getting in there as Lamsauce picks up one more. Kaio adding to the pile there, does a really good job of bearing down on the other DPS, and finally, with 40 seconds left on the clock-ish, they have broken through.
Oh man, I like the fact that St. Ambrose is starting to swap off there. That duo really, especially that Symmetra, really only works on that first point. So I like this change to Cole Cassidy on the side of the St. Ambrose side. We are going to be not staying with the pharmacy, actually. Micah is actually going to swap off onto Lucio, and they're actually going to be a battle of the walls here. Seeing how powerful Heinz's wall was, walls and blizzes have been throughout this fight.
Yeah, this Cole May brawl is always a dangerous composition indeed. Kaio with the slight advantage of having the high noon early on. Lamsauce too has an ult here to use if they can just bait the enemy team down to a reasonable area. Lamsauce gets pinned. That forces the immortality field out very early, but Arc is paying for their pride. Good high noon coming in from Kaio right there. Unfortunately, Lamsauce will go down. Amplification matrix is used. You see the Diva Bomb come out right there. No one caught up in it. Kaio will go down. They are still fighting here. Both these teams very much neck and neck in terms of who's going to win this. And slowly but surely, it looks like it's getting dragged back around to the side of St. Ambrose. I say that though, and now Delco's coming back in. And look who it is. It's Lamsauce. Return to the fold just in time. And the Prodigal Son helps them push their opponents right back towards the bridge.
We're definitely seeing these battle of the walls come through. Which wall will be more successful to really get that wall and kill off? But no wall is even needed when Lamsauce has kills that he needs to really keep this payload pushing and getting so close. And,
no,
wow.
I thought they'd made a misplay there for a second, Tropic, but it was all intentional. It was all calculated.
Play of the game.
Oh,
That's the story, and they're sticking to it.
that is the story. And, you know, UBCO gets, it was St. Ambrose?
What?
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't understand your question there for a second. It was UBCO Gold, I believe, who got the W there.
Yeah.
Judging as well by the stats score.
Oh,
so
man.
it will be tied up, and they will be forced onwards to a map 3. No rest for any of us here at NECC as we kind of push forward with these 5-0 teams. They are neck and neck, Tropic.
They are neck and neck, and St. Ambrose really came in strong with that May composition. I'm curious if we'll potentially see a little bit more on our next map in Rialto after. Oh man, UBCO Gold really saw, as you said, a clinch in that armor, and they went full forward, going through and getting that last map of Eichenwald. Whew.
Well, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. The conclusion to this exciting series approaches at Rialto right as break. ladies and gentlemen, move into our final match, and it will be Rialto, the decider between the two 5-0 teams. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is Tropic. Really, I think we saw UBCO Gold showing us some teeth on that last match. Definitely not as close as the Koth map was.
Oh, but that initial aggression or their initial attack was very close. You know, St. Ambrose, again, we saw that organized aggression coming in with that May and Symmetra coming through. I'm curious if we'll have another interesting composition coming in on Rialto as 1-1. UBCO already getting one map knocked down from their perfect record. I'm excited to see what we're going to have in store for St. Ambrose once again on this map. I have to say, Heinz has been a big star coming through on their DPS side with that help of Odin. So. We also saw, you know, we initially saw them in the sky with that pressure, with that pharmacy, and then that May was just so deadly with the help of Agent MM7. Consistently, they almost got UBCO in our last map of Iconful, but they came in pretty clutch in the end there.
They did, and I think you're right. Heinz has kind of been one of the key sort of standouts, right, on this lineup. That said, I mean, we do go to Rialto, which is a map that is favorable to flyers, right, if they so chose. Agent MM7 coming out here on the Torbjorn, Heinz on the Hanzo. What do you make of the double shield?
Ooh, you know, if UBCO Gold sees that, the first thing I'm going to think is that they're going to probably go a Skyforce of themselves. You know, Arc on that Orisa can be powerful when the DPS really take those angles and keep stationary, but it is a very easy thing to just push forward as a team for UBCO. And we are seeing a little bit of more of an aggressive composition coming in from UBCO with Delco on that Reaper and Kaio on Sombra once again, actually.
A very close range composition is what it is. They'll have to sneak in as quickly as possible into the hotel, immediately forcing the changing of the sides there. Lamb Sauce kind of just keeping them guessing as to directions. They're trying to build up enough bodies to really make this push onto the second floor of the hotel. It looks like they will do so eventually. Agent MM7 in a bit of a dangerous position right there, but they force the fallback, and it is a bit of a struggle here for the double shield composition if they just can't find their routes, and that does seem to be. Mark continues to move, and it's a bit of a dangerous split here between these two sides. Heinz going for a tracking shot there on the outside edge, but unfortunately it just goes sailing by. Lamb Sauce is down, and that probably is going to doom this attack. And yeah, certainly the kills that follow it up would imply that Reinhardt is absolutely essential for success.
Oh man, and you know, right now, holding at this angle is really ideal for what St. Ambrose has in their pocket right now. We have these ultimates being built when coming through. UBCO only has Nikki with that amplification matrix, but I do like what Kaio is doing with this Junkrat, really trying to just...
Kaio getting pushed into a bit of a spam war here between these two sides, and I don't necessarily know if Kaio will emerge victorious in this setup, but certainly a wide rotate here for UBCO Gold. Going all the way around, they throw out the amplification matrix there, the immortality field coming in. Nikki has to amp the heals right there. They managed to take out both the turret and the immortality field on the other side. Kaio finding a big pick early on. Odin will go down. Lamb Sauce tapping one in as well, sends Heinz back into the spawn area. Lamb Sauce managing to pick up Synfax here, and that should break this open, at least temporarily. Lamb Sauce comes up swinging.
Oh man, and you know, I really like the fact that UBCO really went around those shields, and we saw success coming through. It looks like they're not even going to opt to contest this area, especially since they don't have this very mobile comp or very stationary on the side of St. Ambrose's side. And you know, but Heinz has that dragon to come through and split up the team coming for this next one.
Central on there, throwing out the shield, trying to hold on to the high ground, but the Opera House soon to be turned into a place of tragedy here for the Sigma. Instead, it's Lamb Sauce who goes peeling off the backside. A dragon there as well, but the tire comes the opposite direction. No joy on the tire. Instead, Kaio gets killed. And that was not how they saw that playing out in their head. I almost guarantee you of it. Still plenty of bodies stacked up here on the high ground of the Opera House. Micah trying to escort them along. They have a shatter to use in this situation as well, which could really ruin someone's day. It'll be Cendrillon who gets killed right there. The beat doesn't get to him somehow. I'm not sure, but they'll pin him into the wall regardless of the Lucio's attempt to save their teammate. And good kill coming in there on Odin at the tail end of it will deprive them of their Zenyatta in this circumstance. Now Delco just trying to polish off Arc. Arc will not go quietly though, managed to secure one kill before passing.
And, you know, we're really seeing this patience coming in from UBC Gold right now, really setting up each and every play, coming through, and we're seeing a lot of success with that. I really am thinking that we have to get off of this really stationary comp coming through from St. Ambrose's side with this Orisa.
Robo Eagle trying to get up and over, but too many team members are dead by the time that D.Va gets there, throws their entire body into an effort to take out the beatdown bongos. They will actually get Arc on the tail end of it, and Synfax adds a little kicker of their own, but doesn't feel like quite enough in that situation, Tropic, if we're being perfectly honest with ourselves.
Oh man, you know, as I was hating on the Orisa, those bongos were so important in that fight, really increasing that damage for the team to really get their feet under them. And now we're looking at a long walk for this second point for UBCO Gold, whereas we're having a little bit more of a spawn advantage coming in from St. Ambrose's side.
They're moving in through the top of the Opera House one more time. They come down the stairs, an absolute soiree here dropping in, but really not much of a party for them at all. The Gravitic clocks into the Molten Core right there, devastates the front line of UBCO Gold, and 35 of the seconds on the clock now.
Oh, and that was a beautiful combination coming through. Delco coming through and lamb sauces that can be combined, and we are just seeing the same rotation on this fight each and every time.
Yeah, very similar rotation coming in again. Now they've got some people on the low ground here trying to buy them some room. Kaio will die very early here. Ooh, that amplification matrix is gonna hurt. They're exchanging body blows through their two amplification matrix, but neither one really the deal breaker right there. Delco trying to fish for crits here basically on the low ground. Has a dragons to use as well. Will duck back inside the Opera House and repositions here for a second to group up with the rest of the team. They try to push out onto the steps, but the sheer weight of firepower is just keeping them properly bottled up. 45 seconds left on the clock, and they're desperate for some.
You know, I'm really surprised that they're still opting to utilize this, because there it is, the dragon that I was expecting to come through comes forward, but they drop down Corbic.
The beat goes in here as well. The Transcendence answering on the other side for St. Ambrose. But Agent MM7 drops. The Shatter comes in. Such aggression from Lamb Sauce. Kaio manages to turn that into kills. And that was exactly what they needed. Big plays from the Junkrat right there will help them secure this entryway here into the third point.
Oh man, yeah, Kaio is doing a great job on this Junkrat. You know, it was a little dicey there in as they were just getting the spam damage in that Opera House, but those dragons really made them jump down, push onto point, and here we are, the Battle of the Shields as we approach these archways coming through. Ooh!
Oh, another good Gravitics there. Synfax polishes off their opposite number, but Lamb Sauce will not let the challenge go unanswered. A good charge to take out MM7 and take that Torbjorn out of the mixture. Still a bit of a backup here, an awkward disengage, honestly, coming out from the side of UBCO Gold, and they are getting pursued here relentlessly over onto the veranda, and that will cost them, I think, 2 more losses there before they're able to fully get out.
And we are already sub a minute, and with Lamb Sauce going down instead of being able to be able to safely get out, that is going to be a respawn wave coming through. And we have ultimates to spare on the UBCO Gold side. I'm looking at Kaio right now to get hopefully an opening tire for the team to really push forward. Ooh.
Application Matrix coming out. Oh no, the dragon has the spoiler, but it doesn't stop the fire strike that goes through and finds Heinz. Heinz gets vengeance from beyond, though, as he will take down Delco, and both the Hanzos are out of this fight, at least temporarily. Kaio trying to get damage forward. It will not save Lamb Sauce. The tire comes looping around the backside. They're looking for it, though, and they won't find any value with it as the Diva Bomb goes sailing in over the top. Nobody goes down. Cendrillon continues to hold that aggressive front line, and Agent MM7 is right there in the pocket to ensure that the kills are cleaned up.
Oh, you know, St. Ambrose had a great composition coming through in the end. This this, especially in these, there's so little corridors to really push through in that end there, that, you know, that Orisa and Drillilon, excuse, I apologize, on that Sigma really help just keep that stationary and not let UBCO Gold even push through at all. Oh, and that Kaio's tire, how heartbreaking, but, you know, St. Ambrose was really on the watch for that.
Quite what UBCO Gold would have liked right there, Tropic, if we're being honest. Coming up it's a very difficult
100%.
map to complete. That said, when you kind of want to ensure your victory, you really do want to get there. Not being able to fully complete it, I think, very much leaves this up in the air.
And this is really interesting coming in from the defense side. We're really seeing this very we are actually getting a little sneaky and going to go for that close court hold to really burn down this time right now, especially with Delco on that Mei, as well as Kaio on that Reaper. Whereas St. Ambrose, you know, it looks like they are ready for this. Really take that initial comp that we saw on KOF that worked really well and could really work well against this close court hold that UBCO Gold wants to do.
Yeah, very correct, and they will go for the early attack, but it does seem like St. Ambrose at least gets the better of them initially. Good positioning there, Arc rolling out the opposite direction. It's the same Pharah composition that they favored in the past, and it's already paying off for them immediately. Micah is down. They do get a kill the other way, but the spawn advantage means that that's almost negligible. Nikki getting taken out should basically put this to bed. They don't have any supports.
Yeah, they're going to be able to have that extra fight coming through, but Heinz already having that barrage to really try to displace them and be proactive to keep this momentum that St. Ambrose has right now. We'll see if UBCO Gold does keep the same, but no, they're actually going to be making some swaps with Delco on Cole Cassidy as well as Kaio with our fun Torbjorn coming through. Actually, we're going a full swap with the whole team, Korvik.
Yeah, they are making some serious changes here. Robo Eagle to Sigma coming out. Lamb Sauce on the Roadhog. Sinfax, he finds himself on the wrong end of a Roadhog hook and dies for it. Agent MM7 dies as well, trying to be a harassing presence. And hello, Nikki. The support doing some off-support work right there, getting a couple of kills to his name. And they'll add some more. I don't know what necessarily happened there with those other three members.
Oh, man. And, you know, we're really seeing how UBCO Gold really just completely countering the team right now that St. Ambrose has. You know, Kaio having that turret in the behind where Heinz has to really be thoughtful about where he's going to be taking his angles at. And then we saw Lamsauce's hooks just so deadly on Synfax, really making those boops even negligible or even attempting to boop into the team to get that damage. So we'll see, but Heinz has this barrage that could definitely be utilized, and he's looking for it here.
He wants it. You can just tell. He's riding the edge of the roof. He's just looking for the right opportunity. It's just not going in. He might have given the game away there, though, with that boop. They try and separate off the Roadhog. They do get the kill onto Lamb Sauce. They still have lost Synfax here, though. Good barrage coming in. Oh, no, it doesn't find anyone. It looks so clean to start, but instead, Micah just throws the orb. Centralon tries to follow it up with a Diva Bomb. Does actually manage to get some vengeance, but really not enough, Tropic.
As I was thinking, you know, they have to swap off this pharmacy. Heinz does opt to go to this Mei. We saw a lot of success coming through to really wall off and kill, and we have quite a bit of potential victims on the UBCO Gold side to do exactly that. But since they are hanging out on that high ground, there's definitely going to be a little bit more of a traverse to really meet them there. So we'll see if they do meet them there, and they will actually force them to drop down.
Yeah, they kind of baited him right there. Lamb Sauce goes for it, but it won't save Arc. He goes down. The High Noon comes over the top there from Delco to get one more, and the kill feed lights up red. And that was what they were waiting for. Uh-oh.
Oh!
A little bit of a fat finger at the tail end, though.
A little bit. That could actually be an opening for, you know, St. Ambrose to really push forward here. Agent MM7 now has no counter for their attack visor coming through if they're able to get it in this next 20 seconds, Korvik.
That's the key there. They've got to get it as quickly as possible, and they've got to get it through 2 tank ults here. And starting with the Gravitic Flux, couldn't ask for something better. There's a whole hog waiting for him at the bottom, too, if they're unlucky, and sure enough, it will come out. Arc is sent to the great beyond right there by the whole hog, and yet again, Oh no, there's an attempt by the Tac Visor to come back in.
Oh.
Agent MM7, I think he should have held it. He really should have waited.
You know, it's really
Oh.
seemed like a little bit of a little fluster coming through, but UBCO Gold takes this Rialto map, and what a great swap in the end there to really counter what we saw initial success coming in from St. Ambrose, but UBCO Gold really coming in hot in the end there with that counter swaps. Wasn't even able to really breathe or move in that fight.
No, they weren't. But you know what? St. Ambrose might have lost the battle here, but they can certainly claim a little bit of victory in the sense that they very much bloodied the nose of their opponents. UBCO Gold, having not dropped a map, did drop that Ilios, and that has to sting, right? That's straight to the pride. And, you know, I will say, I do feel like that was a very intense matchup, but it ended a bit anticlimactically. I was like, I didn't even really realize it was over. It was just kind of like the last desperate Tac Visor. I could have easily watched that play out for a good couple of minutes more, but like so many attacks, it did end on that, you know, first point of Rialto, which is a really difficult point to take, especially against a team that is coordinated and determined and does not want to give up an inch of ground.
And you know, I was really surprised. We saw a lot of quick swaps for each of these teams to really counter each other. And in the end there, I think St. Ambrose University just held on to that composition a little bit too long, a little bit too long for those ultimates, when UBCO Gold really just came in strong with that initial counter and had success each and every fight with that. I would have hoped they swapped a little sooner, but like you said, a statement was made tonight by St. Ambrose, tarnishing that perfect record of UBCO Gold. So I'm excited to see how each of these teams continue to play throughout the season.
They're both pretty much, I think, guaranteed to go to playoffs here as well.
Yeah.
That's the other thing we should know, right? Like it'll be a 6-0 and a 5-1 as their respective records. So neither of them can be too upset about this. Still, you know, it was a very intense matchup between these two teams. I very much hope that we sit to see it again in playoffs. I really look forward to it, Tropic. But unfortunately, that is all the Overwatch we have here tonight at NECC. We hope you enjoyed the matches today. There'll be more next week. Tomorrow, you can tune into NECC and see some League of Legends actions as collegiate esports continues here at its home at NECC. But from all of us here tonight, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for watching. I've been Corbeck. This has been Tropic Theory. Have a wonderful evening.